going.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you get too many nerds on, they start talking about ethics, you're literally gonna kill your whole fucking show.
Yeah, fair. I just started streaming, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just finally went live.
Hi, Kinkle stream.
I started streaming on Twitter as well, and I tagged both of you on the fucking Twitter.
Next time you do that sound, Neve, you have to grab the mic like that one chick did, the racist chick.
I can't grab the mic without it moving. It unplugs. So sad.
This?
Okay.
Jerk the mic off?
My one viewer, Angry Ginger, is now headed to your stream to be your one viewer.
Sick.
Lit. Oh, JP, you be proud. Look, I got a new book today. If you're watching, new book. The quality of this paper, though, needs to be better. It's like really thin.
It's so weird that you brought that up like the day after I had that weird Mormon.
They're making their rounds.
Oh my God, McKenna, what's up?
Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Nothing. I'm just sitting here.
Yeah. That sounds like a blast.
It is.
Jealous. Super jealous.
You say that for literally everything.
I literally do. Literally. I'm literally so much right now. Okay.
I need to stop saying like I need to stop umming and liking in conversation, specifically on panels.
I have a lot of things I need to stop doing, so welcome to the club.
I need to stop smoking meth, so
yeah.
You know, all that meth.
Maybe you start there. Okay, I think you told me what your real name is, but I was gonna ask you again, but before you tell me, can it please be Ricky?
Mine?
Yeah.
No, it cannot be Ricky.
It doesn't look like a Ricky. Why would it be Ricky?
It cannot be Ricky, and if it was, I'd blow my brains out in a video game, in GTA.
Okay, what is your real name?
Dylan.
Oh, I knew this, and then I actually remember the full name because you said it's comparable to another streamer by the name of Dylan.
Yeah.
With Dylan Burns, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Very close. It's very close to his name.
My real name is
Nacho Beef.
Is that your real name, Neve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
You got a fucking problem with that?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay, no, it's not.
I need your name to not be Neve.
Okay, before I tell you what my real name is, what do you think it would be? Guess. And it's not Ricky.
It's Tiki Tavi. That's it. It's that's what you said, Ricky.
No, it's not fucking Ricky.
Who's fucking Ricky?
I am.
Ooh, wow. Your dead best friend would be proud. You're swinging the right way.
He would be. Secretly proud. In the closet proud.
You're.
What do I think your name really is?
I'm in Thailand.
It's close. It's Steve. Neve, Steve, Beeve.
No, it's not fucking
Cleve. Steve. I can't think of any other name that is Eve. It's Eve.
Christmas.
Really?
Eve.
You got it. It's Eve, yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, of course.
You're bullshitting.
Ginger says it's Ronald. Okay, ready?
Yes.
I have to unlist this at the end of the stream now.
Hold on, I'll just mute. Okay, go for it. I muted the stream mix. You can just mute yours as well. Is it really? Okay, nobody say it again. It's back live. Nobody's listening.
Everyone shut the fuck up. Ginger, I swear to God, if you tell anyone, I'm coming to LA and I'm gonna beat your ass.
Yo, you said it. I thought you were gonna keep trolling. I was like, all right, what are we doing now? What are we doing now? Shakira, Shakira.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Sick. That's a name, all
Pretty
right.
cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Okay. Now.
It's just weird when you're like, when you leave your house and you go somewhere and people are calling you by your real name and not Neve.
Is it weird?
Very weird. Very weird. So I'm terminally online now.
Love that.
Me too. This one wouldn't know. Down there with the brown.
Well, she doesn't even know what my stream name is, so. Oh, actually, yes, I guess
Nevalier.
she's been listening. Yeah.
Yeah. She's not terminally online. She has like a life and stuff. It's weird.
Well, Neve the liar.
Sorry.
Is that really? It's Neve the liar.
No, it's Neve. It's Nevlier, but it's Neve liar. You can also say it like that.
Good stuff.
But it's like, can I even tell you this without? Oh, actually, I guess I can. So you gotta meet your stream.
Hold on. Okay. It's muted. It's unmuted. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. No, it's definitely muted. It's muted. It's still muted. Unless for some reason it's making it through the mute, then it's muted. I'll literally go check right now. Hold on. I just unmuted it.
I'm just kidding. I honestly,
Okay.
yeah, it's not like it's gonna come back.
Hey, I got through to Jack today again. I got another one.
How?
Nice.
It's so cool, guys. I'm literally breaking the kid in one at a time. My phone's on 1%. Fucking crazy shit. Oh my God, there's hope. Okay, so I have this thing where I like to get the most schizo people and like try to reform them without realizing it. Because hey, I got through to Jack today again. Hold on, my phone's being because like, okay, so this is my view on my take on things. The crazier somebody is, the better it is to tame them down than to get somebody to like find their passion, their purpose. Like Rue, I don't think we can get Rue to find his passion unless he hits like rock bottom. I think people in rock bottom are the best. Jack think he's in rock bottom, but his personality is like completely unhinged and untamable.
Okay.
Long story short, we were talking about something and he was giving me like this plan or an action, and he was on Tom Fuller and he was going off and off on Tom. And he was like, what's your take on it? I was like, well, I don't really care about the topic you're talking about, but I was like, I think you're too fucking hostile for no reason. He's like, but you have to. I was like, who says you have to be hostile? I was like, why can't you just like learn like some sort of like what do you call that? Like a Socratic method when it comes to dealing with people and asking them questions. You just leave it on the table and leave the facts there and just let them look stupid. He has like this idea, he has to dunk on people. I'm like, bro, the society and the people around them already like punishes them. Like that chick Kate that you hate so much. Like everybody knows she is the way that she is, and it's like he did.
I don't hate her. I don't know her.
I do.
Oh, you don't hate her?
Hate that bitch.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like her.
Kankle hates her. I just don't
She's
know.
nuts.
I haven't watched her yet.
I haven't seen like I think she hasn't been crazy to me, but I can see why one would say she's crazy because I'm sure she goes like fucking she goes off the rails.
She's naughty.
But yeah, long story short, we were talking, and I was like, listen, I don't know why you're acting like a typical Gen Zer. I was like, if you really want to stand out as a Gen Zer, don't act like a Gen Z. Like, you can use all the intellect you want from being, because I say Gen Zers are fucking smart as shit. Like, I think they're smart on paper, at least. They have a hard time delivering that in real life. So I was like, why don't you just figure out like America's Got Talent when they have like a new singer that comes on. They're great singers, but we don't need another Justin Bieber. We don't need someone that can just replicate somebody else. Because I'll see like great singer. I'm like, wait, why didn't they pass? It's like, we already have one of you. We need somebody who takes Justin Bieber's song and just makes it like a better version. That's what I'm like. So you need to work on your delivery because you're never going to get through to anybody, and you're going to keep gaslighting people, and you wonder why everyone's going to keep dismissing you. And then it finally got through to him, and he was like, wait, why is a random Asian, no, he's like, why is an Asian woman online giving me better advice than my mom? And then he went on this whole thing on what he was going to do. And I was like, well, I was like, if you keep doing this, I was like, no doors are gonna open up for you. I was like, and I was like, you have all this like room to network, but everyone's gonna keep giving you a chance, and then gonna close the door, and then it's gonna be your fault, and now you're gonna be like, I'm oppressed. So we put it in a different perspective for him, and then he just realized like he was the problem of his issue. So he said he's gonna start meditating. I said that was a bit extreme, but okay. So
What? He's gonna start meditating?
yeah, Jack said he's gonna start meditating, and I was like, what did I say? I was telling him that we're setting up like a thing to like kind of like spar with like debate stuff just to like get better. I was like, no one's gonna invite you because you don't know how to like not throw like low blows and stuff. And I was like, you're gonna be excluded from all the fun things that people do just because you don't know how to shut up and stop being mean.
Yeah,
funny.
he's a cunt.
Yeah. He actually listens, and I was like, you've insulted everyone that I'm close to. I was like, and I don't really like that. I was like, I know you're nice to me, but I was like, you can't really control your anger. And I'm like, and it's not really like anyone's fault, because I don't know, we all have different opinions, but like, you don't sit here and insult someone's looks just because you don't like what they're saying. That's like some high school shit. So
True, true.
yeah. It may be pouring water in the ocean, but he had a plan of action. So I mean, we'll see how it goes. He'll build his own bridges from there.
He comes back from his meditation to tell you that he thinks it's the best approach still.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy because it looked like it hit him because he was like, holy shit. Like he was like, holy shit. I was like, oh, did it really hit you? But I could be too hopeful because he might actually get triggered and go off again. So who knows?
True, true.
But I think I got through to him.
Okay, I'm really, really hoping. Correct.
What do you hold on. Did we go through all the people? Yeah, who else are we missing?
Stan Pepper's the only one we haven't gone through. Except for Uptown Lupo, but like he's just like a
familiar.
He's just like a guy that fills in because he won King of Cock. King of Kick or Keep. I always have to explain that one.
Angela, when are you gonna tell us your real name?
Yeah.
You frozen? She's frozen, look.
That happened earlier.
Wait, I'm frozen?
You're back.
You're good now. You're good now. I thought you were fucking with us at first, but you're actually not.
I'm so confused right now.
If you got a free your screen froze.
That's been happening a lot lately. I don't know what's going on. I just maybe I have too many tabs open or something.
2 streams, 1 ginger. That's funny.
Is he in your chat too?
Yeah, he's in my chat too.
He's double fisting.
He is.
He's got you. He's fisting you, and he's fisting me.
Oh my god.
Doesn't sound weird at all, did it?
No,
wait,
not
did you
one bit.
Is that my real name?
Yeah, what's your real name?
So I think it's Margaret, isn't it?
Mine?
Yes, Margaret.
No, it's Shakira. I told you.
Fuck up. It's not. Shakira.
Nate, were you hinting at were you hinting at saying that she's Margaret Cho? Saying that
No, is that a real person
Yes.
of Asian descent? Sorry, I'm not being racist.
I know, I'm fucking with you.
My
I'm
real
like,
name is Catherine.
Is it really?
Catherine Cho.
I could see it.
No, actually, the story was I went to the airport and my last name is Knight, and they gave me when I was going through all those delays, they gave me like the printed out like thingy, and I didn't look because it goes last name first and then first name, and it was like Knight Catherine. So then I went to like two different what do you call those terminal thingies, and it was like B or C. I kept getting pushed back and forth, and I scanned it. They're like, wait, like you're already on board. And I was like, I'm right here. What the fuck you mean? And they're just like, well, Catherine, is your name Cat? Like, no, my name's Angela. So why does your boarding thingy say Catherine? And I was like, I don't fucking know. Maybe the lady printed it out, so I almost didn't get on my flight because of that, because somebody gave me the wrong thingy. So my new name's Catherine. Catherine.
That's my sister's name.
Oh wow.
Indeed.
All right.
Mitch McConnell moment. What?
Angela,
Oh, I
can
get
you
it.
try and
Pronounced my whole name when I entered, so there's no point in me saying my name.
I did.
McKenna?
Yep.
Got him.
Oh,
Do people keep
doxed.
their names a secret on this for a reason?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, if they're like streamers, but you're not a streamer, so your first name, yeah, that's not gonna matter.
I'm just like my stream will be unlisted after this, so if you weren't here to see it. Oh my god! So the other day, I'm streaming and it's like Emperor Dave, I think, is in like the VC. We're chatting, and I decided to order a pizza, and I completely doxed myself, literally, like right up on the screen and everything.
Like fully?
Fully, my address and everything. I was like, dude, okay. I was like, all right, Dave, I'm gonna restart my stream because I'm a
That's why
fucking
I'm so
idiot.
scared to use the OBS thing, because I feel like I would do something like that.
Yikes.
It's a scary. It is scary. Yeah, it was terrible, but the pizza was great. It was so good. I have like
Wait.
the best combo.
Do you just have like one screen, or do you have like a couple
Me?
of screens?
Or her?
Me or everybody?
I have two.
Oh, okay.
I have the one that I'm showing my screen, and then my work screen on the right.
Are you supposed to put like everything on one screen in case like that happens, so that doesn't happen? Is that how that's supposed to be?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, but I'm still an idiot.
I would
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. So
What do you
I'm
mean?
gonna stay quiet. I don't know what any of that meant.
So we have two monitors. We have two monitors basically, and one of the monitors will resemble what everyone who's watching our stream will see, and then the other monitor will resemble the stuff we don't want them to see. And every now and then you can fuck them up and like get them mixed up, and when you do, that's when people get docked.
Docs
Yeah, I learned
means
that
like
the hard way.
docs means like someone knows your address, your name, your
Well,
information. Yeah.
Dangerous. Okay. Holy fuck, where's my voice going? But can you try the link that I just sent you and try and download it and tell me what happened?
Okay. Was it you? Did you email that to me?
Yeah, I did.
I see these guys will complain.
You
I
hear
haven't
that?
heard about that Sam Pepper, like the one that was like a pedophile.
What?
Whoa.
Yes.
Wait, really?
Yes.
I didn't know.
Look it up. I knew I
How did you
recognized the
not
name.
know about that?
He's on the show tomorrow.
Listen, I don't even.
You
Yeah.
and you guys say that she's not on the internet like that. And she knows it. How does she know
She knows
that and he
YouTubers,
doesn't know
so
that?
some YouTubers, but she's
I
not
think it was
chronically
like
online.
underage. Sam Pepper underage.
Accused of raping several teenagers? Yo!
Former Big Brother star Sam Pepper faces underage sexual. Yeah.
Is this guy related to my dad? What the fuck?
I watched like a whole hit piece on him once, so I knew I recognized the name.
I don't get why one even has to do this. Like, it's not even like, I don't get it. He has a full head of hair. What's his issue? Like, I get if he looked like a plumber,
Well,
but like shit. Like, what the fuck?
What's creep sheet?
I guess
Right?
it's
Wow, I knew something before you did. That's crazy.
yeah, that is crazy, actually.
That
I've
is
known
very
about that
crazy.
for like years, like when it first happened.
I've heard it. I remember the name, but I didn't like know who he was.
Yeah, he's weird.
When are we gonna do the OBS crash course, Angela?
After this, if
Today?
yeah, why not? I would just play with it and stuff.
Okay.
So the thing with me is like I signed myself up to do so many things at one time. That's my issue. I said yes to Kinkle. I said yes to you. I also said yes to JP. I said yes to Dub also. Like 4 different conversations of yeses. So whoever's
All for
next.
today?
I might have done that. Well, it was supposed to be yesterday, but then like my husband wanted to watch the fight together, and I didn't realize there was a fight, so I was supposed to do half yesterday and half today, and then it just all got squeezed into today.
Roger that.
Yeah, it's not as like pressing for everybody and everyone. It's just whatever comes up first. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Um. Okay, so I mean, does that mean you just found a new topic of what's his name, Gangle on the pedo stuff?
Maybe.
Should
I don't know
sexual assault
how.
allegations preclude you from being on Kick or Keep? That's the question.
What? Wait, say that again. The first half of that cut out a little.
Should sexual assault allegations prevent you from being on Kick or Keep? The chat says 100%. And by the chat, I mean Angry Ginger. Oh, where did my hair tie go? I only have one. Oh, where did it go?
What are you doing?
Know. Well, I lost my fucking hair tie because I was an idiot and it went launching into the motherfucking air. And then now I'm stupid. Well, not now, but
You got some glossy ass hair.
thanks.
Damn, shit, a little better than mine.
Thank dog. Appreciate it.
So the video is still processing. I can't download it at the moment.
Fuck, that's what it said to me too. I'm too impatient to wait. You know, I want to do it right now.
Download
I want to
it.
see it.
It says
Right
Google
fucking
Drive
now.
can't scan this for viruses. Do you want to download anyways? Which I'll just download it anyways and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm really not trying to download. I'm really not trying to.
Oh. This looks familiar. He looks way more familiar in this photo. I recognize this. This fucking.
I don't know any of this.
This fucking toothbrush head ass.
If I was him, I would have changed my name if I were him.
I would have changed it to Jonathan Salt.
Oh my god. What the fuck happened to your camera, Neve?
I don't know. It doesn't focus properly.
You look like you're being raptured right now, okay?
It's going to happen.
Yeah. The haircut is whack. It is whack. He looks like a toothbrush.
What?
Yeah.
That's rude.
Look at this. Not you.
Oh, okay, you're not talking to me.
No. I said he.
Is that Fuzi in this clip? Oh, sorry. It looks like
Is it who?
I'm looking at this clip called Sam Pepper Exposed, quote, pedophile snake. And I see this guy going off. I think it is him. He looks
Turn
different.
off autofocus. You turn off autofocus, Angry Ginger. You angry ginger.
Okay.
Why is your name Angry Ginger? You're not even a ginger. Well,
he is.
Well,
he's just not very angry.
Yes, he is.
I guess he is. You already did. Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad you did that.
Have you guys heard his laugh? He has the most wholesome laugh ever.
Angry Ginger?
Yeah.
I
It's like hard to
I don't think I've made him laugh yet.
No, just go to his channel when he starts like talking and then he just like starts laughing. It's like the most adorable giggle ever. It's like, okay, angry.
Okay.
Like, okay, you're angry.
You mad? You mad angry?
He's mad angry.
Don't go to my channel. I'm gonna go to your channel and put your channel up on my channel. How does that make you feel?
Oh my god.
Oh, all right. Package came in. I'll be back.
What is wrong with you people? I don't know.
We're all fucked in the head.
Can you hear my phone going off?
Barely, but yes.
Oh, is that annoying?
Not really. It's fine.
You're chilling.
I'm talking about my sister right now because I'm upset. I didn't even tell you.
Oh, go for it. If you wanna go for it, do it.
Well, the other people don't know me anyway, so it doesn't matter. But she
But this is streaming. This is streaming. On
Yeah.
2 different places. If you're clear.
bruh.
Okay.
They don't know
I just
you
want.
either,
I just have to tell you. But one day I might be really famous. You never know. I just.
but we're both
No,
nobodies
bro.
right now. So
Yeah. Yeah.
so go for it.
Did you
There's
hear
like
me?
2 people. Probably 1 person actually, but
Did you hear me?
no, what'd you say?
Jaden is 5.5 months pregnant. That was my face. Right. You want to know?
No, not her too.
Don't. Ew. Don't say two like that.
We just thumbnail faced so hard.
True. We really did.
You gotta do the
I
thumbnail.
love my child. Don't say that. You said
What did you-
ew.
Yeah.
What just came in
first,
the mail?
kids, gross. Okay.
Oh my god. To you.
Yeah. Yeah, to me. They're gross.
They're not that bad.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
It depends on how the kid is.
Agree to disagree.
If they like pick their nose and like rub it on the walls, like I'm putting you up for adoption. Just kidding.
Fair.
I wouldn't be. I would not be kidding.
A bit
If-
rash, but
and
fair.
You know what's even worse? If they
I'm
pick their
joking.
nose and put it on my face, then I'm doing more than
Oh
putting them
my
up for
God,
adoption. I'm
stop
putting them
it.
up. I'm putting them up for cliff diving.
I would literally cry and throw up at the same time if a kid did that to me.
I would cry, throw
Ryan,
up, and then throw them
throw.
off a cliff.
Nah, but can you
Angela,
believe
what
that?
did you get in the mail?
Like, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
And you want to know who she did?
Catherine.
Was it one of her clients?
Oh shit! I didn't even know what you meant at first, bro. I don't know. I literally don't, because like I thought she had a girlfriend. So
Oh yeah.
right,
Who is live right
bro.
now?
She literally told everybody but me. Right. She still hasn't told me, and she posted the picture on Facebook as her cover photo. But you don't tell your sister?
How dumb.
Like, she was the first person I told. I'm offended, bro. So I texted her and I was like, bitch, are you not going to tell me? It's like, because now the whole world knows. So, but I meant to say that, but every time I try to call, you're doing this. So,
Yeah. You do tend to call it bad times lately.
well, because I can't really, I'm always busy during the day.
Yeah, I know. And I'm usually asleep during the day. Unfortunately.
Okay.
Look.
Would you want to go see Oppenheimer again?
Sure.
I can't get anybody to see it with me.
Yeah, I'll see it.
Word. Let me know when.
Aw.
I heard a lot of people hated that
Oh,
movie. I'm
man.
surprised to hear that.
I thought it was all right. It wasn't my buddy really loved it. Like by my buddy Graham. But I don't know. I thought it was kind of mid.
Explosive.
Is Graham white?
Did you say explosive? Funny. And yeah, he's white.
That's wow.
That's
Graham
why.
Cracker, that's nice. That's a good one.
Oh my god.
Probably.
Hey,
is probably-
Angela.
Yeah. That's
What's
funny.
up?
And okay, so I'm sending you a really weird file. It's not a virus, I promise. So what you have to do is these are actually the subtitles for the video. So when you upload your YouTube file, you would go into your subtitles, and then you should be able to just upload this.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. No, just kidding. It's you're what's no, I'm not kidding. What? Saying.
What the fuck was that?
What's with the schizo personality? What's going on?
Are you okay, Neve?
No.
Nar.
Thanks for asking. No, I'm not okay.
Nar. I'm not
How you
okay. Nar.
You know something about? Have you guys heard of Amy?
Mhm.
Amy Dangerfield?
Yeah. Nar.
No.
Has she been on there yet? Because I feel like she'd be pretty
She hasn't been on
agitating.
Kick or Keep yet, no, but you know, she's been on Destiny stream a few times. She's so stupid. My god. I just think Andrew Tate's innocent because those girls, you know, they could do what they wanted to do. Nar. Fucking Mongoloid.
Angela, it might let you correct the subtitles too. So if you have time, consider going through them a little, because there are going to be times where we pronounce things weird and the system is going to think we're saying something we're not. I did notice a couple, but I just didn't have time to go through an 15-minute video and correct every single one.
No worries. Why did you get so yellow? What's going on over there? Or orange?
Drugs.
I'm tired of you guys.
Bro, your shit is
I don't
weird.
know.
Does this person have a stream? Because I can
Okay.
totally handle 3
With
streams.
sunrise
No,
and
she doesn't.
sunset, my lights go orange.
Oh. Just curious. No worries.
Is a group of girls singing color. It sounds like she's sort of like a weird person.
Look, I'm blue pilled.
Oh my god. I muted her for a second while she's chatting.
Bruh.
Let's see if it's done. It is. Okay. Nope, it's not. Neve, what happened?
Okay.
Did you died?
It's funny
Yeah.
when you can visually see her, but the sound still works. It's funny.
I know, right? It's so goofy looking.
Hold on. You ready for this?
No, I'm not. I'm not ready for anything because I'm dead inside. Okay. Yes, I'm ready. Oh God. Calling you Bevelier.
I'm feeling Megamind.
Yeah.
So funny. You'd be the dude from Austin Powers. What's his name again?
Dr. Evil.
Dr. Evil.
Dr. Evil.
Based.
Oh my god, they would definitely love you on Fight Club.
McKenna, are you back?
I should have used this camera for Fight Club. I'm just done this shit the whole time.
But you gotta hide the pony in the back, the ponytail on the shoulder.
True. No, it's a skullet. Oh my gosh. It gets better though.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. How'd you do that? What are these things that y'all are using
I
nowadays?
started thinking about what you guys said to me earlier, and I got a little emotional just immediately though. Oh my god.
Voldemort right now.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is.
Looks so real. Wow. Smile. Can you smile with it? That's you smiling?
Mhm.
This is so funny.
Okay, what else? Okay, the other one that's interesting. Mi abuela.
Oh my god.
Oh
That-
shit.
I look like his Spanish Yoda.
You look like you have all the answers.
Oh, that's kind of accurate.
Hey, it's racist when you say it.
No, it's not.
Just kidding.
Yeah, it is. Fuck.
No, I'm just kidding.
I know. I know.
It's scary though. Why are these all scary?
Oh, you posted them in here. I didn't even realize that.
Oh my god.
Shakira, Shakira, ¿eres tú? Wow.
That was good.
Awesome. You gotta like
Shakira, ¿eres tú? Wow.
That was so good.
Wait, no,
Okay.
there's more. There's more.
What's the other one?
Look at my face in proportion to my neck.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at
Tonight,
him
I'm going to be
fucking-
exposing creepy Uncle Sam for being a hypocrite.
That's so creepy.
Ginger's like Sam Pepper about to be up in here. I better change this back. Yeah, you're right.
Look at fucking infant. Oh my god. Wait, where's the trap? Where's the trap filter?
Hold on, I'll show you. Just no, that's not a trap. Is that? No, this one is more trappy. Nah.
There was the one that was like, holy fuck, like entrapment.
Let it go. Let it go.
The way your
The
face
next time you get
morphs.
into a fight with somebody, you have to put that on and sing that just like that on
Let
the fight
it go.
board. They
It
would be
looks-
so mad at you. This is kind of cool.
I can't even see what's happening.
On Neve's camera.
I'm trans Elsa. Basically.
Trelsa.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is hilarious. They come with these filters?
Mhm. Well, this is the EpoCam. Oh god, like the EpoCam or whatever. Just the
That's
app you
right.
download.
It's really cool.
It's just warping my face though.
Wait, can you do a seductive voice? What's the most seductive, girliest voice you could do? This would be fucking hilarious.
I don't
Do it,
think
do
I
it.
can. Okay,
Have you
I have to
tried?
plug. Yes, but I have to plug my. Okay, I have to plug my headphone in so I can hear myself, or else it's just gonna sound like a fool. But also, my voice is fucked right now. It's kind of under construction.
This would be
Under
hilarious.
construction.
Well, no, it's just the fact that fuck you.
Oh, thanks.
Oh my god. I was so scared.
You can't go play the other one in the thing with Selena. Selena.
Ole, ole, ole.
Selena,
Was that good?
That was
I thought it
pretty
was
good.
pretty good.
Selena.
I thought that was pretty good.
Selena,
Oh my god.
Selena, ¿eres tú?
Como la flor.
Wow. Selena,
Bro, he's so proud
Selena.
of it every time.
Selena, ¿eres tú?
Como la flor.
Wow. Selena.
That's so weird.
Okay.
Look at the walk.
I know. The walk is so, oh my god. It's so goofy.
Are you ready, Neep?
I don't know. I don't know how I can do this properly.
You know who does the seductive voice really well? Food shops.
Food shops sounds very feminine. Like
Yeah.
I was watching her earlier and her laugh and everything.
Well, the beginning when she was on and she was talking, she was like, hello. Hello. And I'm just like, yo, do it again.
Hold on.
Almost believable.
Oh my god, I just broke my fucking ear.
How did you break your
Hello?
ear?
Did this work? Hello?
We can
Yes.
hear you.
Holy shit!
Did that hurt?
This is so cool.
It keeps like beeping, like doing something.
Lit.
I have to like change the whole thing. Oh yeah. That's what I had to do. Right.
Let's giggle. Let's tingle.
Huh?
Oh my fucking. Give me 3 hours. I'm sorry.
He's just signing to my amateur
on themselves, cleaning up the room and socializing and stuff like this. But then the moment the confrontation goes away, then they're like, oh, wait a second. No. We want men to have like 6 girlfriends, to have 7 girlfriends, and then you confront them again. And then no, wait. We're just telling men to improve. It's like the moment you confront them, they back up. And then the moment you don't confront them anymore, they like go aggressive again. It's like they're so weaselly and cowardly. Like make up your mind.
So that's how you assure that woman feels that security, because at the end of the day, if she feels
okay, I see.
I can hear it now. Hello. Okay.
Hurrah, Preach.
Does it sound? Oh, I can hear my voice now. Ew. That's what everyone else hears? Yeah, God.
Yeah, we do. We hear your gross ass voice. Okay. Kidding.
Her face, look at the face.
Shakira, ¿eres tú? Wow.
Okay. I didn't. Okay, so I think I can do
that. One's like so good. Like this one is just so good.
Shakira.
The walk.
Shakira, ¿eres tú?
So
along with the
advice.
I'll go for
the
it.
advice that I was so basically my understanding is I can't explain it, but it's like you talk but you make it like as airy as possible, and then it makes your voice sound really like, I don't know, I find it sounds very like mocky. That's why I don't really do it very often.
You ever seen like a Trish Patai? I don't know the fuck.
Trisha Paytas.
Yeah, that chick. Every time she talks, she does like this like after moan effect, and she was like, yeah. I think Ethan he like made fun of her one time, and it was like funny as shit. Do it again.
Yeah. No, I can't do it.
What is a turnaround? Turnarounds.
What is that?
Turnarounds.
I'm gonna just zoom the fuck out of my face right now.
Today I'm going to do something I've never done before. This is a first for me. Just
His voice is so funny to me.
I'm getting a bit experimental, but instead of creating a bomb, I'm creating an innovative new piece of content. I'm going to talk to you about something. I know, hang on tight because it's sounding a little too extreme, might blow you away, but we're gonna give her a whirl and see how it feels. You might notice that my voice sounds a little weird, and in fact, I've already had to cut this video a couple of times because it keeps cracking like I'm going through the sequel to puberty here. You see, I just had to cut it again because of an absolutely embarrassing, tragic voice crack that you would have made fun of me for, and I don't want you to make fun of me. So why is my voice cracking? Well, it's because I was screaming my little hiney off like I was about to be fucking murdered while cheering for our Moist Esports Apex team during their World Championship run this weekend. But this time was a little bit different than just me and my friends getting together to combine Swamp Ass into a fusion dance and just go fucking stupid for our squad cheering. We decided to do that, but live in front of an audience.
Okay, this wasn't what I thought it was going to be.
What? This video sucks.
Yes, it does. Sucks.
Yes, it does.
It sucks cocks
Okay.
and dicks.
Oh my god. You're sitting like
Vicky.
a streamer right now.
I sound like what?
No,
Shut
needless
the
like a do
Shut
it.
the fuck up, Ricky.
Oh my god. Shut
Calm
up.
down, Ricky. I can't. Okay, so I can't get the bass out of my voice. That's the hardest part. And because my voice is like almost gone right now for some reason. Okay.
Just do that.
What?
I'm so glad we're at the weird stage.
Just do that. That works.
Hey. Wet? Fish wet?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is hilarious. Just say hello. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
I can't see it.
Damn.
Hi.
Hello?
How is Canklemore good at this? This is
Oh
creepy.
my god.
There's like, okay, hello? This is me trying to not sound like a fucking dinosaur.
What does a
Yo.
dinosaur sound like?
You can't get the
It's so-
DMX out of her. It's just there.
You're not wrong. Okay, go. Okay, go. Okay, I'm gonna try. I'll try harder today. Go. Oh, this is humiliating. But go to Ashley's channel, okay? And there's a video there, and she remixed my voice into a song. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's really funny.
No way. Ashley did that?
Yeah. Ankle go to Everyday Ashley. Do you remember Ashley?
Oh, he met Ashley already?
Yeah, multiple. Once or thrice. Okay, and it's in her short.
then there-
They went skydiving, her and Sarah.
I know, it's so cute. I love that.
No, sorry, it's not in their shorts.
It is or
It's in
isn't?
it's in the clips, or maybe it's just in the video. Maybe it's a clip to me, but maybe it's a video. There it is. It's the Overwatch one. You can see my overlay to the top right. I was Diamond One Widow. Fire. Hi Marvin, how are you? Just popping in and out today? Fire. But I was Diamond One Widow. Oof. Fire. Hi Marvin, how are you? Just popping in and out today? Fire. Just popping in and out today? Fire. Fire.
Fire.
Just popping in and out today? Fire. Yeah, that was super random. I was just like, yeah, check, I made a remix of you. And I was like, oh yeah? It's just like, yeah, it's really funny. And I was like, oh shit, I guess.
I love
Ashley's
how
so
offbeat
cute.
it was too. It was just so offbeat. That was funny. Barbie
Wonder if
was
it helps if
right.
This is so
What happens if you move closer to your mic?
You're going, haha, Michelle, you are ugly. I am.
Why is your mic
you are
covering your
wasting
face now?
Your
Because I'm trying to get it super
Like,
close to my mouth to see what I can do with
all the
that.
time.
They're a
You're
fan, is
getting
what they
closer,
are.
you're
They're
gonna be
just
giving
too
it a blowy.
negative.
Those are true fans.
Yeah, those are fans. They actually love you.
You have a fucked up way of showing your love, bro.
Cringe.
Yeah.
28, 42, 18.
My house looks so fucking. Oh my god, this is ASMR.
I don't think most people would be okay with somebody in their marriage, which is exclusive, suggesting that they date and flirt with other people.
I
That
think
doesn't make any
most
sense.
people, I won't
You
even stop
see
saying-
marriage as an exclusive thing, which everybody does.
Most people, yeah, sees marriage as an exclusive thing. Meanwhile, the divorce rate is 50%. Good one, Grace.
Well, I know you
Your
don't,
family is
but
the
I mean,
contributing
come
thing
on,
of
that's
that.
not a
Your
real
family is,
marriage.
hey, listen, at the very least, I'll never have a daughter and replace my wife with her, okay? But thanks, all right? The problem
Oh
is
my
you're talking about who
God.
prefer what style of relationship. Chances are, if you ask somebody, would you prefer a relationship where you can have a type of conversation about potentially
Useless.
changing the structure of your relationship with somebody you've been in a
You'll
relationship
never
for a
have
long
a daughter
time?
at all. You
People are
have one
going to
kid if you
prefer-
said he was a
People are going
mistake.
to prefer Grace.
Ruthless.
Cockroaches have children. It's not impressive to have kids. I know that you think so because
you
you're
won't
one
have
of
another
like
one because
12.
you hate life because you had once.
What the
I hate Grace so much. I hate her dad even more. I want them to just be dead.
Ben is just the most horrendous human I've ever interacted with. I'm not even gonna lie.
They are genuinely disgusting individuals who just need to be hung. They're bad people.
Okay, well, maybe not on my stream, but
like hung in a video game. Like
you're on your stream. Sorry, my bad. My bad. You're on your stream too. He just means in a video game.
Yeah, no, in GTA.
Angry Ginger, please don't report this stream, okay?
Angry Ginger is watching sports right now.
Hey, I'll have you know that I had 6 people watching me earlier.
Triggered.
Yeah, pretty big deal. I know. Me too.
Oh, that was pretty good. I know. Good one.
I know.
I'm leaving cream Swedish berries and vodka for a week. Or until something interesting happens.
I love this guy.
Looks a lot like herpes. Whoa!
Oh
I take back that herpes joke.
This is the heaviest fucking pores.
And now we wait. Well, it's been a week and it's about to get creamy. Smells like popcorn. Bone apple
It
tea.
looks like herpes.
Barely any flavor. It's very buttery, which I'm not.
Herpes.
Throwing me
Like,
for a loop.
okay, so
kind of like eating erasers.
nowadays.
I'll be right back.
Maybe not nowadays, but I know somebody who has the herpes. But apparently, like, how does that when it's like not when it's dormant? Basically, it doesn't show. Do you still have to tell people? Wait, can you still like spread the disease if it's not dormant or whatever? Like, how does that work? Does anybody know?
I'm not sure.
I mean, that'd be a question. I mean, we could probably figure out if that's something where like if it's not, there's a word for it where it's not like what do you call it when it's not like actively showing whatever the fuck that's called.
Oh, you don't have a
It's like,
flare
do you
up.
have yeah, that. If you don't have a flare up, can you like still give that to somebody? And if you don't, do you have to disclose that to somebody if you're in like hooking up stage with somebody?
Believe you can get away with not. I think that people don't necessarily give it if you don't have a flare up. I think it has to touch someone's skin, like you have to have the bumps. But it's like nothing. It's like not something to even really be worried about.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Most people are asymptomatic.
Oh,
Most-
that
yeah.
I'm familiar with. Yeah, I used to get cold sores like a motherfucker. when I was
Yeah.
younger.
You have herpes. You've
I'm a
got it.
herpes reporter.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, I'm wearing pants.
No, you're not. And we're fine with that. I'm just kidding.
It's called oversized, okay, Ricky? Look it up.
Yeah.
Would you call
the
me?
the quickness in calling him Ricky was so fast.
It's gonna stick.
I'm gonna kill you.
Rick, it's gonna stick. I'm sorry.
Oh my God,
Sticky
this is so
funny.
Hey, do you remember in Blue's Clues when Magenta, the pink one, came?
No.
Do you remember Magenta?
I don't.
How old are you?
27.
Oh yeah, you're young. Right, your
Are
childhood.
you younger than us? Are you younger than us?
Yes,
I'm
he is,
27.
yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I'm 27.
What's that? I mean,
McKenna,
no.
how old are you?
She's younger than me.
Oh shit. So here's how it's gonna go. Since I'm the oldest.
Are you really
and
the oldest?
Angela. Yeah. When's your birthday, Angela? Like what month?
This month.
Oh sheesh. Okay, so I'm older than you by a month, basically. Sucker. Because you're 94, right?
You know what's weird about like Ingrid just said, aren't we supposed to be working? So we're really bad at formulating
Yes.
questions, so we've just come up with topics and then Kanko comes up with the questions.
Yeah, I can write questions. I just need topics to write them about.
We just
So,
sit and do
JP,
stuff.
if you come up with any ideas, feel free to shoot at us because he has a bunch of fiery ideas.
Yes. Yes. topic source. Give me some fucking topics, or I'm gonna get angry, Ginger.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't want to. Yeah, we don't want Ricky's getting angry.
Drugs. Do that again, Neve.
He said, "You guys are triggering my inner manager."
One more. Do that again, Neve. It didn't zoom in that time. Just did the zoom in.
How to go from Blue's Clues to Age? I'm so confused.
Dun dun.
Good answer.
Yes, that was a good answer.
Now you can see all my imperfections.
How did it go from Blue's Clues to Age? That is kind of a good question.
Oh, because you're trying to figure out how old we are. Because she was trying to make a reference and we couldn't figure out what.
I did watch Blue's Clues growing up, but
so did I.
I don't remember the pink bitch.
Me neither.
Yeah. So you should. So when you go to therapy, you should talk to them about not remembering your childhood.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Nah.
I can't believe DP's listening to all this. His brain cells, his poor brain cells. What is he doing? Aren't you supposed to be watching the football stuff? I don't watch sports, so I don't really know.
Wait. Angry. What should be one of my questions? What did he? I don't know what he was referring to. Therapy. There's a topic for you. No, these people aren't. No, they need to be stupid questions. They need to be like kind of dumb debate questions, like something like the everyday dipshit can just argue over, because these are like not super like. I'm not gonna say they're not like smart people, but they're not like intellectuals. They're not academics. They're not like people that argue over politics. They're people that might argue over some like silly shit, like some regular pop culture shit.
Hey, here's the question.
Yes.
Is a hot dog a pizza?
Okay, you know what, Neve? I'm gonna blow your mind right now. Hold on. Look at my stream.
Genius.
Look at my stream, Neve.
Hold on.
I need you to look at my stream.
I can't fucking navigate anything. Fire.
You see it?
You're on Kink, right? Or Kink.
You see what this says right here?
No, I can't find your fucking stream fast enough. Okay?
Hold on. I'll link it in the chat. I'll link my YouTube stream in the chat.
Okay, then we're here. I'm here.
You see what this says?
So
it says, "Is a hot dog a sandwich? Is cereal soup?"
It actually is.
That was there since yesterday.
It actually is.
That was there since yesterday. I can hear myself.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't know.
I can hear myself. Yeah, why is that?
Oh, I can hear it through Angela's.
What?
Yeah, it's coming through your microphone, I guess.
Echo.
Yeah, it's coming through your microphone, I guess.
But I haven't done shit. Why would it be coming through my mic? It's been the same the whole time.
I don't know.
Because you have audio coming through your speakers, and it's coming through that.
But
because you have audio coming through your speakers.
That's weird. Maybe it's louder this time.
That's why. Because you have audio coming through your speakers. Spring.
Interesting.
So why did I think this whole time that this was just something for like watching people playing video games?
I don't know why.
it's not me because my shit is muted right now.
Okay, I think it's testing. Yeah, it's fine now, but before it wasn't fine. It
Let's see what
seems to
happens.
have fixed itself.
Oh God.
It's still doing it.
You can hear an echo?
Why?
We can't hear an echo anymore. Are you sure you're not just hearing the stream after we speak now? Oh. She's like, yep. Got that one.
Well, how do we fucking mute it then? I don't want to hear it twice.
Just mute the stream.
It's not on the screen. I see like it shows this Trish.
No. Oh, no, my stream on your computer.
See like it shows this Trish. Oh, I thought it was muted. Oops.
Um,
Oh, I'm the problem. Oops.
we got it. We figured it out.
That's what I said.
That's a topic. Herpes. Is it spreadable?
Very. Fucking very.
Super spreadable.
Maybe that chat thingy can help. I don't. Good topics.
Chat BBB.
Chat BBC.
Oh my God.
It works. I've been meaning to eat some broccoli all day
Why? That's so random.
because I have broccoli.
I do like broccoli. Can't lie.
I fucking love broccoli. It makes me feel like a brontosaurus and I'm eating trees.
Did you mean cockily?
What? A cockily and brontosaurus sound no fucking. They don't sound close together at
No, it
all.
sounds like broccoli, but like cockily.
No, my mind just doesn't go there.
I went to an all boys school, so dicks are on my mind all the time, unintentionally. You know.
Fair enough. It'll do it to you.
It will. It's pretty brutal. And people wonder why everyone calls each other gay in all boys school. They're like, you're fucking gay. Cool.
Hey. Who's that? What's his name? What's his name? The guy who what's his name? He used to do content comp.
iDubbbz?
Yeah, and he's like, I'm gay. Or is that another guy?
Yeah,
Or
no,
is that
that's
the
him.
other guy?
That's him.
That's classic. That's a Netflix exclusive right there.
Is it Netflix exclusive? I bet I can find it on YouTube right now.
Oh, I figured out. I pitched an idea to one of my friends who has a salon. Because there's so much fucking juicy shit that goes in there. I was like, instead of the Kardashian show, we should have a camera fucking crew in the nail salon stuff because there's so much juicy beef between the customers and the Asians that talk so much shit. It's so.
And don't tell anyone.
What do you mean?
Hidden cameras. Hidden cameras. Don't tell anyone.
See,
something
I
we
was
thought.
gonna say, do tell them because one, we can make the prices go up, and then two, all the most dramatic hoes would go there, so it'd be more juicy content. It'd be like pretty much how like YouTube is, where you have all like the streamers who get all like fucking hyped up when they have like a platform to fucking show ass. It'd be like perfect. I was like, and we'd make more money, and we get to put Asians on the map. It'd be a win for all the Asians.
True.
Do it.
She like actually contemplated it. I was like, think about it. Think about it.
That could be cool.
You know?
Be fun.
Asians are crazy, dude. This lady kept talking to me. I remember I was in there. It was like, what was the day where they were like missing people? She was like, hey, could you fill in? So I came in and like Allie keeps talking to me in Vietnamese. I was like, Allie, shut the fuck up. Wait for the customer to leave. You can't say this right now in front of her and then laugh and smile at me while you're holding her hand. So they have to answer her in English. And then it just looks like I'm just derailing everything. So then the customers feel happy. But then Allie's like, you're dismissing my talking points. I was like, because you're talking about her in front of her. This is terrible. Anyways.
Is it weird that I never thought to like obviously you speak another language, but it never occurred to me that you did until you
I
just
mean,
said that.
everybody thinks
Yeah.
I don't, but to be fair, it's because I'm already like illiterate in English. So like, why would you assume I speak another language?
It's because you have a very, very, very American accent.
Do you?
Well,
What does an American accent sound like?
Like how we're speaking right now?
well, to be fair, English is my first language. So
I'm
EOL. English is my only language.
but I was in like the ES is it ESOL like all that crap when I was in like elementary school because my family would speak Vietnamese to me at home and then I'd go to school it'd be one thing and then like it was really confusing and then I just dropped it completely when I went to high school. Then I had
I
to
was
do
in
nails.
I was in PSL.
Fuck is PSL?
Pumpkin spice latte.
Oh my god.
I hate you. We're gonna keep triggering JP. He's gonna be like, you guys are supposed to be working.
Oh my!
Oh Lord Jesus.
I was supposed to do okay. So, like, since we're on the topic of Omegle, so I used to stream on Mimi because they have like the verses set up. Like, do you know what the verse thing function is on TikTok?
The what?
Okay, so
maybe.
Okay, so basically the premise is that two streamers will come into a thing and each person's community will like go head to head. And then the person who gets the most like donations throughout this like 2 or 3 minutes wins the stream.
Oh, you mean like the fighting thing on YouTube, TikTok?
On
where they-
TikTok. Okay. So Mimi has a similar version of that. And I was doing it yesterday. And here, I met Alvin from the Chickma. Or actually, do you guys want to watch it? It's actually really funny.
Sure.
And I could use the views. Hey, is it up? I might have hidden it.
Cringe.
Hey, go Neve versus the world via Meet Me on my page at Never. You might have to skip through some of it, but it is funny.
Ready.
Okay, so is this the same as doing? Would you consider this the same to doing a Omegle?
Sort of. I think on TikTok you have to have like a certain amount of followers to have like a verification to go live though.
Yeah, true. I have like 300 fans on this website and I don't even have that on here.
What state is New England in? It's not in a state. There are states in New England.
Are you retarded or something?
Somebody in Twitch chat. Ender Smurf. New England is
Just
like
kidding.
New England
okay
is
if you
like Massachusetts.
Massive two tits.
Massive two tits. Funny.
Massive
Massachusetts,
bullshit.
Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island. I think.
Who got the hiccups?
Me.
Nice.
He's saying.
New England states. Let's see. I think I got all of them. Yeah, the northeastern. It's Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Vermont. Yep, I got all of them. I did know. I said them all. And I was right. Fucking tell me I didn't know. I did know. You're bugging. Ender Smurf.
You're the fucking best.
I am the best. I'm the smartest persons on earth is okay.
You're top 3 people I'm talking to right now. For sure.
Who's on top? Who likes to be on top?
But will the cocks know that?
He's top 3 people I'm talking to right now.
Oh, I just want to make sure. I thought I heard something else.
No. Get your motherfucking head out of the gutter.
Let's see.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Nigerian reacts to alpha male getting triggered. Who's the alpha male? Jay Loser Waller. So tired of seeing this red pill shit on my goddamn thing.
Oh God.
Ender Smurf.
Uh-oh.
We need questions that people will be able to debate over, not like trivia. It's gotta be like a question that will either span for like a half an hour round or like half of that round, and then we could have like a follow up in there.
Or is that too religious?
What?
God's not real.
I don't think God's real.
Right. I feel didn't we talk about that for like hours on end the one day?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
But how could we say for sure? No, just kidding.
That's the whole point. There's no epistemic truth to religion.
Right.
It's very true.
I wanted to tell the Mormon guys that today. I was trying to conflict with like, do I tell them this? I don't have enough evidence to back this up, so I just left it alone.
It drives me nuts when people say like, well, if you don't want to believe in God in this day and age with all this proof, you just don't want to believe because you just want to do what you want to do.
It's like I'm a little conflicted. I feel like there's maybe like a higher power or something. Like I don't know exactly what my mind wants to like believe in, but I just know like I know for sure heaven and hell in my mind is no longer a thing. I did for a really long time, but now I'm like, should there be?
Because then everybody would end up in hell at this point.
Yeah, it'd actually be kind of fun to be there, considering all the fun people that's going to be there. Should there be?
But if you ask that question, that could go on for like hours.
With the type of people that's going on there, maybe they don't believe in God, so then it'd probably be like an open shut conversation.
There's gotta be of all of them that's gonna fight it.
So you just froze the video. I look really flattering.
Yeah,
it was nice to
You're
meet you as
welcome.
well. This one was too wholesome.
Have a good one, all right?
You as well.
My pleasure, sweetheart. You're beautiful.
Have you won a verse yet? Oh, I see your picture. Open image in new tab. Let's see. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look at your photo quick.
How many years have you been mentally unstable?
So he's white boy with
how many years
brown hair.
have you been mentally unstable?
I'm racist, and he's got guys. Like a
Same.
disgusting.
Based in red pilled.
Fucking, you look disgusting.
You're disgusting.
Look at you. Look at you.
You know what?
You look like
I think some of these people might actually argue over
that. What are you at? Are you in a psych ward right now? Why is there fucking shit all over the walls?
Yeah.
You think you can
Just
draw this
It's one of the best things.
You
that
should skip to count all the tiles on the fucking roof.
Well, it's better than having shit on your core,
Yo, I'm gonna count all the tiles on your roof. It's more interesting than typing.
Skip
this one. Just keep going. Just keep tabbing left or whatever. This guy's just lame. There's one where I meet Alvin from Alvin and the Chipmunks, but some of these are just too like it sucks when they're friendly.
Like the actual actor.
You could say that.
Which one do you want me to skip to?
You'll see. You'll be able to. It's Alvin and from Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Is it just like a filter?
No, it's like a guy with a hand puppet, I think, but it's really fucking. Oh, that guy's scary as fuck too. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh, this guy was like trying to riz me up. Really weird.
He looks like a knock.
So was she. So was she. This guy's like a conspiratorial person.
Oh no.
That girl, okay, go back. That girl roasted the shit out of me. Okay, wait, go back. She did. It was really funny. It actually hurt my feelings. No, go back one. Not this guy.
Oh.
He has a point,
That's
but he
fine.
doesn't know how to make it. True.
Would traveling
But
back in time be
also-
better
Hey,
than
this girl.
traveling
That was
forward in
really quick.
time? Red
Just
people give spicy
right up.
answers.
How you? Just chilling. How
What's
about
your
you?
opinion? Back or forth?
Probably forward.
I think I would go
Sorry, I couldn't
backwards.
I
hear
think
you.
forward is the only logical way you can actually go.
What were you saying?
You got the big ass headphones on. You can't hear me.
Yeah, surprisingly, hey. Damn. My ears don't work.
Disqualified.
Disqualified me. No. Fine. Sorry, I can't. Just chilling. How about you? Just chilling. How about you? Sorry, I can't hear you. What were you saying?
You got the big ass headphones on. You can't hear me.
Yeah, surprisingly, hey. Damn. My ears don't work. Disqualified me.
That's the last thing she says to me. Okay, keep going. There's like an Alvin one. There's like me beefing with a guy. I call this guy a giant macaroni penguin. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny.
Sorry.
I was gonna do this again tonight, which I think it's fun, but
I know there's a lot, but
I
Yeah.
Fat Tate.
Yeah,
She's
I'm right
nice.
by there.
30. I am.
That bitch again.
So
She's from Ireland.
I mean, I don't know. It's tough to say.
She's got a really cool watch.
Interesting. I've been
I know
trying
the
to figure
flowers
this out.
is easier for me to smoke.
I don't know if Anger Ginger's still here, but he's the new moderator for the YouTube.
That's funny though. I mean,
Nice.
I need someone who doesn't go on the panels too much.
Okay, this is my arch nemesis. I literally have gotten like multiple fights with this asshole like so many times. Go to the beginning of when I first see him, but actually no, it's not that funny. Keep going. Keep skipping ahead. It's not that funny. Nope, too late. I have to watch it. It's gonna be funny now, just because you said.
I'll tell you
when I see
No,
Alvin's.
you're up again. Feature. You again.
Oh.
If it's not my arch nemesis, old guy in.
Who are you?
Old guy.
You are usually drunker than this. That's why you don't remember me.
I don't remember anybody.
But I remember you.
That's the beauty of being hit in the head as many times as I've been hit.
I never forget a
I ain't
face.
got to remember none of you bitches.
Hey, true that. Okay, ready? I'm gonna make myself a look. We're aliens. Now what?
You're fucking hilarious, bro.
Your mic reminds me of like an airline pilot or something. Like you're a pilot on a commercial flight. Really interesting.
Thanks, I think.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool. They try to make microphones look very
Most awkward conversation
subtle
ever.
these days. You don't get the actual thing anymore.
Why does he take so long to
So-
respond?
Is it like ASMR or something? What is he doing?
What the fucking
You should have started rapping right there, Neve.
That would have been so
Kinda
funny.
fuck with it.
You should
think
have
it-
said
you know.
the century line. How can I be homophobic? Bitch, he's gay. That would have been fine, just
Oh,
right
he
there.
was just scratching like the wire thing on his
bisexual
mic.
bridal
It wasn't
shower.
his actual mic.
Oh, you're not even ballsy enough to have your comments merged?
I'm like, what?
Your comments. merged.
Like my truck? What?
Your comments.
Never mind. I don't have enough crayons or time to explain.
That's my fucking line, buddy.
Well, that's my line, mister.
It actually is, though.
No, fuck you.
No, I insist. Fuck you.
No, fuck you.
I see your fuck you, and I raise you to fuck you.
I raise you 2 big ass fists, one in your jaw and one up your ass.
Wow.
I'm gonna spit roast you with these hands.
Should people on government assistance be drug tested?
Okay, you win. That's gay as hell.
Look at his fucking head.
I'm writing that one down.
I'm watching
most of the time people say catch these
a
pants. I
license
never
to
got
go
the spit
fishing.
roasty pants though before that.
Then there should be a license to have kids.
It's the worst argument.
Well, this has been weird, but until next time, my arch nemesis, fuck you.
I feel like I just watched like a couple that got divorced like 10 years before that. And that was
art line.
each other.
What does he mean?
Okay, go to the Alvin. The Alvin one's funny. And then this guy, I try to get him to change his fire alarm, and
Literally,
he's like, tries to go.
I've fought with that guy so many times, and every time I do, he
Like, actually, like, so many times. Like, 5 or 6
like
plus.
him.
Oh, this was whole time.
Canklemore only has 4 subscribers on YouTube.
Yep.
Make it 5.
Sick. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you have to always try to have multiple.
I got all those 4 from your community.
About investing in some
Thank you.
eventually.
Most of my people are on Kick and Twitch.
Smart.
I didn't realize that nobody's on YouTube like that.
Might as well do it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
This keep skipping this guy. He's talking money. Oh, this is the fat macaroni penguin.
Gonna see where this goes. I feel like
Change that. You gotta change your
Oh, this guy's
motherfucking
fucking
fire
funny.
alarm,
This
dude.
is
Your
funny.
house is gonna burn down. There's nothing you're not even.
There we go.
That was.
These questions need to be like dumb, not like they need to be dumb questions, but like they need to be questions that are easy enough for people to answer that don't have a ton in common and aren't intellectuals. They're just kind of like
Is the god not a
regular
real
streamers.
Should there be a license to have kids?
But-
Oh, you just didn't
Huh?
ask it yet? I thought you already asked it.
Oh no, there was my chatter was asking. I'm gonna write that one down though, just in case.
50-cent pieces. We be stacking the 50-cent pieces and
Angela, what did you say a second ago?
like start your
I said, should there be license to have kids? If
Yes.
you have like a fishing license to go fishing.
I wrote that down as a follow-up for the should people on government assistance be drug tested.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? By the time he grown and shit, you know what I'm saying? That shit paid off and all of that.
Totally. Diversify your bonds.
No, fuck. Yeah, over $100. Yeah,
Yo,
Hey,
you
did you
gotta
hear
change
that?
that. You gotta change your motherfucking fire alarm, dude. Your house is gonna burn down. There's nothing you're not even gonna know.
what you talking about? Where you going back upstairs? What you looking for your phone? It's right here. It's dead though.
Pat, you didn't hear that?
My house brand new, bro. It's only like 3-4 years old.
It looks new.
Yeah, it is. I got I ain't leave no upgrades out. We couldn't be broke and leave the upgrades. I got what are speakers? I got speakers on my ceiling and shit.
Oh, yeah. I heard that. Oh, see, it's your fire alarm. That's your fire alarm battery.
No, my fire alarm don't got batteries. No, so I even pull the bitch down and let you see the shit if you really wanted to see the shit.
Yeah, I do. Show me.
Yeah, my fire. To be honest, I don't know why I beat like that. I think it's just to show them.
Overtake Fiat?
See, when you build a house, they don't even paint the walls and shit. I don't even know what color I want to paint my walls and shit.
Yo, you should go at that paint package.
Yeah, I can control. You see all my light switches I can control from my phone.
Whatever.
Like all type of shit.
Alright.
Oh shit.
You gotta change that fire alarm.
It's,
Look, he actually pulls it up the ceiling.
You ain't got no batteries. It hook up. It's straight plug. You ain't got no batteries.
Okay, you can skip this one. It just gets dumber.
What's that noise?
4 in the morning, so 1 o'clock your time.
Oh wait, go back.
Yeah, actually. Oh damn.
Where's the Alvin one?
That one.
Oh,
Oh
this
god.
guy was
It's
really
square,
cute.
they'll all disappear.
Shit. Okay, that one. Oh god, it's gone. Damn.
Yeah, how's your stream going?
Oh fuck! I'm
How's my
sinking
stream
fast.
going?
Yeah,
It's
this
going
is just
pretty well.
boring.
It's been going. How about you?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Hey,
There's a bunch of
what's
frat
up?
boys. They hit on me. It's really awkward. Where the fuck is the
I wish
Alvin
I
one?
was.
I don't know.
Okay, let me find the timestamp and then skip. Okay, go to the beginning of this one. It's so weird.
I would fuck the shit out of you, baby girl.
You are fucked.
Baby. Oh, that's
Oh,
neat.
this is different.
Ooh.
Are you a man?
I'm Peter Pan.
Oh fuck!
Hello.
I accidentally clicked it because I laughed.
Oh, brother, this guy.
Where's your face? This is a verse. How are you gonna win? Have you won a verse yet? Oh, I see your picture. I see your picture. Open
What the fuck
image
was
in
that?
new tab. Let's see.
Okay, go to
hold
2
on.
minutes
I'm
and
gonna look at
13
your photo
seconds.
quick.
Or go to 2 hours and 13
How
seconds.
many years have you been men?
2 hours and 13.
Are you a man?
Let's go to 2-13.
I'm Peter Pan.
Are you straight?
I am attracted to aliens.
That's my go-to every time, guys. I gotta get a new one.
Someone else's mind. You're live hopping? I don't blame you.
Oh, should be able to recite the.
Who else is streaming tonight? Are you
Okay.
on Aaron's, right? Tell Aaron I say hello.
The Pledge of
Is this
Allegiance
it?
is good.
Ooh.
The illegal immigrants one might not work. It might work for one of them, but
Okay, I lied. This isn't it.
Northern Star. Tell me my fortune.
Is that how it works?
Hey. Go wrong. Ta-da.
Okay, I found it.
Hi, Lita. Welcome
where is it?
It's okay,
to
we're
the Thunderdome.
247.
Bum, bum, bum.
247.
I'm about to get
Some women who wanna.
At the very end of this one, you can just
a club. I'm in the club. I'm like, yeah, you look that
This?
way.
Okay, this is it.
Oh wow, Alvin, you giving me Disney's Frozen vibes. Oh my god, I'm kind of fucking scared. Oh, shit. Can you sing a song?
No, I'm too drunk right now.
Alvin, you're ruining my fucking childhood with that degeneracy.
Man, we drinking.
Shit, Alvin. You can't be drinking that all by yourself. You're gonna be
Get litty like a titty tonight, you feel me?
Oh my god.
Yo, cheers. I got some Oki in this too. We be drinking. We be drinking.
Excuse me.
Hey, but you can't shit.
I said silver.
I feel like I'm on acid.
Rolly, 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 rolly. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I'm rolling. Rolling.
Trying to get lucky tonight.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm on this app trying to fuck.
Me too. Shit, I'm like, who's your daddy, girl?
Yeah.
Trying to get it in tonight, you feel me?
Yeah, Alvin. Go, Alvin. Go, Alvin.
Elvis, go Elvis.
Oh my god.
Elvis, give me an Elvis. I had a girl, she wanted to put a chain around my neck. I'm gonna cuff you. Oh, god damn.
Damn! Don't put up with that.
Damn. She wanted to put a chain around my neck. I'm gonna cuff you. Oh, god
Wanna cuck me? Is that what?
Damn!
Yeah.
Don't put up with that.
damn. I was like, hell no, you scared me, girl. She's like, you make me so wet. I'm fucking dripping dry right now. I was like, oh, lordy lord. Please.
Yeah, you don't need that.
I'm like, damn, I'm dripping fucking poison.
So weird.
She a dirty little freaky leak.
Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
My tip. Be like, oh yeah, suck it, girl. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a one-off. That's not a dating app.
Period, right?
Period.
Yeah. Some drinking a little salsa.
You gonna
What do
do
you
some
think, Alvin?
salsa?
What do we think Alvin's nationality is? Based on his vocabulary.
Oh, you mean like okay. The actual person.
Oh, shit. You got sniped, Alvin. You got sniped.
I think it's a hood rat white kid.
All right, I'm gonna favor you, Alvin. You can battle me anytime.
I think so too. Has to be.
Yeah.
So he can snipe me again. I know you fucking lying.
You go get that nut, Alvin.
Oh, that's good. Go get your
Weird.
nut.
Anyways, yeah, that's just, it's not, I gotta go through in there and like edit it and maybe do some highlights.
Fix the audio a little bit.
Yeah.
That was funny though. That was good.
It was.
I should go because I have to do schoolwork.
Have fun.
I won't. Bye.
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 Little freak-a-leak-a-leak. So funny. Okay, so two of the most random people dropped by my stream yesterday. Fucking Dark Lake twice. Even today. And then Fatty at 1.2. Super weird, dude. I know.
Fatty?
Fuck him. Yeah. I don't know if you know who he is, but
He's a nobody. He's so irrelevant.
Okay.
he might be here right now though.
He's still irrelevant, even if he was here.
This is also, I tried to share this earlier. I couldn't do it though.
Oh my god,
But,
did you see the thing that they dropped? Grey Pill put in the chat. Well, I mean, were you the one that comment on it where Blake was going off on Robbie, and I was like, yo,
Yeah.
why does anyone have the audacity to call me racist when there are other black men shitting on black women?
Dude, I was joking with I can't remember who I was joking with the other day. But I was like, I'm jokingly like kind of the simp assassin because in like the simp empire, then there's like all the ladies or whatever, and they always get shit on by Lake.
Graham, I see
but then
you in
like
here.
Raw
see you in the
obviously
chat,
fights them all,
Graham.
and then so do I. But I do it in like such a sneaky way where I basically just like wobble my way onto a panel with them, and then I strike. So, anyways, I think it's funny because I think Lake is kind of like, oh shit, I think he's scared. That's why he's been in my chat, like
Why?
sucking up and shit. because he knows I'm gonna roast the fucking shit out of him the next time I see him. Like the next time I get a chance to get on a panel with him, it's on site.
That's why I don't want to interact with them anymore, because it's like I feel like everybody's only fake nice to me just because they think it's like a clout thing, and I'm just like, why? There's no fucking clout here, honestly. I think it's strange that people are fake nice to me. Like, whether you hate me or you like me, just pick a team, honestly. But like, if you don't like me and you're like sussing me out because you think I have bad intentions, then just tell me to my face and we can talk it out. And I can't tell who's who anymore, so I just rather just not interact with them.
Yeah,
I always be like, you're racist. You're racist. Like, how am I racist, bro?
I'm not
and then
racist, I'm just basic.
this whole drama broke out yesterday. It was insane. So like Voice of Venus and Daryl are really good friends, and then Voice of Venus has a big beef with B Taylor, and then so Voice of Venus, Daryl, B Taylor, Raw, and Muva, who's like a really big chatter in the black. She's like in the Black Manosphere or whatever. So they basically Daryl and Venus had a really big falling out, and they were going at each other like on live and stuff. And then they ended up bringing up the group chat we had, which, mind you, like I don't really use. I just kind of I was like randomly in it, which was really weird. Anyways, and then so Daryl's on stream like talking about like posting receipts and stuff, and then somehow my name gets brought up. And then there's a stream where Daryl's talking about how the quote unquote sisterhood doesn't fuck with him anymore or whatever. And then Fatty was streaming and was like, oh, like maybe he's like, oh, maybe like the simp god is gonna have to pivot or whatever. Maybe Neve can help you with that. He like randomly brought me up, and then I commented and I was like, leave me the fuck out of this, you demon. And then he ended up getting it on stream. I don't know. I'll send you a timestamp because it's actually funny.
The unnecessary low blows. Did you see the guy from that 70s show who got you
Yup.
know, yeah,
Raped.
I don't know. Yeah, man, what's up with these people? Why do they feel like they have to do this? I don't understand.
I don't know. People are weird, dude.
It's so weird.
That one's fucky. Did you see what Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis did recently?
I saw them set up for like an apology for whatever, like didn't they like defend him kind of fiercely?
But it sucks because like what were they supposed to do? It was someone that they probably worked with and it's almost like are known with, and I mean they've been probably friends for like ever. And I mean, right now, if I found out one of you two were like serial killers, I would probably defend the fuck out of y'all until there were evidence like, oh shit, like my bad. Like now I have to really denounce that. But like that's like the worst thing to do. Should you defend somebody? Oh, what about that? That's a topic without proof.
It's true though. Like, yeah, I don't know.
That's a good one actually. I like that.
Okay, cool. Yay, I contributed something.
You
I feel
did.
better now.
One thing you didn't do. I'm just kidding. It's 1 out of what, 4 so far. So you're even with literally everybody else.
So I'm looking on the internet. I'm trying to see what else. They broke up after a week and fought 5 guys for her. You know, I'm worried for Amy because Amy's blowing up on YouTube, but like for all the wrong reasons, and this is gonna bite her in the butt when she realizes how delusional this is gonna take.
Amy who?
Dangerfield.
Oh, whoa. Yeah.
Like her subs are going up, but like it's because she's like kind of dick riding this like red pill stuff like a little bit too
with
hard.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, I don't. Ugh, fuck, man.
Jump down, and then say some fucking gay shit. I'm gay.
I got it.
Amy Dangerfield. She's going up. Oh, she's almost at 6,000 subs, girl.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel.
Oh, she like does that type of shit.
Yeah.
What's up guys, welcome back to my channel. My name's Amy Dangerfield. As some of you may or may not know, I was on a live stream with Destiny a couple of months ago, and he asked my opinion on this whole Andrew Tate situation. Back then, I had not delved deep into the matter, but I did vaguely recall something about one of the victims actually retracting their statements.
PBD just did a 4.5 hour glaze session with Andrew Tate.
What do you mean glaze session?
As in, it's all softball questions to give Andrew Tate the opportunity to share his message with the world and how horrendously mistreated he's been and how unfair the Matrix is and how trumped up and bullshit every charge against him is. So, you know, just a standard red pill coverage of Andrew Tate.
Okay.
But you might believe half that stuff, so, you know, who knows?
I don't know too much about it. I mean, he got, he's officially been released, right? Or
No. He's about
He's
to
on
get
house arrest.
charged.
Oh.
He's about to be indicted. He's about to have some formal shit come down.
I mean, didn't the girls come out and say that it was like fabricated?
No.
Or they wasn't there like transcripts of them
No.
saying that?
What happened was the police officers felt like there wasn't enough evidence to go through with things, and there were text messages that got leaked of the girls communicating with each other. And what Andrew Tate's defense team tried to make it sound like was that they were making up the whole charges. But the conversation between them, you can go look up the transcripts later, was basically them saying, I don't know if we should tell the police officers that we were drinking or not. Like, is that going to make them not believe us? And when those conversations got leaked, they're like, oh, look, they made it all up. That's not true.
I can never speak on that because I have no idea about like the legal side. I haven't looked at it, so I can't even like pretend to give an opinion on it. Over the period of the last couple of months, I have done a deep dive on this subject.
Garbage deep
delving
dive, but a
into
deep
various
dive.
different components of the case, ranging from the actual victims themselves, the alleged victims, the timeline of events, as well as the broader portrayal of how this whole thing has played out in the media. It's been pretty interesting to consider as well. This video is not about whether I endorse or oppose sex work and its proliferation. I've pretty much made my position on all of that clear in my last video. I'll link it in the description for anybody who hasn't seen it. So just
Those are
over a month
AI
ago, I
girls.
found myself on the Sourcecast. Shout out to you guys, where I once again encountered this question. Armed with a more comprehensive understanding, I was able to give a more resolute response that carried a lot more conviction.
I've given my opinion. I think it's a complete sham. I'm saying that he's 100% innocent. Prove me wrong. What are the odds that he actually did something, these heinous charges that he's been accused of? It's the mainstream media hiding their own, basically burying stories of when people on that side of the aisle, what he called establishment, or basically one of their own type of people, when it happens, bury the story. Oh, this guy, male, misogynist, chauvinist, red pill, whatever you want to call him, hype it up, lock him up, throw away the key. Odds that he is completely innocent and this is absolute fabrication of what actually happened. Let's start with the gentleman on this and we'll go to the ladies.
If you look at the articles, they all come out at the same time and they all have the same headline. Yep. From very different news outlets, left, right, whatever it is. And I think one thing, and I think Andrew spoke to this, is the law can be subjective. And, you know, it was everything clean around webcam businesses, all that. I'm not going to say that that's the case. But was it human trafficking, all the things that he was alleged of? Hell no.
Amy?
Yeah.
What are the odds that he has actually done the crime?
I believe that he is innocent. I think when people cannot control you, they will try to control the perception of you. And that has been evident many, many times throughout media. You know, we really don't need to look for too many other examples to see that this has happened. I do agree with what you said. For sure, maybe there's some questionable things with the webcam business, but conflating that with real human trafficking is spitting on the faces of the people who actually suffered at the hand of that terrible affliction. You cannot conflate the two.
Well said. Well said.
Very well said.
What happened next was interesting. There were a lot of DGGers, the people from Destiny's community, who were directing a lot of criticism my way, calling me a grifter and saying that I had essentially altered my stance. Some of them even took it upon themselves to create a Reddit page solely dedicated to this discourse. So let's go ahead and read this here. Amy's a meat-riding grifter. It really is a shame that all these people that can engage with and have half a brain cell around Destiny just switch it off the second they re-enter their own little circle jerk. Allow me to clarify. I would comprehend such reactions from people if the sequence of events were reversed. If I had got on the source cast and then said what I said on Destiny. Or I would understand if these two events were within a couple of days of each other, maybe the same week. But this appearance was over a month later, which gave me ample time to do my research, due diligence, and get a better understanding of the case itself.
What's up?
I posted the link in this chat, and it's like timestamped, I think. Like it should just open up to the time, but I don't know if it will. Just so you know.
What the hell with that? God with this dumb why you doing that?
I'm not trying to
633.
Have you never seen Patty before? You should probably go through it.
I don't think I have.
Go ahead.
Okay. The fucking memes are so ridiculous.
Maybe it's
That
time
guy?
to pivot, Sim God.
Yeah, that's funny.
I see a market for you. Where is Niv when we need her? Between the 426 people that are on the chat, is Niv over here? Niv, I think you need to steer Sim God on another direction.
The chat is pretty funny. Wait.
When
Can
simping
you
goes wrong, LOL, come join the elite.
Just
white
wait.
side.
Just wait till I talk. Well, I don't talk, but like I type in it and it gets pretty funny.
Does anybody
The
know
sister
who
who doesn't want-
Tycon Blue is?
Who?
Don't know.
Icon Blue?
Hightown Blue.
Am I saying his name right? It was Tachyon?
Tachyon Blue?
Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
Is it
Yeah.
TACHION?
YON.
Okay, so Tachyon Blue. Sounds familiar.
Liberal political content creator. DMs are open. Just message me saying, "Hey Angela, I'm from Food Shops Community and discovered you through the MLD Confrontation Shocker there. Well done. We could have a pretty interesting conversation sometime if you want. I'm relatively new to the space. I'm committed to good faith discussion." Sounds like clickbait. I'm nervous.
Is it this guy?
Yeah, I only have him on Twitter. I didn't look at his YouTube yet. What's his content looking like? He's about to ambush me. I feel like I'm gonna get ambushed.
All right, welcome everyone. We're going to have an interesting discussion here about the Starfield pronouns drama. If you haven't seen it,
You should just ask. Food Chops is streaming. You should just ask her.
Back on. Kick. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're going to discuss the Starfield pronouns drama.
I didn't see you in the waiting room. How long were you in the waiting room?
Not long. It's my bad. I had some severe technical
Okay, there's a video with Food Chops.
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay,
watch
look,
this for a
let me turn
minute.
you up
I'm gonna
for a
be
stream.
right back.
I'm
It'll be like
I'm
4
not
minutes.
ready
Not
yet,
even.
By the way, so just give me like.
Tacky and
I'm gonna
Blue
grab
is
something, throw
in
something
Food
like
Chops chat right now.
I'll join.
Oh, really?
You know, I'll be ready by the time
Yeah.
the intro starts.
Okay, sure thing. Hold on. Let me turn you up even more. Can you say some words?
Okay, so I'm telling you not to do that right now because I'm not even set up to sit at my mic properly. When I'm set up
Actually,
to
they
sit at my
might
mic,
even be
then
in
you
the
should do a mic
Discord
check.
call.
Okay, no problem. All right.
No, it's just her there.
It'll be
Okay.
quick, and I'll probably sound fine once I do. So don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. All right. Tachyon. So how about this? Tachyon, you can
They're watching you on Pressure
introduce
Pit right now.
yourself.
No way.
Actually, wait.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, since you guys are not showing camera, I'm just gonna show my full screen cam. I
It's 'cause I'm supposed to
think
talk to her
that
tomorrow,
should be
that's
okay
why.
with the audience.
Oh, right, yeah.
And
I will
No,
be using my
what are they
camera.
doing?
Okay.
I'm gonna go leave a comment. What are you doing?
Okay, all right. Okay, Tachyon,
So
you can give your
cringe.
intro. Who are you?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey,
oh
I'm
my
Tachyon
god. No,
Blue.
I hate
was
people see
involved
my
in
old
gaming
content.
for
Tachion's
several
intro.
years, between about
Oh, wait.
2015
Never mind.
to
Never mind.
2018.
I thought that was on the live.
hosted
It was
two
on
panels at different
Tinkles.
conventions about the topic. I was
Oh,
going to host
no.
a third,
Is she
but it
live
actually
right
got
now?
canceled because of a
Yeah.
group of people
She's not on
social
YouTube. What is she
media,
on Kick?
contacted
No,
the
she's on YouTube.
organizers and pressured
Oh,
them
it
into
doesn't say it's
canceling it.
it doesn't say she's
I've
live on YouTube
written a
right
book
now.
about Gamergate. Gamergate
Oh,
First
wait.
Metal: The Culture War by Kevin
Oh,
McDonald.
anti-fresh and fit
I
shirt.
also was involved in a lot of operations, including Operation
What
Don't
doing?
Comet Con, Operation Torrential Downpour, Operation Icy Blizzard. I did not really partake in Operation Disrespectful Nod. I also hosted a number of debates on my channel and on other channels. I was a guest and on the streaming community to debate people on Gamergate. Also hosted Gamergate open houses.
Hey,
In
you're watching
addition,
somebody
I hosted a
review.
number
That's
of
actually funny.
meetups,
It's like
Gamergate and
Inception.
St. Louis meetups, where we got together, spent some time together in real life.
Oh my god.
And one of the people from the meetups is actually probably watching live now, or going to be watching the VOD later. I also
That's
moderated some
wiser.
Gamergate communities, including the Steam group, the Discord server, which I actually created, and I was very active in the debate subreddits as well. Basically, my view is, well, we don't want to get too much into that, but Gamergate to me was a big part of my life, and maybe too much of my life actually. It was something that I was like die hard dedicated to, at the expense perhaps of other things.
Oh,
And
I can't hear her
but
because
I
of
believe in the
the.
cause, and I think that it was still a just cause, and I think that I want to change the record on this. I want to see the record on this change. I want to see people believe that Gamergate was a force for good, or at least had the potential to be a force for good. And even if they disagree with me, that's okay. We can have a conversation. And that's why I'm really glad that Ninetales is here and agreed to do this discussion. I'm glad that you've agreed to moderate,
How to come
and
into
that possibly
Cankles.
Yoon might be coming in later. I appreciate Jay Chisel's offer to moderate as
Huh?
well. I
This
think
is
that
so
that was very
embarrassing.
nice of him
Oh my
to
god.
offer that. And I'm really excited to be here and have this
Should I
conversation.
go?
So
Should
thank
I
you.
go, Neve? Oh my god. This is so
Yes.
embarrassing. I'm
Do
so
it.
embarrassed.
Awesome.
Fuck. I feel bad.
And,
I've been donating enough
let's-
time to Cankles.
How about this?
I'll tell him I love him. I'll be
Since,
back when if I can. Okay.
Nine is still
Sounds good.
setting
I'll
up.
see you later.
Unless Nine's
I'm
done now.
basically ready. I'm basically ready.
Okay. All right. Nine introductions.
I don't like my lighting though, so forgive me on that.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, Ninetales cut like Tachyon
Oh
said he was
shit!
gonna
Which is
do like a
where's
20-minute intro,
the?
by the way.
No, that's the opening
Oh.
statement, but it's not going to be 20. It's going to be about 15.
Yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm Ninetales Cosmic Fox. I'm not gonna make I'm just a streamer, blah blah blah. Debater more than anything. Debater extraordinaire. You can find me on Twitch. I'm gonna be streaming this time once I'm actually ready. And I'm also on Twitter at M9Scarlet.
Cool. Well, hey, thanks for agreeing to this. I think it's going to be a good discussion. I hope that at the end of the day, when this is all over, we can look at this and be like, you know what, we disagree on some points, but we also found some common ground, and that's useful.
Cool. Awesome. All right,
Where's that
intros.
coming from?
So now we can do the intro, the actual like opening argument intro thing.
Do you want to do yours
okay.
first, or do you want to do mine first?
You can go first.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, hey,
Tachyon, you can go first. Yeah. How long was it again? Is it 15 minutes, 20 minutes, or 25 minutes? How long was it?
No. It's well. Remember, you said limit of 15. So, but don't worry, I've shortened it. So let me. You guys have a timer ready? Let me know.
I do have a timer ready. How long should I set it for?
Set it for 15, and then as soon as I'm done, we want to start that video. And then any time remaining after that video, we're gonna cede. Okay. I'm gonna cede to Ninetales for her opening statement.
Wait, hold on. But after the 15 minutes, it's only 15 minutes, right?
Correct.
Wow,
Yeah, but the video is additional time, right?
No, that's including the video.
Okay, gotcha. All right, sounds good.
Let me know when you're ready.
Cankle, where are you?
First of all, thank you to everyone who is here for the debate as we observe the 9th anniversary of Gamergate. It's a topic that's near and dear to my heart, as I know it is for many of you. The focus of this discussion is the charge that Ninetales has levied against Gamergate supporters. Ninetales has alleged that the movement was motivated by misogyny, that those of us involved in Gamergate used concerns about games journalism, censorship, and creative freedom as a smokescreen, so that they could pursue their true aims of driving women out of gaming. As someone who is for several years heavily involved with Gamergate in multiple capacities, I am happy to address this accusation, and I'm glad that Ninetales has graciously agreed to debate this topic tonight. Unfortunately, I believe that Ninetales has fallen for some misinformation, and I hope that a good faith conversation will clear things up. To me, Gamergate was never about hating anyone. It was a backlash to unethical games journalism that the gaming community had to put up with for far too long. In August 2014, the gaming press had an opportunity to change that, to implement reforms necessary to build trust. Within the span of less than 2 weeks, a number of high-profile games journalists across multiple publications were embroiled in scandals of having engaged in ethical misconduct. Kotaku's Nathan Grayson wrote 3 articles involving Zoe Quinn, including a January 2014 article that promoted Zoe Quinn's game Depression Quest over 49 other games. Grayson did not disclose that he had been friends with Quinn since at least June 2012, or that he had appeared in the credits of the game. Mr. Grayson had also written 6 articles over the span of 3 months about Robin Arnott, including a positive review of his game's sound self, even though the two had been friends. Arnott and Grayson had been friends on Facebook since March 2013, and in his review, he talks about how Arnott greeted him with a hug. While hugging people and being Facebook friends is not inherently indicative of a real-life friendship, it does raise questions, especially when you're reviewing his game, praising his game in 3 other articles and quoting him in 2 other articles, all in the span of 3 months. It raises eyebrows. Another Kotaku writer, Patricia Hernandez, had allegedly provided positive coverage of 3 of Anna Anthropy's games, as well as Anna Anthropy's book, without disclosing that Anthropy was her roommate. Polygon's Danielle Reindow gave Gone Home a 10 out of 10 without disclosing that she had been, quote, close friends, unquote, with the game's composer, Chris Remu, since at least 2008. Another Polygon writer, Ben Kuchera, had allegedly donated money to indie game developers whose games he reported on. Leah Alexander, who worked for several publications, had written 8 articles, later a 9th article, about Anna Anthropy or her games. These articles did not disclose that the two appeared to be friends. It's not clear exactly when their friendship began, but the two had publicly discussed going to dinner together on at least 2 occasions, had regularly tweeted at each other since at least October 2010, and another Twitter user had contemporaneously thought that they were friends, or might be friends, about October 28th, 2010.
Disgusting.
All of these scandals had blown up over the course of less than 2 weeks, and the response from the games press was largely to ignore the situation or deny any wrongdoing. Some websites even censored discussion of the scandals, infuriating users and backfiring for the censors, resulting in the topics blowing up even
Michael,
bigger.
where are you?
But even so, it wasn't too late for the games press, and it wasn't too late to stop Gamergate from happening. It is understandable
Ricky.
that people would want answers to the very real ethical questions
Ricky.
raised. All they had to do is what any honest person would do in this circumstance: address the ethical concerns, implement reforms to reduce future ethical breaches, apologize to the audience, and establish a dialogue with those who have brought these concerns to light. And of course, they could also make it clear that they don't condone any harassment as well. But they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to reform. They didn't want to have conversations. They wanted to shut them down. They embraced an us versus them mentality. They created Gamergate. On August 28th, 2014, 9 years ago tomorrow, the games press attacked Gamasutra, Destructoid, Kotaku, Rock Paper Shotgun, Ars Technica, Vice, BuzzFeed, The Daily Beast, Dr. Nerdlove, and the Financial Post, and Dan Golding of the Free Play Independent Games Festival all wrote articles declaring that the gamer identity needed to come to an end. The gamers are dead articles. Some of these articles, such as Golding's, even declared that, quote, the hysterical fits of those inculcated at the heart of gamer culture might on the surface be claimed as crusaders for journalistic integrity, or a defense against falsehoods, along with a mix of the hatred of women and an expansive bigotry thrown in for good measure. What is actually going on is an attempt to retain hegemony. Make no mistake, this is the exertion of power in the name of male gamer orthodoxy, an orthodoxy that has already begun to disappear. The Gamers Are Dead articles prove to be disastrous and have disastrous consequences for the games press. Rather than creating an atmosphere of dialogue and reform, the games press upset large swaths of their audience. The Gamergate hashtag exploded and forums all over the internet discussed the articles. People were pissed, and understandably so. Why did all these articles come out on the same day and say more or less the same thing? Why are they all an ideological attack on the gamer identity as a whole? An identity that many people have embraced and found both comfort and community in. When you treat people this way, you shouldn't be surprised that there's a backlash. Some people did legitimately harass other people on both sides. Some people legitimately harassed individuals involved in these scandals in the weeks leading up to Gamergate, and that's wrong. That should be condemned wholeheartedly and without reservation. And the Gamergate community has worked to condemn harassment. They created the Gamergate Harassment Patrol to fight against harassment, and multiple studies have shown that the vast majority of Gamergate supporters did not support harassment or engage in harassment. A study conducted by Women Action Media that analyzes the accounts on anti-Gamergater Randy Harper's block list of alleged Gamergate supporters found that out of the 9,844 alleged Gamergate supporters, only 65 had engaged in harassment. That comes to 0.66% of Gamergate supporters engaging in harassment, and I have no problem condemning those 65 individuals. Another study conducted by Brandwatch at the request of Newsweek analyzed 500,000 Gamergate tweets with a random sampling of 1/4 of the tweets on the hashtag. Brandwatch found that 6,315 of the 500,000 tweets analyzed contained negative sentiments towards Anita Sarkeesian, Brianna Wu, Leigh Alexander, or Zoe Quinn. That comes to 1.26% of the 500,000 tweets analyzed. The study did not address if the 6,315 tweets in particular met the definition of harassment, but rather they used the metric of whether or not they contained negative sentiment. These are just the events that led up to the Gamergate conflict, and the Gamers Are Dead articles. The next several years saw almost constant events, controversies, and happenings. To cover it all in the brief amount of time allotted to me here would be impossible. So let me say in closing, I think Ninetales is wrong about Gamergaters being misogynistic. I think people had good reasons to be critical of the game's press. That people had good reasons to recoil at the Gamers Are Dead articles, perhaps even more so after it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists across competing publications were in a private mailing group and had used that group to blacklist game developers and games journalists that they didn't like. How many other such groups exist that we don't know about?
How long have I been
These
gone?
are reasonable questions and reasonable concerns.
2 hours, bitch.
These reasonable
I had a
concerns
feeling
and
this was going to
questions were
happen
met with
when I got back.
condemnation of the gamer identity, of
Hold on,
censorship, with
Angela's on
allegations
Food
that
Shop.
everyone who wanted to talk about
She's
this
on
was
Food Shop stream?
misogynist, and the
Yeah,
suppression of
talking
negative
about us.
information. Some of the Gamers Are Dead articles, such as that by Devin Wilson of Gama Sutra, even argued that video games themselves were possibly bad and created a toxic culture. Wilson wanted to
You struck me as like more of like a red pill type person. I mean, you were kind of in opposition to the blue pill people in this one, right?
There's no arguing that. Hardcore. Like, it was a hardcore. Like,
Where did
and you
you
still
go?
have some of
Did
that,
you just,
but you
like,
just think that
go
some of
take-
like the
you were
other stuff
taking a
is cringe.
shite?
Like you think it's cringe for them to advocate for like not living with your wife or whatever if you're married and staying with the boys, or like what are like the big things you think that you hear from the red?
everything. For example, it was like, if you have social media, you're a hoe. And like my family was like, for a long time, if I had social media, they would call me like, what are you doing on social media? So like to me, it was like, yeah, instantly check off. You are a hoe if you're on Instagram. You know, like little things like that. What else? It was like the promiscuous thing, or like if you sleep with people. Like now I'm more exposed to like people in Miami where hookup culture is normal there.
So,
but
where
then
are
they
you at with the
also date people
questions?
who are engaged into hookup. So it's normal in their world, but in my world it'd be like frowned upon heavily. So it was a lot of projection from my own experiences. That's why it allowed so much. So a lot of those things were kind of like
Lower
normal
this a
to
little
me,
bit.
like hearing, and I was like, yep, checked off list, yep. Yeah. So
you just like you've evolved on these things. Like, was it a slow evolution, or was it just like when you?
I was in the middle of typing one. Okay. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis released an apology video for writing letters
pretty much it. I moved from
to the
Tampa
judge
Miami.
handling the
Tampa, I've been
case
here my whole life, and then I moved to Miami, and then like
of
I
their
started like
former
befriending a lot of people that were
coworker.
content creators, and like some of them were
I
like
should put co-star.
showing me, for example, when they said, "Oh, women and men can't be friends," and then I learned it wasn't
Daniel
that women
Ash.
can't be friends with men,
Oh,
men can't be friends with women, and I was like, well, these males
Oh, snap.
you know, so these fuckers are just like word playing everything. So I was like, oh wait, oh okay, there's checked off one list, and it was like, you know, what were they saying, like, men only date younger women because they're
Somebody
fertile.
spell
But then I was looking at
leniency.
everybody, I'm like, none of you fuckers have kids, so it wasn't because they
LENIENCY.
want kids. Motherfuckers just want young dumb bimbos because
I
they're
think so, right?
impressionable. You know, it's little things like that where they would date them. But it's
No,
not that they wanted to be with them because it was like fertile reasons. They would cheat on all of
Okay.
them
Yep,
with
I
like
did spell it
more
right.
intellectual women
I spelled it
And
wrong.
that's what I've noticed. Like, oh, okay,
I-
you just want your cake and eat it. You don't want to.
I thought that's what you said the first
Gonna
time.
challenge you, but you want to fuck around with somebody that's easy for you because
Yeah,
you don't
you
know
just
how to
want
get all in.
everything, don't you? But you don't want the woman to have everything because you're selfish. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, and then I caught a lot of those guys that would say those things. They would like flirt with me and stuff. I'm like, wait, I'm a pretty combative bitch when I want to be, and I'm like, you know, like I question a lot of things. I'm not necessarily the most submissive.
I got some of
man
these
who, like, everyone
factor
wants me to be. So
meals.
to me, it was like, I'm
What's
everything
that
you
mean?
fuckers say you hate.
Oh, I've seen
But why
them.
not?
Yeah,
Like,
factor.
if the math
They
wasn't
make those
adding up, so
like
it just slowly
those
gradually added up.
fresh,
So yeah, those the clips are
pre-made,
just brutal.
pre-portioned
What are some of
meals,
the things
right?
that you haven't been convinced on?
They've
that you're
been
like, I
pretty
grew up in
fucking
these
good.
things and
Like this
in
one I
Miami,
got
which is
is
like a very liberal
fucking
place, right?
garlic
Like, and big cities
salmon.
usually are, and they're trying to convince you of like certain ideas about things. Like what is not convincing that these people are trying to sell to you? I guess these new people in your life that you've met. Because I know we agree on, huh?
Wait, the red pill people or like who? Who exactly were
All
you asking?
more liberal people in your life that are more like, I guess, sexually open and willing to like have conversations like across men and women and like more progressive. You get what I'm saying?
The only
Like
thing
the
I
anti.
can't seem to wrap my head around
My nose is
is
itchy.
how people are able to sleep with so many people and not get like what do you call that? Emotionally invested. I just don't see how that's possible. How people are able to compartmentalize sleep with so many people.
I'm
That I
like
don't
that.
understand. Like if that
I
makes
don't,
you
are
happy,
you still
cool,
listening to what
support that,
Angela's
but
saying
I
right
don't
now?
understand how one's able
Yeah.
to
Yeah, me too.
just kind of turn off the switch.
Oh
That's why
yeah,
like
I'm like that.
Do you think that's more of like a?
I'm a hooker. I mean a whore.
think
I
it's
mean
weird
whatever.
that women can't do that? Or do you think
Wait,
it's weird
so
that, like,
wait.
men and
She
women
wait,
are
what? Was
incapable of
she doesn't understand
being emotionally
how
attached? Because for me,
How people
I
can
think
sleep
this
around and
perception
not get
exists
emotionally
in my
attached.
mind and in the society that women get emotionally
Oh.
attached to the men when they have sex with them,
Yeah,
and the
that-
men can just sort of have sex and forget about them.
I
Like
just
the next
I need
day.
to like
Do
trust
you,
someone,
are you saying
so
it's
I'm gonna
hard
say
to
I'm
understand how a
probably
woman can do that, or how like just people?
I
in
guess I
general can do
probably
that?
don't either.
people, but for the guys, I would have to say I wouldn't say they get attached the way women would, but more so I think it would affect them.
Yeah,
to
the
think
one-off
that
thing
every
doesn't
woman is a
really
hoe just because they're able to sleep with so many
work
people.
for
That's
me.
how I would view it as.
Hmm.
I think it still affects them emotionally, just not the same way as women.
You know what's so crazy? On the Fresh and Fit thing, they said like by the time they're like 21 or something, they're like, oh yeah, the average woman has slept with like 10, 20 people or whatever the fuck. Like I'm like, what? Ain't no way. Because I've like otherwise like why the hell would so much
still
women like I
fucking
don't know. It's
processing.
like
What the
crazy. Dude. I don't know
Well,
where they
yeah,
got that from.
thinking back, listening to you say that, like it just makes more sense to say like, why are we complaining about the amount of men who aren't having sex if so many women are hoes?
Yeah. Oh, also, this is like low-key a bad faith point, but you can still use a bad faith point. But it can still possibly work. I don't know, but well, not really bad faith point, but like at the same time, I guess it can sometimes work out. But basically, I think people reference incels a lot or whatever the fuck, right? But I think fuck it. Actually, this is just a fun fact, okay? The original incel forums was the incel movement was founded by a woman. I think yeah. So
Was that-
it was specifically by a lesbian woman though, to be
That
very
looks
fair, all right?
interesting.
It was
It
very
doesn't.
fair,
It
was founded by
doesn't
a
look great on
lesbian
It doesn't look
camera.
very
who was lonely.
It doesn't look very
Alright, the
appetizing. I'm not
lesbian
gonna
woman
lie,
was
but
lonely.
is
It
it
looks
good?
really good in front of my face, but it definitely does not look good on
it was
camera.
originally the first
Like it's
movement,
not looking
or the
good on
first
camera at
wave of
all.
the incel movement.
What are you eating?
Was
Like,
a mixture of both men
This
and
is the salmon.
so it was
right?
like equal in gender.
This
Okay.
really looks like shit on camera, but it
Which
looks
is, I
good
think,
right
really
here.
Fascinating to learn about, yeah.
Let me see if I can get it
But then
out of like
got
the
co-opted
lights.
by men. Yes.
Shocker there.
Yeah. Originally it was just like a coping therapy group kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it
But
looks
then yeah, it turned into
But-
this whole misogynist kind of shit.
ready to go get my
Because I think at the end of the
I'll
day,
be right
men do
back.
have probably a harder time having sex with women, or having sex or finding people to have sex with. Women
I'll
don't
be right
have a
back
problem
after
finding
this
people to have
commercial
sex with, right?
break.
They have a
Yeah,
problem
but-
finding
but-
like actually eligible candidates that
That
they
is
would
correct.
actually.
Yeah, because not everybody has all the time in the world to.
You're gonna
try
get
to find
broccoli?
people who are like
Yeah,
not
I just
curvy
need
men,
the
right?
short
because
leave
it's
to
like
my
because
fridge.
it's like
Gotcha.
okay, all right, you have 100 men lined up at the door to have sex with you, right? But like how much of that
Oh,
100 men are
yeah.
actually
Oh my God.
like well not sex, sorry, like romantic relationships, right? Like how much of that 100 men
It's
are
actually
like
some killer
romantically
salmon.
compatible with you?
Okay, one sec.
I think like I would say like vast majority of them are just there for the sex, and then like even less of them are even gonna be like good partners, and then like even less of them are actually gonna be like good, good actually good partners, like 1 or 2 out of the 100, right? Like so
Yeah.
and when you're working like a 9-to-5 job, like how much time are you going to invest into like good amount of dating to find out like whether or not like they're going to be like good partners, right? So at the same time, this is what women mean by like, okay, sure, you have a lot of men lining up at the door, right? You can technically have sex whenever the fuck you want, right? But like why the fuck would you do that when you can just like go ahead and you know, do a hobby, or you could go ahead and just use a fucking dildo, or you can just go ahead and, you know, like I don't know, like raise a cat.
I think sex is just not that important to women as not like as to men. You get what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what though.
Like I think men think about sex way
sure.
more.
The only reason men think about sex way more is because men, well, not just because of the horniness, right? But also because, because I know that, I think I saw this study, not this data thing, but basically I think men are like 250% horny or whatever like that if women is like 100% horny, right? So it's like I think men are like 2.5 times, right? So the thing is that at the same time it's a bit less of like the natural thing, and a bit more also because like men put it within their culture to value sex so much. And that's the problem, right? Is that all of men culture is just centralized around like getting women's validation, right? And getting men's validation about how women perceive them, right? Yeah.
I didn't know what to
Yeah,
put
but I
it in,
think
so I
that
just
has
grabbed
to
it.
be mostly naturally derived.
Just
though. Like,
grab
I
2
think the
big
culture
ass things of
exists
broccoli, just
because,
raw ass broccoli.
you know, men are just naturally hornier, right?
I mean,
it's not like it's not like they're it's not like the culture exists and then it makes men hornier.
I figured I would just break it off, you know, and then
you can be
dip
naturally
it.
horny, right? But then the social constructs that derive from that horniness is all men constructed. Does that make sense?
See, look. I washed it too.
For
Don't
example,
worry.
you, like for
See?
example, you can, for
one
example, you can be
broccoli.
naturally, for example, you can be naturally horny. I can admit that, right? That's perfectly fine. But like, you don't have to necessarily apply that to like validation from a woman by having sex with a woman and necessarily seeking attention from a woman, right? Instead, I think men are the one that actually made that social construct in the first place to feel good about themselves whenever they have insecurities. Instead, like, why couldn't it be in the case that they could have made that social construct that just been jacking off, and then instead they could have focused on hobbies
Holy
and shit, you know
moly.
what I mean?
What did I
Instead, they
miss?
chose to have that social construct of seeking validation from women, and
That's-
then instead they made themselves
Food
feel miserable
Shops
about themselves,
has a
and that's why they're killing themselves.
shit take.
That's the problem, right?
Somewhat.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I guess you would have to prove that.
That's a horrible take.
Could be just as fulfilling as
I didn't hear it all.
It is not as fulfilling. Like, I can totally agree that it's not as fulfilling, but at the same time, like, I don't think it's a far stretch to say that, okay, this is a social construct, that it is like that, right? I don't think there's anywhere in our genome that says like, okay, like men absolutely requires like sex with a woman in order to like satisfy like an inherently natural part of us, right?
No, yeah, of course. No, I'm just saying. It's naturally
The debate
it's more
is
of a
strong
natural
in this
fucking push
one.
that causes that to happen than like, you know, like we were talking about this yesterday. Every part of human existence is gonna be either it's naturally derived or it's socially derived or biologically or socially derived, and it's always both, but it's just like
She thinks that
how
the only
much
reason
one contributes,
men
you
like
know?
to fuck a
And I
lot
think with this one, it's like obviously
is because they
heavier,
want the
biologically,
validation
because
from
you don't see
women.
women doing it as much as men, you know.
Wait, hold on. Well, yeah, sure, right? But the thing
pretty
is,
sure
at the
it's
end of
just
the day,
testosterone.
you could say
No,
that it's
I
like
mean,
the horniness based, right? But at the
instead
end
of
the
just
day,
jerking off.
The social construct still is
Still
derived from that,
testosterone.
and we just haven't solved like these social construct problems. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, I lost the chat.
I have thoughts on it, but I'm in a brain fart right now.
That's okay.
Do it,
To me,
Angela.
it's like,
Debate these hoes.
I'll get back to you when my thoughts finish cooking.
You know, to go back to something you said, Angela, earlier, I think I think you do see this a lot. Do you ever see women, Angela, who think that they can participate in hookup culture because everyone around them is doing it, and then when they hook up with like 1 or 2 guys, it turns out like, oh fuck, I can't do this because I end up really liking these guys, and then they don't like me, and this is actually really bad for me. Do you ever find that?
Well, yes and no. I think it depends on like the type of person. Like if we're talking about somebody where they've been exposed to that lifestyle, then it's different. But I think if we're doing it like what did I say on my stream? It was like there's a difference
This
between
is
somebody who's
delicious.
drinking alcohol because everybody's drinking it, or someone who drinks because they like the way it tastes. So I mean, you're still drinking alcohol, but it's just like two different reasons. So I think there's people who
Based.
do it because everyone does it.
Are you
And they
dipping it
try
in ranch?
and I think they put too many eggs in one
So,
basket
should I
and
just
painting this
start
fantasy
eating
that
it
this
like
could
a
be their
fucking
husband, and
ice
if
cream
she
cone?
stays
Yes.
around long enough, then maybe he'll
Yes.
like her. Yeah, I think that does happen
Okay,
a lot.
one sec.
But then I think there are some people like, for example, Melina. Melina's her family is they've been into what swingers and open relationship. But it's something that's normal. People in other countries, it's pretty normal to be that sexualized. But like, it just really depends on your background. I personally would spaz the fuck out. I don't think I
Yes.
could do that.
Is
Me
it
too.
is that avocado ranch or
You
just
get- you
regular
become
ranch?
emotionally attached.
Well, like I
If
think
you're like
Just regular.
because to me, I'm not a guy, so I don't have like testosterone raging through me.
What
I
is
can't
an avocado ranch?
compartmentalize and be like, you know what? He's not that
Just
tall, or he's not
regular
that
ranch
handsome,
with a
or he's
little
not
bit of
that, but he has a
avocado
penis.
mixture
So I can just
in
get
it.
my freak on and just compartmentalize it. I don't see that happening. If I,
That's
as a
fucking
girl, like, put
wild.
myself in a
It's pretty
position to be
good.
with any guy,
Doesn't add
I'd
a
have to
whole lot.
check off a list
Adds
of
some like
things that I'm
healthy
okay,
fats and
he's,
oils, but
husband material, and he's a confident person, or blah blah
oh,
blah.
what's up,
For me
Graham?
to
You
wanna
sexy
open my life
fuck.
to him. I don't just, put that in a
Yeah.
separate department. And that's why like the red pill guys would say like, men love
Graham's
to
on my
win
stream
women.
now.
And it's like to a certain degree, I could
Who's that?
understand what
It's
they're
my
saying,
boy.
but I guess like what
From
do you
the
define as
South.
love? Like to a guy, love is maybe like one thing.
Shout out
but,
to
like,
Graham.
I could love my wife, but I can sleep with somebody else. That's not fucking love.
Graham
Does
Graham.
Graham
cracker.
like
You can say
broccoli?
that, but to a woman, I'm
Do you
like,
like
no, that's not
broccoli,
fucking love
Graham?
because you're not loyal to me.
Yeah.
Like how could you? It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you know what's so crazy is also at the same time, even if I were to grant
Fair enough.
everything what they're saying is correct about like the nature of everything, you know what I mean? Like even with your let's
Yes,
just say
the
we grant
Pope does
everything
wear
that
a funny
Jay
hat.
and FNF is saying about like women and men.
I need some debate
Like,
questions,
what am
my
I saying?
boy.
Like what is it like?
Like
what
the
are some
nature, like the
examples?
nature and the biology. Like let's just say like the lead.
This is just really
Angela's saying this
efficient.
too, right? She just
When you
said
think about it,
Wait, did she?
I'd have to like pull this all apart,
It's in a
put it
man's
in a
nature because
bowl.
he has testosterone
Like,
to
this is so much
compartmentalize these
better.
things and separate that, right?
Well, no, I'm saying those guys. I don't think like
Have you ever
average
seen
guys can
pizza
just
scissors?
compartmentalize that. I think they go home and they feel like shit, and then they cope with video
What?
games. And
They're
all these
basically
things
they're
and be
just
like, you know
regular
what? I feel
scissors,
like shit,
but
I
like
cheated on
there's
my
these
wife.
things. I went to
But
this restaurant. They sell
these guys
pizza.
are
I know
talking about,
exactly
And they
what
don't
you're
cut
talking
it
about.
up for you. They're
Yeah.
like pizza scissors, right?
They're like,
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
talking about just
So
having
I
sex
went to there once,
indiscriminately
and I
with, like,
didn't
people,
cut it in
not
slices. I cut them in puzzle pieces because I thought,
Yeah,
why
that was
not?
Jay,
weird.
why do you
When
keep doing this
it's
thing where you
whatever.
try to like say
And I
like
swear to
somebody is
God,
agreeing with you?
like literally,
unless
they
somebody
thought I
is
was a
She is, well,
psychopath.
she is. She is.
I was like, dude,
unless
come
somebody is
on.
actually saying like
Like
they're
any
agreeing
other
with you, don't
time,
say like,
we go
oh
to
my
we go
God,
to
like,
fucking
see,
Little
as you can see,
Caesars or Domino's.
like that's weird,
Sure,
bro.
cut it
Hold
normally,
on. Do we
like bake
agree
cut.
that
But
Yeah.
if you give me
better
fucking scissors,
compartmentalize the
like
difference between just using
cutting
somebody
it
physically
funny.
and being
Graham said if
emotionally
you don't like
attracted to them by the
broccoli,
nature
you're a
of them being
child.
man?
I agree.
I'm not
True.
asking you.
True. True. W
Alright.
broccoli.
You said you said well you said earlier I don't have testosterone raging through me, so I can't understand how that is. Right? So you're basically
Right.
saying, well, somebody who might have higher testosterone levels might be able to better separate the idea of someone who's strictly a sex partner versus like someone who they might be in a relationship with, you know?
Yeah, but I'm referring that to again.
That's
like,
what she said. Why are you nodding, shaking your head? That's what she said.
Wait,
I'm
Wait,
telling
stop,
you, Bruce,
Jay.
shaking her
Jay,
head.
see, that's the problem. Is that you don't understand nuance and you don't understand anything, Jay.
Oh, I don't understand.
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Yeah, he kind of blew that.
Wait, it's not. It's
We
not
took
a
that
done
very
just
literally.
Yet. Just hold on.
Yes, dunk on Jay. Teach him a lesson.
No. So again, like how earlier I said some women they're able to.
I'm having trouble
they're able
getting to the
compartmentalize.
rest of the
I'm saying the same thing
tree.
for men and women. I'm just saying some people can, some people can't.
I just don't want to get it all over my
The
face.
guy who has testosterone. I'm talking about the high value guys that the red pill guys talk about, where they're able to desensitize like how much they have sex with people. They don't really give a shit about women to begin with. That's why, in my
Delicious.
opinion, they're able to do that.
Like a certain person. I'm kidding, Jay. I'm kidding.
Yeah. But I don't.
I got
personally
broccoli
don't
all
think-
over the
I don't
fucking
think that the
place.
average guy who isn't getting as much.
I
sex
want to
with
go.
damn.
I want to go
women's
in their
attention
fucking
and just
chat right now
compartmentalize
so
it,
bad.
Just because like if you're not really
and
getting attention
ream
from women, and then
food
you
shops
finally
out
get
for this
attention from a
stupid
girl,
take.
you can be like, yeah, I'm just gonna only have sex with her. I'm not gonna.
Do you
pursue
have
it this way.
I'll
I just
take.
don't see how
No, I
that's
don't.
possible.
No.
I mean, I know food shops. I could get access.
Like you had to
but-
put some effort into
I understand that you say
Tell
that
AK to bring us in. I'll just sit there and eat broccoli and you can
you don't know
talk.
what it's like to be a man, right?
You want me to tell Angela to bring us in?
I think there's some
Yeah.
biological differences for sure.
Yeah, like you can only base how you might feel about a sexual interaction with somebody based strictly on how that would make you feel.
I don't want to embarrass her by
And you're
eating this
saying,
broccoli,
somebody might
but
have a different
she can
biology than you,
denounce me if
could
she
potentially
wants.
feel differently, but I can't understand that. So is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but it's not like fuck, am I so bad at explaining myself? What is going on? Okay. An average guy, what is it? What is it, the fucking stat? 1 out of 3 guys are sexless or virgins within the last year. Is that what that is?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
okay. Let's just go with that. That guy who hasn't had female interaction.
Just type in the
I
chat.
don't see, and I don't think that he could compartmentalize just having sex with a girl.
Like, type in
if he
Food Shop's
hasn't had
chat.
any female
Okay.
interaction. So if we compare him to some Miami douche
I
lord,
just feel like.
maybe the douche lord can just compartmentalize like,
Oh
yo,
wait, I feel
pussy
like I'm just
pussy,
like
love is
following
just
her
love, it is
around.
what it is. Maybe he could do that because he's probably surrounded by a bunch of women all the time. But the guy who hasn't had female,
Fuck it.
I believe that if he has put in the work to somehow got pussy, he's not gonna be like, you know what? She's only gonna be a pocket pussy when I need it. Like I just don't. How's that possible if you haven't had any female interaction in
I
so
get
long,
you.
forever? You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
No, I get you.
I
No,
got
I get you.
broccoli
You're saying for
all
the
over the
average person.
fucking
Yeah, I
place,
understand
dude.
that. You're not saying for men in general. You're saying for the average person, average man, you don't see how it would be possible for him if he's never had sex or hasn't had sex in a long time. All right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I just want to clarify.
I agree with that.
I'm not purposely trying to disagree
I
with you.
said,
just
are
want to
you
clarify my
accepting new contestants on the debate food
That's what
shop
I'm
show?
trying to clarify because I thought both. Yeah.
Did you type
But I
that in the
said
chat?
for sure.
This is an offhand comment, but like, have you guys ever seen like a successful Fresh and Fit person like who watches Fresh and Fit and is successful at
I
taking their
am.
advice? Like,
You are
No.
a successful
They
Fresh
even
and
say
Fit
what they
person.
even say
You watch
themselves, that
you watch Fresh and Fit unironically.
Only for like the top
Fuck no.
1% of
Okay, good.
I watch one episode of Fresh and Fit. Fuck 50 bitches right after.
Gonna come out and say
Immediately
"Yeah, I watch
after.
Fresh and Fit." Like, no, they probably don't.
You have to, or else you can't figure out how
They
good of a
never
mom they're
mention
gonna
it
be.
because what's his face?
Stayed up for
one guy
2
that
days
comes in
straight.
there,
Couldn't
the
even go to
bald
bed.
guy, there's a lot of them. Never
That's how bad it was.
Buff looking
Thank you,
dude.
Myron.
I forgot his name, whatever his name is. But I met him on Saucecast, and he didn't even want to directly. He didn't even want to like basically said he was like affiliated with them. He's mostly like, yeah, like they're cool, but like da da da. But it was almost like he disowned them without claiming the fact that he's on their show for clout because it brings more.
Did you DM her or are you?
Yeah.
So it's like, and he's considered a high value
She's not gonna
guy
see
to
it.
them because they
I
usually
know.
put him as like the main guest and stuff. But it's like they all use each other, and you can even.
Oh,
say,
you
like,
typed in
even
chat
if he is
too.
a high value guy, it's embarrassing to say
Yeah.
like, yeah, I take advice from these guys because these guys tell me.
Yeah.
Like nobody really. I haven't seen one person do that. So, you know, and all the people who do talk them up are all criminals, like Donovan Sharp, like fucking losers.
wait, like, isn't it like one of them is like a rapist or some shit like that? Like,
They all
actually?
have criminal history. They all have like one smashes women in the face with champagne bottles. The other one has like, what is he? Writes terrible checks for women and wipes up crack whores and shit. They all have like the worst history. Like it doesn't make any sense.
What are the? What are you doing?
Yeah, their shit.
What are
It's
those?
really dumb. Like we're saying, no fucking top 1% guys. No top 1% guys watching Fresh and Fit. Right?
Is this
Number one. And
Kick
if
or
they do, they're not gonna
Twitch?
be like, oh, let me write this down. Let me
Kick.
take this seriously or whatever. So the idea that they're
So
giving
confusing.
advice to the top 1% men, maybe that's true, but they're not listening to it, and the people who are listening to it are never gonna get to that level. Their podcast
I have
is
an
just
idea.
completely useless.
All
I
right.
do think
What?
it's- Oh, I'll just stop there. Their podcast is useless. That's it.
You you ready to accept an invite?
Yeah, I
Are
saw
you on?
your,
Are you in Food Shop's
wait, why would there that cause conflict?
Discord server?
No, that won't cause
No.
No, because we all
Okay,
agree
hold
it's
on.
stupid, right? So
Oh yeah. But
Are
it's
you?
not like I have a bridge with Fresh and Fit or something.
Okay, then why
I
do
don't
you
wanna
need
cause
an
conflict
invite?
with
Why don't you
you
just
here.
join the chat?
Because you're gonna join with me.
Let's move off it. What were we gonna ask? What were we gonna ask?
No, what's gonna be so cringe? What if they're like, who the fuck are you?
Finally.
Oh.
All right. I have not.
She'll
Are you
know.
joining?
Prior to today,
I'm-
I have not seen that.
I need you to join
and,
the server first and tell me when you're
I
ready.
didn't know that his face was
And
actually.
we'll
I'm
go to
in
the
the server.
frozen aisle weight room.
Yeah,
Do you see the frozen aisle weight room?
As a tomato, and he said he had to go.
It's kind of cool. Yeah, I do. Oh no, this is cringe. Don't you think?
Specifically,
You ready?
he got owned, but because he had to go.
You first.
And I was like, that's
Okay.
cap. He's like, I felt so bad for him. I actually felt so bad for him because it's very clear he got so destroyed and
There you
he's
are.
just- oh my god.
I did it. I only did it because you did it.
I
I'm
don't
so
know. He
scared.
just fucking BTFO'd him.
What
Like, I
a
don't know what else
beta
else to
thing
say.
too, right? Like if I'm gonna talk shit about somebody, like I've been confronted in my past. Like, well, I don't think I'm an alpha. I mean, I say that as a joke, but like if I've been confronted in my past, like, hey, I heard you're talking shit about me, and it's like, if you know, I've always owned it. I've always been like, yeah, I
I
said
bet
this and this and this. This is
Angela
exactly why
sees
I
us in
said
this chat.
What a fucking
How would she?
move to
Because
be
we're
Does
right
she look
below
like
her on the.
said on his
I don't know if she actually
No.
looks.
YouTube channel with his name, and he's like,
No, I don't
I
think
don't know what
so.
you're
Because
talking
she would
about.
have to
It's like,
be.
bro,
She would have
come
it
on,
pulled
you
up.
you were spending your time looking at this on your phone or wherever on your computer, and you type
Right?
a comment,
Maybe.
making a comment about someone's appearance. He remembered that shit. He remembered that shit 100%.
No, I know for sure he did because he got hyped that he knew he was coming on. Like 2 weeks prior, I was going on. I was already there. So the 2 weeks prior, I was
Do you think
there.
the
and I was
broccoli is a
like, "Let me
bad first
guess,"
impression?
because, like,
Because I'm
Nat
still hungry.
and Adam were like cool. And
No, I
Adam
think it's a
says he
funny
usually,
first
like, when talking
impression.
points,
You're
like,
eating
really,
food
like,
on
how
food
red pill
shops.
Adam was, and that's why he always puts me in like the B chair.
True.
And
Turn that
then,
camera on.
After the
It's
show, I
so
remember
gross
just being
looking
like,
right now,
"Well,
though. Like, it doesn't look appetizing.
He just
but
nutted all
it
over
is
it.
like-
I don't know him in specifics,
Uh.
but I know him because of all the red pill shit that we all like cross path and like interacted with. So I was more so
I
like,
look at
okay,
you
in my mind,
nutting
I
on my
normalized so many
broccoli.
toxic behaviors that these people had.
That's
that I
so
was like,
clever,
okay,
though.
not only did
The
I
frozen
normalize
arm.
your toxic behaviors, now you're going to
That is
disrespect
good.
me. So it was like a smack in the face. So I know he was excited that he was going on 2 weeks after me. So he was in the chat talking shit, not expecting me to come back on 2 weeks after that.
My stream is completely dead. You can't see
He
anything.
wasn't expecting me to show up. So when he saw me in the
Jesus.
green room, he just looked right past me while he shook everyone's hand. And then I was on my phone, and he was like mad at me.
Like, because we left the call, and that's when my OBS
like
feature was at.
person to even make like
Wow,
comments
I
about
see it.
people's appearances or whatever in
That's
a negative
funny.
way that you've never met. And
What should
before
I
it's like
put on
obviously
there?
like you're saying,
Should
he had no
probably just
idea
throw
he might
something
one
on
day see
there.
you, but it's like,
Oh, I should
I
just
don't
full
know.
Yeah,
cam
but why
it.
even risk that, right? Because if you guys are gonna continue making appearances, eventually he will see you inevitably, right? Like he knows that for a fact, right? Like if you guys are gonna continue making
Oh,
appearances.
to be fair, I don't think he knew, and I would say that I don't think because like all these shows bring on like girls.
It's funny
that
that
they don't
that's why I'm
value as anyone
embarrassed. I'm not
in
even
the community. They just
embarrassed
think
for
that, oh, you're a
doing
bunch of
this. I'm
co-ed girls, a
embarrassed.
bunch of
Right.
nobody.
Mhm.
So they just think they're
The
using
embr-
dumb
That's
the
why I-
broccoli.
girls, and I think like
I'm like, I'm not even embarrassed about the broccoli. I'm just
I don't
embarrassed
really
about
deem
the
myself as anybody on
about
the space like
being
they
a
probably
fucking.
do because they make a lot of waves and all that crap. So he probably just thought it was just like some Asian chick just talking all this shit, like, oh, she thinks she's da 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 da. So I didn't think that's really what it was. He got used to just talking shit.
But then you had fight.
Just
Say it
her
again?
But then
entourage.
you had fight.
Had fight. Oh, like on the live show?
Yeah, you had
We are.
fight energy.
I think it was more so
Her
like
stalker
how can he be such a
entourage.
hypocrite and say and as somebody who like my husband and everything, like he's a hardcore fan of like the Japanese culture, you know, just all and like to see someone represent Japan but like act this way, I just thought it was just like, wait, you would get kicked out of Japan acting this way. Like no, you wouldn't. It to me, it's like people in Japan don't act like this. They don't talk like this. They don't even express their emotions. Who the fuck do you
No
think you are?
show,
You're calling women
motherfucking
bitches and all these
crunchy.
things. And it just didn't make sense.
We
and then
are?
to say like, oh, I don't want to traumatize women. Like, what, bitch?
Why does it say Angela Knight Orbiter Wars?
I think he felt incredibly cornered and trapped because I know that when I debated
I guess I'm an
Destiny,
Angela Knight Orbiter.
that it was like incredibly. I was like I felt incredibly trapped and shit. I felt it was the same emotion. I know how it feels like in that kind of position. Like
Oh.
when you're incredibly trapped.
Oh, it's because of what I said.
Exactly like that kind of feeling. For sure.
What did you say?
Oh, I said in chat earlier. It was really funny. I said, "Damn, poaching my peoples."
Oh, and also, I don't know who is the lady on the laptop. Do you know who she is?
That's what I was talking about. Nat, she's the co-host.
Yeah, the co-host was going hard at him as well, and
Rightfully so,
and
even though it was messy.
And wasn't she supposed to be like also like this?
She's talking about the thing she doesn't want to talk about again.
She's grown into it. She wasn't supposed to be, but yeah, but it was more so. So if you look up like Donovan Sharp, like he has like videos. He has after that show, I think like a day or two later, they did like a stream together where they were both talking about what happened, but he had stretched out the story what actually happened, and MLD had made like a bunch of hit pieces on that. And he'd been on the show numerous times. So it was like a big disrespect for you to come on the show and the co-host is a girl, for you to flirt with her and she rejects you. And then instead of like understanding that you're out of pocket, you get mad and make hit pieces and say, oh, she's a bitch, blah, and all this bullshit. So it was pretty messy. on why he was like, I even feel weird talking about this because this happened so long ago. So if anyone sees him, like, why is she still talking about this? That was ass. That's why we're talking about this.
No, I mean, it's sort of like
Go
looking
to
back on
channel
fond memories,
status.
you know what I mean? Like you went and you
I
totally
think,
owned this person, all right? And I'm gonna tell you
No, I
right
got a
now,
better
if,
one.
like a year later, I'm still gonna be looking back on fond memories when I did well in debates. So I mean, like it is what it is, you know what I mean?
What are you doing? What are you doing these days? Like, what's the future for Angela Knight? And what is like? Do you have like a sort of political project? Not, I know you're not necessarily a political person, but like if you're pushing for some sort of social change or social consciousness, that's sort of like a political project, right? So like, is there anything like what's in store for you, like in that realm?
Good question.
Or are you just chilling? Are you just vibing?
Good question.
No, I'm never vibing. I just look like I am just so I can get by and just fool people so I can go by easily.
She runs on anger.
No, I'm never chilling. No, I have like real life stuff that I'm dealing with right now. And then like the online stuff. Basically, I think I'm reprogramming everything about myself that what I've only ever knew. So that's why like when you guys were asking, I didn't really have a position on a lot of things. So I'm like, dude, I'm
This is
questioning
good
everything. I'm questioning
disgusting.
God. I'm questioning hell. I'm questioning
What is?
my political beliefs. I'm
This is
questioning literally
broccoli.
everything. So right now I'm going to the core of what I never knew because I said before the
I'm
red
so
pill stuff
ashamed of
keeps
myself.
you in a very limited mindset. You don't dig deep.
Yeah.
It's easy to have all these generalizations and have all these talking points. It makes you feel
Okay,
good.
I need to
but
fix my fucking stream.
it doesn't make you feel
It's literally
good.
just
So
me
now I'm
talking.
going
You
to the
can't
core,
see
like the other
anything.
y'all are asking me about naturalism, and I was like, you know what? I've never even fucking thought about that. So I'm doing a deep dive
Very
on that
funny.
shit right now. And
Wait, can you repeat that last part? The deep dive on what specifically?
When you guys asked me about naturalism.
Oh, the naturalism, as in like, what do you mean by naturalism specifically?
Well, so for example, when Jay's always like, "Do you think women naturally do this and men naturally do that?"
Okay. Are you talking about like? Oh, okay, gotcha. I get what you
Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum,
Yeah.
ba-ba-bum,
So
ba-bum.
the further I dig back, it's just unraveling so many things. I'm like, I don't know shit about shit. I've been snorkeling this whole
Did I
goddamn
get
time. I want to go to the bottom
fucking
of the sea.
Caesar
So
sauce?
Look
on
at
it?
the look at the channel status now.
just kind of learning a lot of shit that I
What
didn't
does
know
it say?
before.
Look at
Politically,
it.
the reason why I never talked about political stuff is because I truly didn't know this was gonna get
Bro.
because the way that my family operates, they do everything just enough to survive, and I just kind of went off of that format, and I realized like, yo, y'all are not evolving, and I've been just following your vibe and everything, and I'm not doing well online personally. I think I do great in real life. I love my real life. Online, your bitch has no fucking identity. I'm just that girl who was mean to that guy, and like everywhere I go, that's what I'm pretty much known at, which is to me not a fucking flex. I mean, for like 2 seconds, sure, but my whole identity should not be revolve around that. Like I have the opportunity to talk to so many cool people,
right?
But I
I
don't
want
have
like
the
a
intellect
10
to
on my nose
continuously
for my sunnies.
converse and go deeper into topics.
What?
And that's my
It was
biggest
really
issue.
weird.
Right,
I got a 10 on my nose
I
for
think
my
everybody has to
sunnies.
start somewhere. And in my opinion, it's always
That's
good
really
to just,
fucking weird,
just
mate.
begin. And I think, just simply discoursing with
Say
people,
that
just
one
talking
more
to
time.
people is
I
always,
could
like,
not
a good way to
understand what you
start that,
said.
and just asking questions.
I said
Whether off stream or
I have
on stream is always just like a good way.
a tan on my
just simply
nose for my
Googling things
sunnies.
and
Would you like me to say it
I
again?
thought you said a 10. I was very confused. A 10 on your nose from your sunnies.
It's
It's
working
like
out
what
so
the
my
far.
sun,
It's just
from
I
my
think everybody has
sunglasses.
like
Kuma
idea what
mode
they
and
think
like a
I am
picture
because
to
of
her.
what they
All
see in
the
my old content. And
unhinged
it's weird how
things they're
like when you're
saying directly
uneducated,
to
you're really
her.
confident. Like it's like beginner's luck. Like it's
Right.
crazy how hard you go when you don't realize.
Example, because it's a recent one.
Yeah,
Use
but you say
erudite
it's an
instead.
example.
None of the
Oh,
none of the
so
stuff
you
at
think
erudite.
you think erudite would agree with you that
I'd
erudite
rather
would say
drop
yes?
the
I think
bullshit
Agrees
chat
with
is
you
a
with
good thing?
everything.
I
So
don't
what's the
really know
point of
things
you
that much,
saying
but I'm
anything,
learning.
right? The things that
Stuff
erudite
like
is
that. So it
what
just
is
kinda
being
helps me get
said
out
Hell
of
to
the
yeah.
erudite is not
assume
Kuma
that I'm in,
related. People are pissed off about say
just here to
you
learn.
specifically
But yeah,
that it's
that's pretty much it.
unhinged.
He is but a
Isn't to do with
humble,
Kuma
That puts
stuff,
you
is
already
it?
ahead of like
a humble
Kelly, how do you feel about it?
mercenary.
99. You didn't say this, but I was like, the vast majority of people don't know anything, but they have like the confidence of like an expert when it comes to talking about anything. It's like the idea that the fact that you recognize like I'm not so educated on this stuff, and I'm actually going to be way more careful in the way I talk about these things.
I'm gonna
because
type in her
there's a lot
chat.
of things
Knock
I don't know and a
knock.
lot of research and things I need to do. Like, think about, especially in the red pill space, like all the assertions they make, all the super hardcore assertions that they make, that's based on absolutely nothing. Like it's just based on like what they think or like would sound cool. Like the number one thing that I always bring up, which is it's so funny,
That
it's like
guy's
such a
photo's
meme,
funny.
the idea that if you live with a woman, you're gonna become feminized or whatever, which is why you need to live in a house with your boys if you're married.
You're on
because
her
you're gonna
YouTube,
stop
aren't you?
grinding if you're with the one. It's like that is based on absolutely nothing.
Oh,
But we've
no.
somehow not we, but like they have
Oh
somehow
no.
convinced
They're
like,
on the
thousands
screen.
of young men that
Yep.
that's
I'm on my
probably
YouTube.
true. And so
Oh
you know,
no.
there is sort of like a unfortunate, I guess, slowness to
She hasn't seen any of it.
wanting to be totally
She has,
accurate
I
about
guarantee it.
everything.
She's
It's
just
not,
like,
so
fuck these
super cool
losers.
for
No,
everybody, but I
Food
think it's good
Chops
that
is
at the end
playing a
of the day,
video
that's
game.
what's
She's
best
just
for
been
everybody,
watching
right?
chat.
People
She's
talk
just
about
been
things
talking.
that they know that they're talking about when they know what they're talking about, you know. So
Yeah.
you're doing great,
Yeah.
and you know, yeah.
But it's not. Yeah, but it's not just that, right? I'm sure that Angela is also talking about stuff such as like political beliefs, right? Like you're probably also talking about stuff such as like politics, right? Like you're talking
Yeah,
about
like
stuff
my
that's
family
beyond
was
the
like
red pill, right?
yeah, like my family was hardcore Trump and all that stuff, and to
Yes.
me it was like that was my beliefs, and then like now I'm it's almost like finding out all the dirt behind Tate is what I'm finding out about
That's
Trump and all
fucking
this stuff. And it's like,
scary.
yo, my
Holy
world is
shit.
just upside down, and it's just
What's with
bananas,
the
man. I
map?
don't even know where I sit right now. That's why I keep telling people stop inviting me
The
to go
mask?
on
What's
these
with the
crazy ass
map?
debates. I'm just gonna get my ass schooled.
That's the
'cause I'm learning.
Joker.
You can't fucking be in learning mode and then like entertaining mode. I don't how do we do this? I don't get it. You have to risk it all. You have to be like a Zerka.
New
and just
52
accept it.
Joker.
I don't want to be a Zerka.
Great
I can't
one.
do that shit. Like no, I'm a girl. I would get my ass vetoed out of my entire race. My family already don't like me. That's just a
It's
suicide
so much
mission.
fucking broccoli.
But yeah, shit's wild.
Honestly, just like
so
reading
much
up
broccoli.
on the current trends for like the
Yes, it is.
Trump indictments
That's
and stuff
so
like that
much
would probably be
broccoli.
a good place to start. And then
That's
I don't
too
know, like
much,
just
bro.
reading up like on the current stuff
That's
is a
too
good place
much,
to
bro.
start. Catching
Too
up
much,
on
bro.
like the general like
It's too
New York
much, bro.
Times newspapers and general articles. The front page
Broccoli.
stuff is always like a good place to start as
Broccoli.
well. Just reading like the front page articles will
Are
always
you, is this a
already put you
Migos
in front of
impression?
Yes. You know what song I just reminded me of? Was that song
What?
Paola?
So at that point, you're
You know that
I don't think I
song?
know that song. I don't think I know it.
No?
And look how
Well,
confident
you're
she
about to.
is when she's
Hold on.
talking about stuff,
Yeah.
right? Like imagine that.
The reason I'm
All
confident
right,
in
I'm
talking about
changing
these
my
kind of stuff because
input
instead of reading
to.
them, I
Definitely don't
just
think I know
schedule
what
the
that is.
debates, and then I just do a deep dive
Oh,
into
shit.
like,
Oh
the
shit! What's
research
going on,
into
Lupo?
for these debate topics instead. Yeah.
Not
Hello.
much.
Oh, good shit.
Hell, what
Oh,
are you-
my
what are you guys
friends
up
are
to?
in the
I am writing questions for tomorrow. Do you have any input for questions you'd like to answer?
Eve.
Um,
Cute. What are you guys doing here?
I don't have any layups at the moment.
Should I pull them in?
am a jack of all
If you want
trades.
Knight in
I'm
Toraj,
down for
okay,
anything.
all right. I'll
Okay.
pull them in, okay?
I like the
I'm gonna
the
go.
Joker
All right,
mask.
I gotta go
Okay.
work early tomorrow.
All right,
Or
I'll
the
see you,
side of
Jay.
you.
All right, see
Thanks
ya.
for having me.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya. Okay, I'll pull them in, okay?
Oh, we're getting pulled in.
I don't
They're
know,
very
I
nice.
don't know what they'll do, but hi.
Hey,
Hey,
how's it going?
doing good. How are you guys?
We're, alive.
Wait, did you finish the questions yet, Kankle?
No, I'm still working on them. We saw you in here, so
mean-
we figured we'd like troll a little bit and see what
Well,
happens.
I mean, how could you troll when you
with
guys are
the
being genuine?
with the Angela Knight entourage thing, that was the troll.
That's cute.
She's our fresh and fit queen.
Yes.
Hey, you guys. You guys are the worst.
I was like being a taint in chat as well.
Is the Angela Food Shops bridge established? Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're brigading your food market now.
My,
which I also
you're brigading my community. Wow, I see how it is.
I'm
I saw
your
the
EBT
frozen
card.
aisle is actually the cutest thing ever. I really liked that. Very clever.
Wait, you like my what? Sorry.
The waiting room being the frozen aisle, I thought that was
Frozen
really
aisle.
cute.
Oh, that's a recent change. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
there's like
That's really
100
good.
echoes going on here. I don't know how to deal with that.
Oh, there's no echoes.
You
Is there
no,
any
sorry,
echo?
it's on my.
You
It's
might
on,
have the
I'm
stream
just
open.
my own end. Yeah, it's just
okay.
on my end.
You're gonna have to mute the stream. Yeah.
Is it weird to say the guy in the bottom looks like John Anthony Lifestyle?
Does it?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, a little tiny bit. I kind of see what you're saying. Just a little bit.
I don't think I know who that is.
Like he literally could be his brother.
Pickup artist.
I just ate so much broccoli.
Nice.
That how am I supposed to respond to that? I have no idea. I'll have to figure it
Like,
out.
seriously,
Okay.
look, so much fucking broccoli. Kinkle, tell them.
It was
you,
it was
don't
2
throw up
fistfuls of
broccoli?
broccoli. 2
Pat, what are we
fistfuls
going to
of
be talking
broccoli.
about tomorrow? There's not much to talk about at this point. We're just unraveling so much at this point.
We just pull in our local whipping boy Jay, all right, and we just roast him for being a 70 to 80% right winger. Okay, I'm not right winger. Sorry, red pillar. Okay, all right. Why did I call him a right winger? He's not. He's not. He literally helped me for my rematch against Rob Noor. Okay, I don't know why I called him a right winger. Okay, like
A red pill lefty? Does that even exist?
yes.
Oh my god.
He's a red pill adjacent. I wouldn't call him a red pill. Okay, because he holds anti red pill sentiments. Yes.
Oh,
that's interesting.
Because he roasts fresh and fit. He roasts fresh and fit, but then he doesn't go full fresh and fit. Yeah.
Everybody roasts fresh and fit.
Yeah,
no,
rightfully
I would say that his views is concurrent with the same beliefs that my parents has. So his views is much more. I would say his views are tradcon. His views are just tradcon. That's it. His views are just tradcon. Yeah, that's it.
that used to be my bio, TradCon influencer. But I just
TradCon
felt like it just didn't really suit me, you know?
That's okay. All right, we're all tradcon on the inside. Okay, maybe I don't know.
We're all trad conceited.
Trad conceited. Sure.
Yeah. More or less.
Sure.
I was gonna say again.
Yeah, what the fuck are we gonna talk about tomorrow? Figure out a topic, Angela. Quick.
I don't know. Fuck.
we're just gonna go like so.
I
Favorite
know.
ramen flavor.
What is there to talk about at this point? We've talked about so many things.
We stuck food shops into our unproductive brainstorm.
You're gonna help me prepare for my Lauren de Laguna debate, okay?
Oh.
You have a Lauren De Laguna debate coming up?
Yeah, on Tuesday. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
What's that about?
It's gonna be about Trump in general.
Ooh, you're probably gonna win.
No, Lauren de Laguna is not easy to debate. All right, like it's not gonna be easy to debate. I'm actually pretty nervous. Yeah.
Trump's a layup.
She's in law school. And I'm pretty sure she came out looking better against Pisco and Destiny in that panel.
She came out looking better than Pisco, but not, I wouldn't say better than Destiny. I think her and Destiny were sort of on the same page with some things, but then Pisco was just
it was mainly because Pisco and Destiny were going at each other for the majority of the panel, mainly because they disagree with each other genuinely. Yeah, it was so silly. Yeah,
I feel like Pisco's a little too smart for his own good sometimes. He's good at rationalizing stupid shit.
But also, I just hate lawyers in general. I just some part of me just really hates lawyers. I don't know.
Fair.
I also no, it's not because I look up to them. It's just that I just. Oh God! I'm already getting triggers just thinking about them. Okay. Listen, all right. When I think about lawyers, I think of the most pretentious fucks ever. Okay, literally. Okay, when lawyers talk about law and politics, they.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pisco is a know-it-all. There was one thing that happened within the last couple months that just irked me. It was his argument with Rage Pope. It was Like Destiny was just off stream for like an hour. He went to the gym or whatever, and he left his stream on. And Pisco and Rage Pope were arguing, and it was about the what's up, princess? It was about how they mapped on Destiny's DDoS kid situation to San Francisco, and Pisco like misinterpreted what they said. They thought that they were telling him your policy causes this, but they were just mapping Destiny situation onto San Francisco as like a bigger scale, like what happens when you can't defend your property. And Pisco was, the whole argument was just about his interpretation of what they were trying to say. It was so stupid. And he was just like, no, I think you're actually trolling and you're being so bad faith. And everyone's trying to describe to him like how he's not getting it. And he's just not understanding what the fuck they're talking about. And he misunderstood the entire premise of the debate. And he's like, no, that's not actually what he was saying. And he just, it pissed me off. I liked him up until that. Then he pissed me the fuck off. I was like, that's, ugh. I still kind of like him, but he's lost a lot of respect. Debate wise, I don't like him. I think he's fine, but he said, yes, there we go. That's, yeah, he's insufferable. I'm not trying to burn your bridge. I burned my bridge. I don't have a bridge, but it's been burned before it was built. I burnt. Nice. Their moms are pretty lonely, so. She's never giving it back. Roast until you die. Nothing. Was it the way that she said something at first? Is that what you mean? Oh, that was Princess. Mm-hmm. Because they don't want to sound racist because everyone thinks that all Asians are Chinese. That's the racist answer, apparently. So guess Vietnamese first from now on. Got it. You remind me of Ryuk. I'm just kidding. I'm totally joking. I'm just being an ass. A Quran? Upside down. I used to have this Bible for boys. It looked like it had like metal shit on the front. It was goofy as fuck. It was like a kid's Bible. I went to Christian schools. Yeah. My Bible was fucking lit, to be fair, but I don't give a fuck about no Bible anymore, though. You know what? I have a cool notebook. My notebook wins. This is just a notebook, but yeah. I got a dope ass notebook. Yep. That's the point. I got it for Dungeons and Dragons, but I never fucking played. It's empty. I'm on Vyvanse. 30,000 gallons of piss. What? That would be 25 hours. Carry the one every day and you'll get a full extra day of energy at the end. I have a pen I use every day at work. It's like a bolt action metal pen. It's like $50. I fucking love the thing. It's so nice. Nerd. Nerd. Highlighters. Dork. Yeah. I don't want my notes glowing in the dark, okay? What? Super. You're gonna scoop drinks with your hand? Hey, we've had him on. Uh-huh. You didn't even see my cool notebook? You responded to it. I thought you saw it. It's been on your stream the whole time, I think. Really? Oh, wow. No, I see it. That's super weird. Yeah. Interesting. We're all chatting in DMs, like turn them on exactly in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I remember that. That was funny. Yeah, that was interesting. That was super interesting. Jordan Peele moving from Mad TV to then Key and Peele, and then just like Get Out was like so just insane comparatively. I wonder. I'm gonna see if I can do something. I have an orbiter now. Strands. Strands. Call them strands. Terrible, but peasants. For Angela, yeah. No, we're all your orbiters. True, actually based in red pilled. Kidding. I am that fat. I am a planet. Yeah, I'm a big. Huh? Lipo? Word. Let's fucking 2-for-1 deal. Dr. Miami. Oh, MLD. Oh, okay. Bringing him up again.
This point.
Nope, he's fucked for life.
Jesus.
He's so ugly.
Well,
Like,
to be fair, like
God.
I think we're both fucked because I'm everywhere I go, I'm getting called the fat girl who got whatever, and then he's getting called the guy who beats women with champagne bus. So it's like we both have that tag with us. So we're kind of like stuck with it.
Bro, no. Incels call you fat. Normal people call him like fat and ugly and liposuction.
Oh my god,
man.
Angela, see,
that's the difference. That's the difference.
Based.
Wait,
Actually based.
Angela, this is your excuse to go out beyond the red pill politics, see? Because now when you learn about stuff like Trump indictments and all the other politics, if you get another own on other people, now people won't just know you as like the MLD person. People will also know you as this person who did this, and this person who did this, and this person did this. And now you have a track record of other politics, see?
I'm fucking trying, but so like my ass. I keep getting schooled everywhere I go. Like, it's fucking terrible.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's the same for me too, right? Because I have a good track record of me getting schooled and me schooling others. So it's like it's a WL, ratio kind of thing, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
And here's the thing. Destiny also has an L list, but we don't talk about that. Okay. All right. We don't talk about that. Yeah.
I'm learning everybody does. So, you just got to put yourself out there. Some of these
Yeah.
red pill guys, and you're like, just put yourself out there. Get rejected. It's normal.
Yeah. You have to understand, like, I think Destiny's early years, he got schooled by Richard Dawson. He got schooled by, I don't know. I think he rushed headlong into some other things back then as well. So yeah, like back in the early days when he was still learning how to do like some stuff.
Yeah, no, but I hear the amount of years that people have been doing this. I honestly feel like whether this generation's like really lucky or I'm just a girl, and I guess that's their privilege, because I feel like I'm interacting with a lot of people where I'm like, yo, how long have you been doing this shit? I'm like, what the fuck? So it's really strange to hear how long people are doing it, and they put in all this effort just to build up all this credibility, and then women just come in and be like, yeah, we're just OnlyFans girls just showing our tits online, and we get to be in room with the same people. So I feel like I have a lot to make up for being in the same room with some people, and I'm not there yet. So it's that, or I have to show my tits, and it's the quickest way to getting in trouble with my family.
This is why I tell them, dumb down your arguments or don't make them whatsoever. I just go, you know what? At the end of the day, if you use big words and you use big terms and you don't know how to make it in one sentence, the regular person on the street won't give a fuck about what you're talking about, okay? So at the end of the day, if you don't know how to dumb your arguments down for me, the commoner person, you aren't good at making your arguments at the end of the day, all right? And this is what I tell every single one of my opponents. If you don't know how to be brief, if you don't know how to learn brevity, then you should pick up a football, all right? And this is like, also this is like a meme in my community now. It's like people call it like the food pill or whatever the fuck, right? Is that like, I try to tell people, improve your rhetoric, right? If you don't know how to dumb your argument down to 1 to 3 sentences, your argument is not worth making. That's it. If you, for example, your philosophy, your ethics, or whatever the fuck, sure, you can elaborate on it further after the first 3 sentences, but if your thesis cannot be described in 1 to 3 sentences, you're donezo. All right, it cannot be described after that. All right, that's it.
Shit.
Good point.
Well, you gave me a lot to think about.
Well, yeah, I mean that's one of the issues why, like, when I first spoke to Erudite, like mentally, because of like my low IQ, I was immediately turned off because I was like, "Are you trying to sound smart here? Like, what is this? Like, speak for the average dumb person." Because I tuned out immediately, and that's where like I immediately was like beefing with her because I was like, "You're so like frustrating." And then afterwards, when I found out she had like a whole degree and stuff, I was like, "Oh, all right, my bad, bro." I was just being a bitch.
You ready for why some people have issue with her? Is that it's just because of that? It's because some people think that she is a know-it-all, and I'm still trying to figure out where she is at, and I'm still trying to figure her out in general. We don't really have a bridge that is established at all. So I think I'm comfortable enough to say this, is that the one time where I did discourse with her, I already have the video up on my channel. It's 2 hours of me being on Tom Foley show, the panel where I do actually confront Erudite on her ethics. And she keeps on going into, basically she says that her Christian morality is consistent with her moral, ethical relativism. That's what she's saying, right? And she, every single time I tell her to define that and say it in 1 to 3 sentences, she goes into this entire thing about its history, about its whatever the fuck, about like its complexities, about its whatever, right? And I'm like, girl, I don't need this. I don't need you to talk about the details. All right. I need you to dumb it down for me. All right. I need you to give me a very simple example. I need you to give me an everyday example, like just a very simple everyday example that is easy to understand. All right. Because I'm not stupid. All right. And don't give me like this, because she was going into this entire Eastern Asian kind of whatever the fuck, right? Who, like, what commoner on the street is going to understand that kind of stuff, right? So that is what makes me skeptical of like what her argument is, right? Because at the end of the day, if you cannot dumb it down to something like 1 to 3 sentences, it makes me think that you are making up words on the spot to make yourself sound smarter. Because every single professor, every single person, when I was back in college, they could make their incredibly like complicated ideas. They can actually dumb it down within 1 to 3 sentences because they know what they're talking about, right? Yeah.
So
It is
what you're
very
saying
hard.
is what you're saying is fake and gay is actually a legitimate argument.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
I wanna believe that, but I feel like sometimes there's people that I've come across that are maybe just like, I don't know, autistic or like, you know, they have like, maybe it's just maybe that's all they fucking know. I don't know.
Sure.
That's why I can't really rule it out to be exact. But to me, if it's like, all right, whatever works. But every time I've ever seen her talk, I feel like that was her style of engagement. So to me, it's like maybe that's just her identity. So I stopped, you know, assuming the absolute worst.
Yeah. I don't want to assume the absolute worst or whatever the fuck, right? But it just makes me go like, okay, maybe she just doesn't realize it's not that stable or something like that, right? And it makes me want to have a one-on-one conversation. But you know what? If she doesn't respond, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Yeah.
I feel like I'm probably really bad for what you just described.
What do you mean?
Because, well, not keeping your arguments concise, because I like to talk about all my point, and I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, honestly, I think I do that from time to time. But at the same time, fuck it.
I disagree because I'm pretty dumb and I understand everything you say, and I never assumed that you're just talking out of your ass. So I
know what that means? You know what that means, though, right?
That I'm
It means
dumb?
it means we're both dumb. God damn it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, fucking,
I suck at like summarizing like what I want to say. So I just like start like stuttering, and it's like, oh my god. It's just like I would just die in a debate panel. Like it's so
No.
hard to like put together the words.
I can understand that.
Same.
Like the Fresh and Fit episode where you guys saw me, like the amount of times that I cursed, every time I've ever cursed was to make up for the lack of words I didn't know. Like the every time I would drop an F-bomb or go ham and just say bitch and all that stuff, and I speak in metaphors just because that's the only way I know to describe what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that shows how my level of ignorance. And I'll tell you how dumb I am. I have a fake college diploma hanging on my aunt's wall somewhere because she thinks that I graduated from college. That's how fucking dumb I am.
Based.
Just as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She thought
Based as fuck.
she thought I went to college, but instead my uncle was like, "It's not for you, bro." And I was like, "But she wants me to be the first Asian in our family to graduate." And he was like, "Just drop out." I was like, "But I can't." I did some crazy shit online. I don't know what I did. I figured it out, but she thinks it's real, and there's
Do you know what's
that.
really? Do you know what's really funny about your fake diploma and me being trans?
What?
Before we talk, it's believable.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, good one, Nate.
That's
Oh,
solid.
there's someone in the weight room.
Oh, what's her name?
Midas.
My ass.
Midas. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hi, Dave.
Everything turns to gold.
Hi.
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 Dave.
Wait, food shops. Where's the person that literally has a crush on you, but then like makes fun of you at the same time?
Hey, that's fucked up.
Oh shit! One leg was up. Put both legs up right now, food shop. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do the L.
Why? Why?
Do you?
Oh, base.
Like L.
Wait, fuck! I can't fit on this. I can't fit on this thing. Like I can't. Like this.
Hilarious. Yes. Now you just need like a little pastry
Literally.
dish down there just to eat and just work at the same time. This would be hilarious.
You're right. And then I need
can't-
like
I'm
the
too fat.
notebook, like this.
Yes.
You just do the one.
Stop! You need to stop. It's uncomfortable. Stop.
Chipmunking your notes.
Hey, do you
Right up
ever
here.
feel like it's acceptable to like
Oh my
be
God.
more like I get what you're saying. I feel like intelligent people do a really good job of making complex ideas very concise. But
Oh,
do you ever feel like you can like what's that? Does my mic sound like poo?
No, you're good. You're good. No, continue. Yeah.
No, you can interrupt me. I feel like I'm just wondering. Yeah, you can interrupt. It's your grocery store.
No, I was just gonna say like this is like I'm sorry. I just want to give a qualifier first. This is like assuming that you're not nervous. This is assuming that you're not like
Okay, never
foreigner.
mind.
This is assuming that you're not whatever. Like if you're
Yeah.
if you're not nervous, if you're not anxious, if you're not like whatever in that state of mind, then you have no excuse to not bring that down to like a short thing first, and then you can elaborate later, like if somebody asks for that elaboration, right? But
Got you.
then yeah, the problem is like some people will waffle that up to an entire essay to hide the fact that they actually don't know anything about it, right? Or
That shit
the
works
fact
on
that
me.
that foundation is actually really unstable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, no, that shit works on me. I think because I have a difficult time like clinging to words. I think like after a few sentences, like you said, the words just flee my mind.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you're fucking talking about.
This is why you write things
Same.
down when they say things. Like because there's going to be very few things they say that actually do matter. So out of everything, usually when they say things, out of everything they say, for example, if they say something along the side of like 50 words or so, I'm going to tell you right now, there's only 3 words out of that 50 words that matter. 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keywords. Always got to use
Keyword.
keywords.
Everything else is waffling. Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot about Dub. Dub, if you're watching, I'm sorry, bro. Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad at this. And I forgot about JP, bro. I don't understand why I have a whole fucking calendar here and on my phone. I don't write anything down.
You're actually the worst.
But did you have fun though?
Yeah.
Are you having fun?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
somebody in
fuck it
my
then.
chat said. Somebody in my chat proposed the word satellites instead of orbiters. What do you think?
Satellite.
Yeah.
Food shops. You could call your orbiters EBT cards.
No,
Food stamps.
no.
They're not accepted here.
Wait, what about
Files.
something?
Food
something
stamps? Oh my god!
Wait, no, that's my that's like the nickname
That's the
everybody
meme
calls
nickname.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, if they slip up.
Farmers for the market.
Yeah.
People have coming, yeah, like foot jobs, fish poop. Yeah, I've heard a lot.
Okay.
Fish what?
Dude, I've heard. Have you seen some of the Reddit posts like people have posted and like when they hated on me, like the one comment, the top comment was like something about like they call me fish poop, and I'm like, fish poop? Wait, me? I was like, am I fish poop? How did they turn from food shops to fish poop?
Autism.
Maybe
That's
it's
how.
because you're like Asian, so you probably have like a little fish store in the back, and I feel like most Asians have the most
Fish
randomest.
poop.
You know, most Asians have the most randomest shit in like their house decorations and stores and stuff. Like my grandma has a random deer thingy on her wall. She doesn't even hunt. Like I don't get it. But I mean, I'm just saying you should see their stores. There's
Man.
there's no anything. Oh shit. Done.
True. You're
WW.
right. You're so right for that. True.
I'm just saying,
The Asian market that I go to smells like fish poop all the time. So maybe that's why.
How do you know what fish poop
It just smells
like,
very
right?
fishy and shitty. So I just
Honestly,
assume fish
yeah.
poop.
I know
but
what it smells like because I know what it tastes like. Wait, what?
No.
No, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
This is interesting, but
I'm just shitballing here, guys.
But I've never.
just lick the side of the fish tank before
Are
you
we
clean
still
it.
thinking of names for the? Because me personally, because I have a lot of grown. Maybe everybody does have grown people, but maybe I'm thinking too much out of it because I find it to be almost like disrespectful to call people that I call like friends, like orbiters or something like that. So I just never really went that far.
What about
It's
baggers?
I think I called myself that before you did, though, because you've never called not ironically or unironically, but
I just call everybody my friends because I didn't know what to call it or my,
okay.
This is just me.
Friends.
This is more of a personal thing for me, but I try to separate friends from orbiters, I guess. But like,
Because the internet isn't real.
because it's also just because like if somebody gets channel perms or whatever like that, like I hand out channel perms like
What does that
like
mean?
that, right? It's okay. Hold on. What's the best way to word this, right? I
3
would say like
sentences or less.
I would say like in my I have a high standard in which what I define as like a friend, right? Like for me personally, in my entire time since I started content creation, there's only one person so far that I would call a friend. Stop raising your hand.
I'm kidding.
That I would say that I have made a friend in the online space. And that would be my Yoon, my head mod. Yeah, mainly because it's like I don't know, like I try to make these boundaries on purpose just so people don't really go like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna like slide in now or whatever
Yoon
the
is
fuck,
cool.
right?
Yeah, Yoon is cool. I can see that.
But it's also because I feel like when I have a friend, I feel like I have this obligation to check up on them and stuff like that, right? And I just don't have a lot of time. So
Succulents. They're literally like succulents. Maybe that's why I don't have friends.
like
There's somebody in
cactus?
the waiting thingy. Oh, can you bring Dub up too? Is that okay?
Wait,
I just had this horrible situation where my small perfume dropped in my toilet and I didn't want to like take it out, so I used my plunger and I just pushed it inside so that I don't know, like it just kind of I think my toilet is broken, but it's okay. Yeah, it's I feel sad right now. I don't know what to do.
I think you should be. I think you should be for the patriarchy then, princess, because it seems like you need you know.
A man.
No.
My
I can
toilet
go on
seat is broken.
YouTube.
I feel you.
I can literally go on YouTube
Kango,
and
go fix
find.
Princess's toilet. Go.
All right.
Princess, how old are you? Princess, how old are you?
Bro, I can literally look for this shit. I can like go online and be like, yo, how do you fix your toilet? Because there's glass literally inside. I don't know. Like I can do it. Don't worry.
Get a
Don't worry.
snake.
I don't
A
even know
toilet snake,
man,
not an actual
right?
snake. Get a drain snake.
A drain snake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, hold on. No, I know what that is, okay? As a woman, I know all of these tools.
I bet you do.
Yeah, this is
I believe you.
this is a
I'm
device.
not being sarcastic at all.
This is an electric device, right?
No,
Okay.
it
a
is not
snake tool.
electric.
It's literally like one of those snake toys where you grab it by the tail and it goes.
Yeah. Yep. You hold it by the tail and it clacks around. A lot of people use them for ASMR.
I can't even tell how old Princess is based on her voice. Does anybody know how old?
It's not a real voice.
No, I'm 20.
I love her
20?
voice.
I'm
Not her real
7.
voice.
I'm 20. It's not my real voice, no.
It's not your real voice?
No.
Yeah, it's just like for content. I like to like. This is how I'm gonna talk when I start to like stream and do stuff. So.
Does it ever hurt after a while?
So you're manipulating people with a different voice? That's crazy.
Yeah, because bro, everyone manipulates everyone online, bro. Like, bro,
How do you think
PewDiePie-
VTubers are doing this voice like naturally at all?
What's
I'm
a
YouTuber.
VTuber?
This is my natural voice.
Yo, fucking, I used to think fucking PewDiePie was like white, but then he said he was Swedish. And so like everyone fucking manipulates everyone online.
Wait, what did you just say? You said you thought he was white, but then you found out he's Swedish. So you mean you found out he was white?
Take it at once.
Well, I mean, what? Like I thought he was like white American. Then like he was like I'm Swedish.
Okay.
American.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And same with fucking KSI, bro. Like I thought he was faking his English accent. I had no idea he's actually fucking English. It's so weird. I didn't even know like black people could be in Britain. Weird.
Oh my god.
Well, back then. Now I'm.
Oh
I'm a
wait,
bit
Princess,
different.
what did you just put in the Kicker Keep server? I want you to twerk with a Thon Logan. ...
I'm gonna blow my brains out in a video game.
What's up, Angela?
I meant every word
How
I
are
said.
you?
Okay.
Good. I've been
so
dying.
everybody, for anyone that saw the Playing with Fire debate, Deb has been saying that Andrew won the debate over Destiny.
No.
Oh, is
What?
Andrew like the
That's
incel
because-
guy?
Wait, who's Dub? Wait, who are these
Andrew's
people?
the theocrat.
I'm just a random.
Your
Just
stream's
don't worry
being
about it.
invaded, food jobs.
Angela vouched for you, so explain yourself. Go.
Yeah, I was watching that. I had some. I don't really watch streams like that, but for some reason, I was like, let me watch this stream because it seems interesting.
The legend guy, Cankle. He's like they're like they stream the sports channel people. I don't know what they're called, but
What about
legend
Low?
guy, legend Low. Yes.
Yeah. Legend of Winning. I had him on the last episode of Kick or Keep. I scouted him for that episode. Yeah, he's dope. He's in playback.
Yeah, I was literally just talking to him 10 minutes ago. It's so funny. But what happened? I was watching the debate with Andrew and Destiny and everybody, and I was telling Angela, I'm like, I'm not gonna hold you. This dude was just cooking him left and right. It was so crazy. It was wild how like disgusting Destiny was just getting obliterated, and I was just like, wow, like this is crazy.
Are you being serious, or are you?
He's specific. He's specific.
That's a problem.
I'm 100% serious.
Andrew is a fascist.
Well,
His name is Big Papa Fash.
Well,
Fascism is literally like
100% remedial.
it's meant to like trick people into thinking that they are smart, but what they're saying is
Kango,
nonsense.
stop. That's not a good point. Stop, Kango. You need to stop right
I'm
now.
being a little
all right?
hyperbolic, but
Angela said something to me earlier of me not knowing everyone and knowing people that it's like the opinions is going to be different. I don't know any of these people. I don't know Andrew. This is the first time I've heard of him. Destiny, I know a little bit, but not too much. I don't know anyone that's been up there other than Angela. So off of the talking points and debates that he had in that specific podcast, it was just the points he was just getting off, right? He was saying it. he kept going back to
wait, hold on. Name a specific point.
well, the enforcer thing. The main thing that they were debating for now was the enforcing thing, right?
Name the specific point.
Yeah, the enforcer.
And what's the what the fuck is enforcer?
Name the whole point.
Yeah.
I'm about to get into it, but you keep asking me the same question. Okay.
Well, get into it, bro.
So
I'm sorry.
the enforcement point which he was bringing up, where what he was trying to say that Destiny just wasn't trying to understand, was a lot of things that happens like in this world, and what allowed, like, one of the most important things is enforcement, right? That's one of the most important things in society. The being able to have security, protect ourselves, and also to battle against people, right? That's one of the things that is very important in society. It's much like food, water, shelter, and everything. Those are all things that are important in society. What Destiny was trying to do, he was conflating necessity and importance, where we really don't have to worry about things like that right now in society, because a lot of this, especially if you live in America, is already there. So it's not as necessary as it is, but it doesn't devalue how important that is in society. And Andrew was trying to get that point across, but Destiny just kept rambling and getting emotional and started trying to make assumptions off of what he's saying that just didn't make sense to me. And he just hit it on the money, man. I mean, a lot of these things in which we have is off of fighting, off of what we through the past, the enforcement of protecting ourselves and protecting others, and law enforcement abiding our laws and everything like that. It's just that's crucial.
Wait. Can you dumb it down to 3 sentences, please?
Oh, so you asked me to explain everything, and now I gotta dumb it down.
Yeah, if he dumps it down, it'll
I don't think you understand. Like,
I don't know what you just said. You're like, I think you explained a bit.
Andrew's point was that men are the protectors of society. If they decide to, they could just turn on women in an instant, and then there's nobody to protect women.
Yeah.
That was the point.
That was his point, and that's that. I mean, if we're gonna be honest, that is a real
It's an absurd point.
But it's a real point. I
There
mean,
would half of the men would be there to protect women anyway, so it would just be like it would just be men killing each other.
If there's for sure, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of men that was going to need to protect, right? If there's a superpower of men that comes across and invades our country, right?
Awkward.
And they win and invade our country, we have to abide by that other country's rule. It is what it is. That's just life in general. That's what empires and societies has been built on. People conquering each other. So, I mean, what he's saying, don't get me wrong, he's not saying that it's okay, because it's not okay. But that's just a fact in life that, I mean, that is what it is. I could be mad at it all I want, but it's the truth.
He kind of does say that it's okay, though. He kind of thinks that women should be at men's every whim, no matter what. He's kind of not a great guy.
So that's why I said I don't know. Like, off of what
that's fair.
I read from that one episode, I didn't hear too much of that, because I remember him openly admitting that women, especially in school systems, outperform men.
Yeah.
So I didn't hear too many of like those talking points from him in that episode. So I don't know
qualified that though. He was like, that's because they don't have to worry about working. They have time for it.
Oh, wait. So the point is the strong win over the weak?
Yeah, that was the point.
Yeah,
He's like, that was his defense of the patriarchy.
Wait, I mean, like, but what else is there? That can't just be it, right?
He said
that was one of the points. I'll repeat it again. One of the points in which he said that I agreed with was the importance of enforcement, the importance of enforcing things, battling things to protect the good and the bad, right? I think it's important enough good men out there protecting good people.
The only thing I hear is just fighting or be overpowering. There's no fucking intellectual shit going on. Like, that's all that, like, incel guy was just trying to say, like, if there are 50 men at 50 women, men will win. So that because of that, men good, women bad. It's so retarded. I don't like understand, bro. Like it's
But
like
I
okay.
don't think, off of that podcast I watched, I don't think he was saying. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm pretty sure he wasn't. But it wasn't that he was saying that is neither good or bad, but it's just this is the way of life, right? So just understanding the way of life and how the rules
We
of
don't
the
need
law
a fucking retarded incel to fucking tell us that men are biologically stronger than fucking women. Like, whoa, oh my god, wow, new fucking information. Thank you so much for giving us that. Like, bro, there are so many fucking things, bro. Just because, like,
No,
yeah, a lot of back then in
Princess.
history, women didn't fucking have like the opportunity to fucking learn shit. Yeah, because the men oppressed them. Because, bro, the men would beat up the women. It's whatever. We get that, right? But just saying that it was because like we are
This is really
overpowering
expression,
women.
fam.
It's so
What the
stupid. It's so fucking retarded. Jesus.
He was okay. The debate was about the patriarchy, whether it's good or bad, right?
And
Whether we
still,
should have it or shouldn't have it. Andrew's entire defense of the patriarchy's existence, he's like, no, the patriarchy is great because men can just turn on women whenever. Men are the protectors. That's it. That's the only way. That was his entire. That was his entire argument. There was nothing else except for men strong, women weak. But we don't need that anymore. That's not like we can have like the military. We can have like things like that where we can defend the country. But like in society, egalitarianism is just fine. It would work fine.
Oh, okay. So now I remember why it was such a debate, and now I understand why there's such a disconnect here, right? In my mind frame, right? In terms of patriarchy, we gotta understand the reasons on why everything happened, right?
Yeah.
And the reasons is because, especially when back in the past, the majority of the people that was going out traveling, being connected, building allies, working,
Was
fighting,
men.
and everything, was men, and that's how the patriarchy became a thing, right?
Yep.
Now, I do think there is always going to, because as time changes, there's always going to be room for adjustments, right? There's always going to be room for we need to adjust to the times. And now we live in a society where we do need to adjust. But in terms of patriarchy and what's that word called?
Egalitarianism. It's like equality, basically.
I actually advocate for the transiarchy, where trans people
rule the world,
rule every decision in society. Yeah, that's my position.
Take the S out.
Beast.
Yeah.
Wait, do you think that we're still under a patriarchy?
Who, me?
I don't.
people-
But
It's obviously it's not as much, but like yeah, it's a little bit. There's a
Me
little
personally, I still think that we're under a patriarchy, but we're at the point of the patriarchy right now where there's so many people, regardless of like who you are, gender, race, and everything, that I think it's not in a bad spot because there's so many people that can have a voice now, right? So these debates about patriarchy and egalitarianism or whatever it's called, debates like this, in my mind frame, is not really that important to me because right now I think we're in a state where we're having spaces like this. We're having spaces in governments. We're having spaces in workplaces where there's men and women.
Spaces like this, buddy. What are you saying? I'm kidding. No, continue.
Sexist spaces.
No, not sexist. I mean, you know what I mean.
This is technically this is a matriarchy right now.
Red pillars, like I was literally. I'm sorry.
You are a bigot.
Wait, but okay. So isn't that isn't that kind of like the definition for egalitarian, like the equal opportunities for both genders, like or sex or whatever people call? Like, so that wouldn't necessarily be like the patriarchy then, right? Or no?
Well, why is this all available to us right now?
Oh, so you're going back to the root. Okay, you're going back to the root. We're talking about, is it still like existing and necessary, and like should we still push forward? And
It's in a transitional phase. It's only on hormone blockers right now.
Right now, I do think it's still patriarchy, but it's so adjusted where, we could just have rooms like this. But at the end of the day, the root of why this is all happening is because of men being able to protect all of this for this to happen. If we go to other countries right now, right? Countries in the rule, I mean, there's women that could get stoned to death for cheating in other countries. Saudi Arabia, I believe. I mean, it's just
it's because other countries are greedy and they don't really
but-
care to tax the women and all that shit. So they rather
but
just
we benefit from a society of men that that uphold and try to protect these freedoms in which we have now.
No, we benefit. No. We benefit from a society where men and women do work equally. Yeah, like in America, we still have some form of little patriarchy, but at the same time, we are kind of like we have like men and women are working at the same rate, not obviously the same rate, but yeah, we're kind of working together. All these places like Iraq, fucking Afghanistan, they're not fucking progressing in their fucking society. They're fucking killing themselves, and even their fucking technology, they're all fucked up. They're so solely together, they're retarded, and they're not literally growing. Okay, that's why you have fucking, is it Afghanistan that's trying to have they're trying to include people because they're running out of money in sports or something. They're fucking sad losers because there's no freedom for at least women and men to do shit. There's always going to be progress if both genders are doing things for the country or for society.
Yeah.
Even though women were not I don't know. Even though women didn't have rights back then, there used to be there were some benefits that women could do, in the sidelines that helped the society back then. It's just sad if you lower freedom for women. It has to be both sexes, right?
That's fine, but patriarchy doesn't discount that at all.
It
doesn't.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say maybe I could be wrong, but I wouldn't say that the rights we have because of men was because they did it for women. I wouldn't say
They
that
did it for everybody and themselves.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I mean, for everyone's pockets more so. I think that's
sort of.
And
And
so to
comfort.
me, it wasn't they're like, you know what? We've been beating them long enough. They should have rights. You know what? They should have voting rights. They should be able to go to school. I wouldn't necessarily say they did it as more like a noble thing.
Well, they did it too. If you want me
yeah.
to get in my conspiracy bag, I really don't want to. But I mean, they did
No,
it for.
No, they did it because a lot of these saw. I mean, I don't know. This isn't backed up, but this is just using common sense. A lot of women did fight for their rights, but obviously a lot of men helped them because they saw the potential that women can bring to society. So it's not like the men were like, oh yeah, let's give this poor little Discord kitten women, fucking rights, right? No, it's women had to put on the work to show men that they can bring something to the table, right, in society that they were lacking, right? This is common sense, all right? God, I'm sorry. That's my point I was trying to make. Sorry. Yeah.
Let me look up this definition of patriarchy because I want to make sure it's all correct.
Oh, go ahead. My bad. I interrupted.
No, go ahead, because I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, what I was gonna say was one of Andrew's points for the one of Andrew's examples to bolster his point was look at the Middle East, right? Like what you brought up. Look at the countries where women don't have rights. It's well, men grant women rights, but his entire argument presumed that there was unanimity between all men. Every man agrees to this.
Every man.
I heard that. Echo, Angela.
Believe that.
You're watching my stream or food stream?
Oh, we're
Wait.
I'm watching my stream, but
you have your stream up. Okay, it echoed through again.
Oh.
The speaker through the mic. I heard my voice right after.
Wow.
Same thing as earlier.
Yeah, streamer.
Probably.
No one else heard anything, Cankle.
Really?
Does this happen when your headphones are off
Oh,
too?
funny.
Beautiful.
Funny.
I guess.
Good
Is
one,
Angela in the
Eve.
room with you right
Yes.
now?
Yes. You fucker.
Everybody's missing out on this context, and nobody knows what we're talking about.
So
Calm down, Ricky.
I want to repeat what you said. Cankle.
Yep.
Canklemore. Repeat what you said before, because I want to make sure I reply.
This Canklemore person is incredibly bad faith. You must destroy him. Go.
I am so bad faith. Super bad
Word.
faith. Just kidding. I'm the best faith. I'm the best face person? Yeah, I'm hot. Not really. I'm the best faith person ever.
Bad face.
Yeah, I'm bad faced. No, Andrew's argument, one of his examples for it was the Middle East, saying that men just grant women their rights. But the biggest problem with his argument was that he's presuming that there's unanimity between all men. Like all men agree to grant women their rights, right? Like all men in this country agree to grant women their rights. That's not really true. It's
That's
not really
not what
accurate.
he said. That's not what he said.
He
said that there has to be a good number of men that can fight and to try to progress this as much as possible, right? There's always going to be a battle amongst human beings in general, right? No matter what. There's never going to be unity in almost everything in which we do, every work, every sport, everything in which we do. There's probably never going to be unity, right? This is just about having enough power to sit here and progress change, and that was the message he was really saying, because that's just an impossible feat. Nobody will ever have unity in anything.
Yeah, but he did say men grant women their rights. Men can take women's rights away whenever they want, and he used the Middle East as an example. What I'm saying is that argument presumes that there's unanimity between men to agree to grant women their rights, but that doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. So yes,
Yeah.
he was going off of that hypothetical.
Yeah.
Of if all the men.
Started hypothetical. Sorry.
What? No, so he was saying off of a hypothetical of if all men wanted to just be like, yeah, we could take these rights away from you due to our force, due to the enforcement. That's something that they just cannot fight against, right?
Yeah.
I do agree with you though, where there's going to be a great number of men that's going to be like, no, this isn't right, so we're going to fight back against that. So that is also true. So it's not much to agree on there, but that wasn't really the point that he was really trying to demonstrate. He was just using
the hell he was. What are you talking about?
That is the point he was trying to demonstrate.
That
was his defense of the
That's why I
patriarchy.
stopped engaging with him, because I was like, I can't talk about this like extreme hypothetical that's never gonna happen, because like I mentioned in the show, I was like, dude, we live in a democracy, and even if you say you're a conspiracist, men, if we say we're living a whole conspiracy theory, like, we don't live in a democracy, everything's already, planned and all that bullshit. Okay, that's fine. But like, you really think that in a capitalist world, like they're going to just say, oh, you know what, fuck, all the women in the world don't have to work, just stay at home, make men work 10 times harder. That's not going to happen. Men, like the men of the higher elites are not going to say, you know what, all these lazy bitches don't have to work, y'all stay at home and just make babies. They're not going to do that.
He was bringing up that hypothetical point mainly to create an understanding of patriarchy and why it's a necessity, right? Because you said what?
Why would it be a necessity?
Because if there's a lot of bad men out there that want to sit here and take advantage of you, and there's not enough good men to stop that from happening, you're just going to be taken advantage of.
Yeah, but that would happen in either. That happens already.
What about guns?
All in men. Men are in control of that. And that's what he was trying to create an understanding for, why the patriarchy is necessary, because we need a lot of men to battle the good fight, to fight the good fight.
That wouldn't change in like an American egalitarian
because
society.
we need to start a barbecue here and there, but other than that, that's...
We need grill masters. We need lots of grill masters.
And being that men don't, and it was like being that men don't talk about their emotions either, like with the whole patriarchy shit, that the amount, what is it? What was
Speak for yourself. Jeez.
Look at your hair. Look how curly your hair is. You don't.
I
you don't
obviously
like-
talk about my emotions. Okay, you see this shit?
Honestly,
You see
I need people
this?
I need people to understand this. It's just men. It's just men. I think it's a natural thing. We're not good with emotions. That's how we're not good with it.
You're fucking
No, you're
indoctrinated
not good
by
with it
fucking
because you don't feel like
society.
it's necessary. But if you felt like it was
No.
necessary and it would solve issues, then you would.
I think it's natural. We don't.
It is
we
not natural.
Men are fucking stupid when it comes to emotions. We don't think about things the same.
Bro, I swear to God, there's this guy that was like, "Oh, it's genetic. It's fucking genetic for men to fucking act this way." You're a fucking retard. If anyone says it's genetic for like things that are socially fucking socially like fucking I don't know what the fuck to use debate.
Okay,
words
so
to fucking
okay.
add that. It's just
Let me
not
ask you
genetic.
Let
It
me
is
ask
not.
you this: if it's something that's like within your nature for men not to express their emotions, if you were to have a son and he was raised by two women, do you think he would still be the same way? Do you think he would be yapping off like the women that raised him?
Totally different.
I think
Totally different.
his
Exactly,
emotion.
bro.
I think his emotions will actually be I think his emotions will actually kind of be more unstable in my mind.
Wait, but he would. Wait, what do you mean unstable?
Hey, bro, I'm searching this up.
They had two lesbian moms that raised him, and there were two happy lesbians who expressed their emotions with each other and raised a son. Do you think the son would be expressive to his emotions, or would he be still suppressing it because that's how men biologically are created? Is what you're saying?
Like I said, he'll be emotional.
So
Sometimes being emotional is probably is not good for a lot of people. Sometimes being emotional could lead you to make a lot of decisions based on emotions, right? And I don't think you should be. I think you need to think about things logically rather than emotionally. So
I have a gripe with this.
I'm okay.
I think a lot of people misstate emotional for like I think a lot of people say emotional meaning not able to control their emotions, but everyone's emotional. Not a single person in the world is. I mean, there's a couple like sociopaths, psychopaths, whatever, but everyone is emotional. But there's two things that are like out of control. There's two types of like out of control. There's the blubbery people, right? They just can't stop crying. They're just all over the place. They can't get a handle on themselves, right? And that's like what a lot of people use as the example for women, which is not really true. But they say men shouldn't be emotional. It just means they shouldn't be like emotionally immature like children. But then most of the people that say that are like they're out of control of their emotions in the opposite way. They're just too stoic, and it's like everything's just building up. They don't talk about anything. It's just a disaster later on. And anger is another emotion that it's just blistering because they can't let anything else out. But you just need to find a balance where you're able to talk about shit.
You're right about that. Okay, go ahead, Angel.
No, you go ahead.
So you're right about that. I think balance is key in life in general, right?
Yeah.
I think there's going to be positive and negatives and everything, and there's some times where somebody can be too stoic and too emotional, right? At least with me and a lot of people where I live, where I've known them to be in two-parent households, a lot of times what the mother does, they're going to coddle them. They want their son to be okay. They want to baby their sons. They want to spoil their sons and everything. My father and a lot of other people's fathers that I know, I mean, I don't want to be. I mean, there's sometimes like, bro, you gotta suck it up. Sometimes you gotta suck it up. You need to have discipline. You need to sit here and understand that this is life. This is how life works. This is how things are gonna happen in this world. And
Wait, so is that what you would say to your son? Is what you're saying?
I would say to my son, listen, if you're going through something,
You're teaching your son this. It's not something that's embedded in him. Like that's my point to this. Like when you say that men are just naturally don't want to talk, men just don't talk. It's because they've been taught that it's a social construct. That's why I said if they were raised by two lesbians, you would say they'd be emotional in one sense. They'd be like verbally expressive about how he feels.
no, they'll probably lack discipline. They'll probably lack discipline. They'll probably go more towards their emotions rather than going things logically. They won't really understand how to navigate between doing the
Well, let's
right.
say these were two teachers that were lesbians that understood how to speak. They weren't like unhealthy, toxic people we see on the internet.
You said what?
I don't even think
because
this is
because
even,
when
like-
you hear that two women are raising a boy, you immediately assume that it's like unhealthy and that he's going to be emotional, roller coastering. You immediately jump to like negative. What if those two couples were like actually emotionally intelligent and knew how to, articulate their feelings and actually like navigate their relationship?
Yeah, like this is a myth,
talking
like
about-
about
you're
like
talking about-
women, like
talking
women.
about. Hold on, wait.
mothers.
She's talking about extreme hypotheticals. That's an extreme hypothetical because
No
not
way. Wait, so you're going to tell me that lesbians can't raise like
That's
a
not
son?
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people in general just that they don't have that state of mind. People in general just don't have that emotional stability a lot of the time. So I'm not going to go off of the perfect scenarios when even in men and women relationships, that's not the perfect scenarios in tons of marriages. It does. So I can't go off of, oh yeah, if everything's perfect, this is going to happen. No, because I can't judge it off of that because then I'm going to say everything is perfect.
But you
even
also
in the
said
perfect
like
scenario, like that's a layup. You should be able to just say that's okay, and then focus on like not a perfect example and talk about like the middle.
I'm trying to talk about the middle.
Kind of stuck,
So
but hopefully we can move a little bit
if the
forward.
the middle right there, I mean, I just off of me understanding what a mother is going to want for their child, I mean, that's what they're going to look out for, and I think it's important to have a split of both perspectives because there's way that I think, I mean, think like hormones, right? You got women go through their periods once every month, right? There's a lot of hormones and emotion that gets built up because of that men don't go through. They don't go through that. They don't process that. They don't understand that. So I mean, you could explain that all y'all want. At the end of the day, we're not going to fully comprehend and understand some things like that, because we're not going through it. There's just certain
But
things.
that's if you're not going through it, then if you're not going to go through emotions like women do, but we go through it all the time. Like we go through our cycle actually like 28 days throughout the month. So if anything, we're going through the emotional roller coaster. That means we're desensitized to it. Like you talk about sports all the time. You're desensitized to people talking about some stupid shit. You can bring it back to conversation. But with us, we know how to regulate our emotions actually more than men do because when you do go through a wave of depression, you're going to suppress it. So that if anything, even though men call us more emotional, we're emotional because we feel it, but we know how to suppress it and actually regulate our feelings more than a guy probably would. Wouldn't you say so?
And that's why y'all better in nurturing us. That's why you're better in nurturing boys. And that's why you're better in having that emotional aspect for us to learn from and to build. But at the same time of us needing that from you, I need a man in my life to tell me that, you know what, you can feel these things, but there's a task at hand. There's goals in life that you need to accomplish. And I have the mother here to teach me that side.
Why are you saying it in such a
get
negative
question
light?
in.
Like the way you say it is like, oh, the dad is like, oh, you just have to suck your cries. Don't ever cry. Just literally, just think logically and be ready for life. I don't think that's even healthy for a kid. I think what would be nice is having a father figure actually be very in touch with his feminine side and obviously masculine side and actually like help the child tell his kid that it's okay to cry, right? But you have to know that in life it is scary, so you have to take care of yourself, but it's okay to do all of this shit. Like, I don't understand why you're trying to make it like men are dictators, fathers should be dictators. Like, I don't understand.
Wait.
It's a fucking I'm sorry.
Did you listen to the first I said, the first sentence? I said, it's okay to feel these emotions. That's the first
But
thing.
like, why? But okay, but the way you're saying it just seems so negative.
I'm
Like,
not
I don't
saying-
just.
It's just a stern voice. Maybe you're not used to like a stern voice saying something, but when I'm openly stating in my first sentence, it's okay to feel these emotions. It's okay to go through these things, right? But we need to reel it back in to focus the task at hand. I've had conversations with my little brother going through some things, right? I told him, bro, it's okay. Everyone goes through it. We have our emotions. You just got to pick yourself back up and we got to go through it, right? I'm here for you, though. If you feel me, you got to cry on my shoulder real quick. I got you. You feel me? But at the end
But
of the day, we
that's
need to
not.
build back
But
in.
this is not how fathers do talk to their boys though. This is why
Traditionally, like men don't talk like that to their sons. So would you even say
Yeah,
like you're
exactly.
changing what your rhetoric of like what men and women are? Like you're going off of what historically it used to be.
My father had those conversations with me, and I think
Well-
that's the standard of what fathers. The issue is, it all goes back to what I tell you, Angela, is that people need to start teaching people how to be parents, and there's not a lot of people that know how to teach how to be good parents.
I agree
and
with
there's
that.
not a lot.
I agree.
So-
But that's why I have an issue with your statement when you keep saying that, you know, this is how women need to be, this is how men need to be, or this is how they have always been. Again, that's how they used to be due to the circumstances of the way our life was set up, of men going to war and women staying at home. So that's why you say like women are more nurturing. We're more nurturing because that's was our only job at the time. But like for me, example, you and I get along fairly well. If I were to raise a son, would you assume that I would just make him just like super emotional and I would spoil him and coddle him to death based on like how you know me as a person?
No, because everybody's different, right? So with me knowing you, and I think you should treat every scenario differently. If I'm with you or I'm with anybody else, is that a hamster?
Bro.
Where's the hamster?
Right here. But if I'm with you and I'm with everybody, or if I'm with anybody else on this panel, right? I need to treat the scenario differently. There's things that you do that can be different than somebody else, and I need to analyze and recognize that and act accordingly, right? So
I agree with Dub. My dad used to yell at me all the time, and I turned out fine.
I can't do it.
With the cry face.
See, I'm not emotional at all. Literally, I'm here having a grown conversation like an adult. Look at me go.
This is why I haven't
Oh
like
my
you're
God.
saying that you're treating it different to the person and you're assessing it, but then you go and you say like this is how women are and this is how men are, you know, naturally or biologically, but that's not really the case. It's just the way you're raised and the way that the world is socially constructed you to be. That's why I was saying.
I think there are some aspects of nurturing that does play a part, but then there are also some. So it's like it's a balance, right? There are some aspects of nature that plays a part as well. It's never just one side or the other. It all works together. So yes, the world could be a component of why things are, but it's also there are some things that we need to credit to nature as well. And I think naturally that there are some differences in men and women that we just need to analyze and understand. But there are aspects of nurturing that we need to understand as well.
I think
we're
men
not
and women
saying-
have
oh,
some
sorry.
differences, but we have a lot of commonalities, and I think that we don't fucking need
That's a
like
fact.
You're killing me.
No,
Neve.
that is a
which
fact.
which is why I have an issue with Andrew, because when he states these things, he just makes it seem like men are just amazing and they should take over the world, and women should just know their place and shut up, basically. And that's why I have an issue with that, because I'm like, dude, like we don't really live in that time anymore, where I'm raised to go to work and go to school just like a guy would go to work and go to school. You know, there's men out there nowadays who are not working, who just play video games all day long, who have dropped out of college, who are not really excelling in life. And when we talk about like the patriarchy, then why doesn't the patriarchy enforce those guys to actually do something with their life then if it's so great?
I think you guys are all coping.
Who is to say that, bro? Like, what if in history men did give like
I'm laughing. It looks like I'm crying so
rights
hard.
to, like women, right? Like, and what if like things might have been better in history, and it would obviously be much more better in the future. But no, like we will never know. But at the same time, like the incel guy was just being so black and white. Like he didn't give a crap about like other factors to shit. Like he like I don't understand. Like that was such a retarded like debate. Like I lost brain cells like hearing him talk, and I have no brain cells. So like it's just so weird to like hear a retarded person talk about that. Like it's just stupid. So stupid.
The
To be
thing.
fair, I don't think Dub is an incel. I think Dub gets plenty of women. I think Dub
I-
is the issue of why women are whores. to
I
be
think
really
she's
honest.
talking about Andrew.
I'm not talking about Dub. I'm not talking about Dub. I'm talking about
Talking
Andrew.
about the fascist guy, Big Papa
Yeah.
Fash.
Dub has
I
incel
am
problems.
I am a bad guy. I am a really bad
Hey, actually, may I
Demon
ask a
Dub.
question?
but like I said, I'm not really too familiar with the content or what he speaks, right? But at least from the information that was gathered from that podcast and the talking points that Destiny was just bringing up did nothing whatsoever to try to disprove what he was saying.
What were the topics that he brought up?
You said what?
What were the topics that he brought up?
You talking about Destiny, like the talking points?
Yeah, the talking points that you disagreed with. Yeah.
Let me remember. Number one, he was the necessity. What he was confusing with, like the necessity and importance, right? That was something I heavily disagree with, and the blue collar and white collar stuff. He was stupid in that as well. But
I understood what he was trying to say. I just can't quite articulate it with the blue collar and the white collar conversation.
yeah, trade is actually very difficult. Not a lot of people could excel in that. What's it called? What I was saying. Yeah. So he was talking about how, like I said before, he was conflating necessity and importance, and he was trying to say basically what Destiny was just trying to say was just because it's not really that necessary right now, it's not that important. While Andrew was saying, no, it is important, and we need to understand why it's important. And they were just going back and forth between that for a while. I don't remember everything. I'm halfway faded right now. I'm not even going to hold you. So,
Oh, the otters.
so yeah, maybe I'll watch it back to get a refresh my memory. But Destiny was just getting emotional, calling people the R word and everything. It's like, come on, bro. Like, grow up. Like, come on, bro.
Actually, that's his like
Andrew
favorite.
is retarded. Okay, like, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say he was getting emotional though. So he was a little spurging and getting a little frustrated at like the points, but
when you're making assumptions of somebody is when you're making just wrong assumptions of what someone's trying to say and not really working to argue and emotional with you're getting emotional in that talking point.
Destiny wasn't wrong about what he was trying to say. That guy just didn't want. He was in debate bro mode, and he didn't want to say no. You're getting what I'm saying, because then he would look like shit.
Oh, Andrew?
Yeah.
Destiny was. Andrew.
No. Destiny was trying to articulate what Andrew's point was. When he articulated it back, Andrew said, "No, that's not what I said. It's not my point." And then Destiny was like, "Well, did anybody else understand what the fuck he was talking about?" And they were like, "No, nobody else got it."
Dude, even at one point, Sartain was like reiterating what he said, and he was like, "No, that's not what I'm saying." Like, it was like he wasn't explaining it well. And then when someone tried to re-say it for him, he also didn't want to concede to it. So it was kind of like he just wanted to be disagreeable. That was
His points are really bad, but he's a good debater.
That's not true. The captain reiterated what he said, and Andrew said, "Yeah, that's exactly what I meant." So, I mean, there was a guy that understood it. It's just a lot of the people up there, there was combative, and that's what happens when people just get close to a subject and being combative is like, it makes it harder to understand what somebody's saying. It happens in basketball debates all the time, even with me. The closer you are to a subject, it's kind of harder to comprehend and understand because you're in that mode. So I just think Destiny was really in that mode, and he just really wasn't understanding him, man. I thought Andrew was explaining things pretty clearly and evidently. Andrew
was explaining things in
I think Andrew was in that mode.
Small, bro. Like he was explaining things in such a black and white. Like he didn't want to care. Like he didn't want to listen to other explanations on like why his whole view is flawed. He was just like retarded. Like I don't know. Like he was like just
so when Dub says that he was making things a lot of sense. Like you know how like some of the shit in the red pill on the surface sounds like it just kind of makes sense. That's pretty much Andrew's like talking point, where it sounds like it makes sense on paper, and because you can backtrack it to how it used to be. But we're talking about what would hold up in current day society. His talking points will not hold up in current day society.
Simple answers to complex issues.
Real, thank you. That's the word. Simple answers. Simple. Fucking.
That's another thing that I don't want to get too deep into it, but I think a lot of people just complicate things in general.
Andrew.
Everything needs to be complicated because the world is complicated. All right?
He's just taking the food pill, guys.
I'm not even talking about I'm not talking about Andrew or anything like that in general or the stream. I just think a lot of people in life just complicate things, and I think a lot of people just need to reel it back and just simple things out because
this is how I feel about religion.
Neve, you're tweaking. What's up with your camera?
Things isn't.
What is wrong with it?
I don't know. It's like green. It keeps turning. Am I the only one who sees it?
I see it. It's flashing green.
Oh shit! I'll just use the other one. I'm sorry.
Listen, life is like layers. There's a lot of them. Okay. It's a little
Wait,
bit
is this? Are you referencing something specifically?
Life is like an onion.
No,
It's got
like an onion.
layers.
There's so many layers.
Like a
Fuck you! You are referencing me. Fuck you! All right, you are
Hey,
referencing me.
actually, life is literally like
Wait.
Starbucks, okay? It's delicious, but there's so much shit that is put into your Starbucks fucking pumpkin spice, whatever. So, yeah, like,
And that's what
exactly.
makes it good.
Exactly. So you have to talk about all of those shit.
Princess, you need this.
Oh, well, the Book of Mormon.
Tom
Oh my
Foolery,
god.
thanks for the raid. Thank you, Tom.
Oh shit, Tom rated you?
Yeah, Tom is here. Yes.
Tom?
Wait, who's Tom?
Yo, by the way, Tom, I saw your $50 donation to Fresh and Fit. Don't like I caught you on that. All right, when N-word raid, what the fuck? Yo, I saw that. Okay. Hey, yo, Tom, I saw you raid when I saw not raid. Sorry, I saw your $50 donation to Fresh and Fit when Angela was on that same panel. Okay, don't. No, I'm kidding. No, I got you. No, you're good. Okay. What?
I was gonna say again.
No, thank you for coming in though.
Dub. So when you see the people try to complicate things, are you talking about people in real life or people online? Because people online it's a different ball game online.
Both.
Okay.
Literally both. I think people just need to go back to the basics of number one, loving each other, working to understand each other, understanding how to acknowledge problems and how to deal with problems. Goals as well. I think a lot of reason why depression and suicide is rising, mainly because a lot of people just don't have a lot of goals in mind anymore, because there's not as much to work towards anymore, because we live in a privileged society. So the average person doesn't really have to work. The young people and then growing up, they don't have to work as hard as they used to, and that kind of creates a sense of like a lack of importance in life. For example, when the lockdowns happened and everyone's in COVID and everything and living in the house, just the sense of achievement wasn't there anymore. The sense of doing something wasn't there anymore. And a lot of people hated being in the house for so long because it's like we're not doing anything. So I think goals in life needs to come back, focus, striving towards something. 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, there was a big emphasis on building my family, building my legacy, building a community. And now we're just losing that. So I think it all comes back to that. And I think a lot of issues will be solved if we just keep it simple and focus on things like that more than all these other avenues of talking. I think it's just domino effect. We have to find a root cause, and I think that's the main root cause of everything,
Well, the root cause that researchers have identified is actually something called gender role strain. So if your goals are to be more masculine than you actually feel to keep up appearances, for example, so that way you aren't as vulnerable to your peers, or you don't get accused of being homosexual, that actually leads to increased amounts of depression, increased amounts of violence against their peers and stuff like that. So if you really want to address these things, and I think that internet culture is terrible at even just like talking about this, we've got to address gender roles and how like gender conformity is specifically what's like keeping people in the box and keeping these issues up. But you're not going to help anybody. You're not going to help anybody. You're not going to help anybody if you aren't getting them to think critically about why they need to keep up like hypermasculinity, for example.
I think that men stigmatizing things that are like, I think men stigmatizing things like medication for each other is also playing a huge role in the, like obviously suicide rates in men.
Oh yeah.
But men being such a large part of society, if you say that, people are committing suicide at a larger rate, I think that's definitely something you would want to consider. Outside of like purpose in life, those are some pretty simple
It's part of
things
why.
that you can...
It's part of why men complete their suicide attempts more than women. It's the gender role strain.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't talk about their emotions because they're within their masculine, because they don't actually express to their peers about how they feel. So then you tell, hey, let's push back the patriarchy, make them work all the time.
I'm confused.
Also, the literature talks about like them being afraid of appearing weak if they don't complete it.
like a lot of the literature talks about how we see like an increase of these things the more people adhere to gender role strains, like narratives around gender role strain.
Wait. I believe the women, and correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the women and the men like attempted suicide rates like around each other?
It's not the
Women
attempt
are
at,
higher.
well, the attempt matters,
the
but the actual
success.
follow through is,
Completion, though.
what's the
Yeah, in
outcome?
completion, men are higher.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because like, I don't want to be nasty, bro. I mean, come on, bro. I mean, it's
You can just say what you mean, I guess.
You fucking say it.
we just
like you're all ableist as shit with the R slur, so just go ahead and say it.
No. He's gonna sound like Andrew. Men are just better at doing things than
Oh.
women. Don't you fucking.
No, I mean, I am curious. No, I am curious, though. I am curious. I would like to hear him out.
no, like seriously, like a lot of men out here, they're jumping off of bridges. They're gonna sit here and put a gun to their heads and stuff. They're getting the job done, you know. So I mean, it's,
Absolutely wrong.
That's
I'm
the
gonna stop you
gender
right
role
there.
strain.
I'm
That's
gonna
the
stop
gender
you right
role
there.
strain.
Because you know why they're doing it, Deb. You know why? Because you already don't express your emotions to your peers. You don't express it to your girl. Your child has no idea who you feel. So when you feel like all those things and people are neglecting you, then you have every reason to jump off that bridge. Now, as a woman, when I've expressed myself to my friends, my family, my child, yeah, I have a lot more shit to feel like I'm connected to. So I'm not gonna finish the job. I'm gonna cope by slitting my wrist or taking some pills while a guy blows his brains out. The way that we choose to do it's so different. That's why
Bro,
it's more
monkey app,
successful
you're
for men than it is for
bugging.
women.
well,
You're
it's just
bugging.
it's just about the actions that's happening. But the main thing is, especially I think they brought it up in the podcast. A lot of people over 40 and everything is the one like divorced and everything committing suicide. You guys have to understand something, man. Especially a man going through something like that.
They just have the balls to kill themselves. Sorry.
Well, it's fine. Especially men going through that. You have to put it like this, especially going through divorce. I just lost a woman I just spent probably 15 to 20 years with. She majority is probably going to go get piped by somebody else. I lost tons of money.
Oh my god.
I mean, that's what
that's
men
funny.
think
That was
about.
good.
I
No,
mean,
I get it because
He should be
but you
thinking
do
about
know
that throughout
why
the
he
marriage,
has.
not when it's over. If he had that much compassion during the
Drop a follow, my
relationship, it
boy.
wouldn't
I'm
go
trying to get to affiliate.
we're talking about suicide, right?
Sorry, are you talking okay, you're not talking about a personal experience. I just wasn't sure where to.
We're talking about suicide. I know somebody that happened.
Okay. My bad.
Somebody
Sorry, I didn't.
went through something like that, right? And this is a lot of men go through, especially after relationships, and even young men when a girl that they've been dealing with for 2 to 3 years cheats on them, right? Or gets rid of them or doesn't want to be with them anymore. There's a lot of emotion
You're
that goes.
looking at the end result. That's the biggest issue. We're talking about.
Exactly. Like you said, you said yourself that we should always look at the root cause, and the root cause is because all of these men, okay, are hurting, okay, because of the weird social role, toxic masculinity of what a bro should do. Bro should just never care about their emotions. Bro should be like, bro, let's go gym when my fucking girlfriend fucking leaves me, and then I'll fucking kill myself with a fucking dumbbell. Okay, what the
Oh fuck.
Yeah, they're afraid of appearing weak.
I'm trying to create an understanding of why these things are happening so that you
We
guys
know,
can.
but
No.
we know this.
You guys are not saying the things that's truly like what's
No.
really going on. So I'm going to break it down because it's more than just people not talking about this. Right? So I'm gonna break it down for you guys, right? So again, as I said before, a young guy dealing with a girl for 2 to 3 years, when that separation happens, there's that loss hurts us tremendously, and us thinking about them being with somebody else hurts as well. So a 40-year-old spending 20 years, spending 15 years with somebody, having kids with that person, and losing money on top of that, that's a reset for a man's life. I have just wasted 15 to 20 years of my life, of my career, pouring money into this family, and now it's all over. So even though there are people that do try and talk about it, it's hard to deal with. It's an emotional wreck, and it feels.
Bro, like this is literally the same. I can say the same thing about a woman. I can say the same thing about like a child, bro. Like everyone. Oh God.
Let me
I'm gonna
finish my
kill
point.
myself.
I'm gonna finish my point. I'm almost done. So after all of these things is happening, it's like our life is over, and we can talk about it to people. We can talk about it to people. A lot of times, just men naturally, like men naturally don't want a helping hand. It's not about society.
That's not natural.
I'm tapping in after Deb. After Deb makes his point, I'm tapping in on this because
No, I'm telling you, it's not
natural. It's totally
not about
culturally generated through the power of nurture by gender role strain. There are plenty of men who do talk about their feelings, and they're not less men because of it. They've just grown up in environments where they weren't shamed or treated as weak for doing so.
It's not about a man thinking. It's not about a man being afraid. It's not about a man being afraid to be judged. It's about a man not wanting to be a burden to somebody. It's about a man not wanting to be a hindrance on somebody. Right? A lot of men just
That's also part of what they're taught is that they're a burden or a hindrance. But it turns out there are much bigger burdens and hindrance when they bottle those emotions up and then lash out later on.
There's tons of men that I know for a fact their parents did not put that on them. They taught them, they told them, you don't have to be like that. I'm always here for you. I will always be there for you. And they still don't take that helping hand. How do you explain that?
Yes. Wait. They don't take the helping hand from their parents or their girlfriends or who you're talking about exactly.
There's people that I know, men, they have friends, they have a good circle, they have a family that will be open to have a helping hand. But
those are the groups that can also reinforce these things. Like it isn't like a conscious effort. It's something that's reinforced by society as a whole.
Right. So Dub, for your example that you gave of a guy getting divorced, okay, his parents can say
society right now is telling people to lean on people, is telling people to be around people, is telling people to be more intact with your emotions. They've been doing that for 5 to 6 years now.
And yet you're still just arguing from the status quo. So clearly, your society's in favor of what you're saying at the end of the day.
This what you're saying has been being pushed for a very long time now, and despite that,
it's really only appeared in the literature since the 1990s. Gender role strain as a term. I'm telling you right now.
A lot of young men out there, even getting out of high school and everything, they don't want to rely on other people. How do you explain that? They've been taught.
You can be taught all these things. We're taught to not steal and lie and cheat. And why do we do it? Because we don't have a fucking choice, depending on your circumstance. So you say all the people you know, this is like from the place of wherever you grew up and the people you surround yourself with. As somebody who grew up in that environment, I can say that was a place of a survival mindset. When you are no longer in a survival mindset, you don't feel the way, you don't think the way. And when we say we need to talk about it, you're talking about it after the divorce and all the shit. Talk about something that already happened. I'm saying as a person, if you develop the talking, the communication skills throughout the marriage, for example, it wouldn't have ended. You wouldn't say, oh, well, now I should talk about my issues. Like we're only looking at the end of the relationship when you say the guy shouldn't talk about it. If he actually expresses emotions throughout that relationship, there wouldn't be a divorce. It wouldn't be the fear of like, oh, I lost everything I worked for. So you're not even sad that you lost the relationship. You're mad that you have to pay the consequences for it, which is really my issue with that statement.
So there's one thing you said I want to key in on: survival mindset, right? After 15 years of me being comfortable with somebody, now all of a sudden I'm thrown into survival aspect. You think a lot of men really want to go through that?
No, you twisted what I said. I didn't say like he should go from comfortable. First of all, being in a relationship comfortable is the biggest issue. You can be comfortable with somebody, but you should still be evolving and talking about your communication skills, maybe your deepest, darkest issues. Because even though you may suppress something that may happen to you as a kid, does that mean you still don't act on it? So as a woman living with you, I could see you checking out emotionally, watching more porn, hanging out with your homeboys. Huh?
I'm talking when you're talking about survival, right? You're mainly talking about finances because of where I came from, right?
Okay.
So I'm talking about comfortability off of the finances of me being with somebody for a very long time. There has been a comfortability of us sustaining something. Now, all of that is taken away. My comfortability with my wife and my family is gone. On top of that, my finance, where now I'm
the consequences of it, Dub. You're not.
A lot of men don't want to go through that all over again.
Okay. I don't want to get cheated on, but because let's say I marry somebody and I don't put out because I had a traumatic experience that happened to me as a kid. Now my consequences for that is that my husband may cheat on me because I don't want to explicitly like have sex with him as much as he'd like. Now everyone can look at the result and be like, poor Angela, he should have never. But at the end of the day, I have to understand if I jumped into the relationship, love bombing him, give him a bunch of sex, and then we get into the ring, we get the whole fucking gender role things. Now I don't want to have sex anymore. Is it his fault or my fault? The fact that he married someone who had a bunch of sex and then decided I didn't want to anymore because I've been socially constructed to fucking do all these gender roles and not focus on my relationship. Like, do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, you're saying that.
What you're trying to say, but sex is the wrong example because sex and being financially stable, it's two different extremes.
If you're
No, it's
financially
not.
stable in a relationship, okay, you're surviving basically in the relationship. Do you think money is the only thing that keeps a relationship alive?
Well, we're talking but when we're talking a 40-year-old man losing emotions, losing their wife, losing their family,
All the
and
things you could control to prevent. You can control your emotions with your wife. If you're together for 40 years, you should at least grow. You're not supposed to be the same person you were when you first got together 20, 30 years later. And if you're slowly checking out or complacent, that's already the first flaw as the man, because he's like, well, I'm a man, I don't talk about my emotions. Now, money-wise, because you're not emotionally connected with your wife, what do you think she's doing? She's buying a fucking front row ticket to the Usher concert. She's not sleeping with her. She want to sleep with Usher. Now, slowly, what do you think happens? She's not going to be with you anymore. And then she's like, you know what? I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, do all the housely duty. Not only are we not spending money to go on vacations, we're not fucking talking, we're not hugging, we're not sleeping in the same bed. What is one supposed to do? Keep up with the same gender roles but not actually have a partner? I would fucking divorce the shit out of somebody too if that was the case.
Who's talking about any of this? We're talking about the reason.
That's the real hypothetical that we're talking about here, because you're just making it seem like
I'm not talking about hypotheticals. I'm telling you what men are going through.
The reality, but you're painting the end result. Like, if you say like I murdered.
I'm telling you why they're committing suicide. I'm trying to get you to understand.
You're committing suicide because of your mindset,
so I understand. So when someone dismisses me and says, I understand, but you're just saying, like, for example, somebody committed murder. Why? Was it for defense or was it premeditated? There's a big freaking difference. So you say that, they just got divorced because she's an evil person. She took everything away, the family, the money, the kids, and everything. But what the fuck did he do? These are things that we need to talk about to prevent it from happening. Men expressing their emotions to their partner that they're sharing their life with. We need to talk about why the money is stagnant or going down. Why is it not increasing? Men should be making more money in a relationship because now someone's cooking and cleaning for you. What's the issue? But if you're not making more money, you're not expressing your emotions, what exactly are you doing in the relationship? And so she decides to initiate for divorce, which it's always pushed on us to initiate it because the guy's already checked out because he's probably whacking off in his sock or probably choosing to fucking pay a whore. So what exactly is the woman supposed to be doing in the relationship? And all you're talking about is the fact that, hey, it's not his fault. Like, we commit suicide as men because everything's ripped out from under us. So how do you prevent these?
I don't know how you came to that conclusion when that's nothing in which I said. I all I'm saying is, and when you were talking about like trying to have a good marriage and a better marriage, I think a lot of what you're saying is very much true. I think it's important to try to not allow a divorce to happen. And I'm not saying these things to try to justify as if the man is completely innocent for what's happening, right? I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is trying to create an understanding of the emotional trauma that a man is going through after that has happened to him. It's a lot.
But we did not understand that. We all understood that. Everybody knows that. These are the
Everyone
same red pill
knows.
talking points that
And
we
that's
all.
But y'all saying that, oh yeah, men need to be more attacking emotions and talk about things and everything. And I'm trying to get you guys to understand the issue with men is that men, even if they have the people telling them that it's okay to do this.
Oh my god.
Like
bro,
to be
no, you're
hurt.
not fucking gonna start this shit again, bro. You're literally not fucking listening. You're just not. You're not fucking listening, bro. The thing is, yeah, obviously there's so many fucked up shit that happens to men, but because of their upbringing and how they see life, they're going to be prone to fucking kill themselves with all of this fucking pressures. The leading cause of men fucking ending their lives is in workplaces because they can't fucking regulate their fucking emotion. They're like, I have to make money. If I don't make money, I'm a fucking loser, and I'm not gonna be like, important in life. So I have to fucking work hard, and they just fucking lose themselves. Okay, stop fucking talking about the fucking end result. Okay, of them fucking killing themselves. Talk about the fucking root cause. Jesus!
That's not
what
no, wait,
issues do
you
you
heard
have
of-
with me in specific? So I think we're just probably missing each other. We're not on the same page right now.
Yeah, all I'm trying to understand, all I'm trying to convey is just an understanding. And Miss Princess
Sorry,
here,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
don't worry.
I apologize.
I'm patient. Don't worry about it. I'm cool. I'm not. Oh my God, you said a lot, and it made me lose my train of thought. I'm not
I
gonna hold.
apologize. I'm sorry.
But it's what I'm trying to tell you is, and I said that in the beginning. You can have people literally tell you to your face, "Yo, it's okay. I got you. If anything happens, I'm always here for you. If anything happens, I'm there for you." It could be men, women, family, no matter. A lot of men just do not want to take that hand, and it has nothing to do with societal barriers and everything like that, or nothing to do with what they're being taught. It's just we're not. A lot of men aren't wired like that, and maybe you can say that that can be anecdotal because of where I came from, but especially around where my area, a lot of men just don't want to take that helping hand because they don't want to be a burden on somebody else's life and feel as if they're being taken care of. Has nothing to do with society and everything. That's just
I get what you're saying, but again, that's because we are men and women. Men believe that women are so different that we don't understand you. And the thing people, they lack communication. So if I say, "Hey, Dub, I care for you. I got you. Let me know if you ever need to talk to me." But I say that to you once a year, once a month. You're like, "Yo, she never really understands. She never checks in between." You would never express yourself to me. But I'm saying someone who spends their life together. And I'll say this, even my own anecdote experience of someone who's been married. So my husband was suicidal. So for me, understanding like, holy shit, I need to actually assert myself into his emotions and not just say, "Hey, if you need me, let me know, homie. Text me when you feel better." No, it was my job to put myself in his shoe and not just ask him. It was my job to state the situation. "Hey, I feel like this is what's going on. I think this
Just
is
one
what I can
shoe.
do. Da da da." I didn't just say it. I showed it. It was to hand in hand. So you're talking to somebody who just says, "Yo, let me know if you need me for Christmas, birthdays, and holidays. I got you." Obviously, men are going to express themselves. But if you're talking about a husband and a wife, if I'm with you all the time, I should know why you put your sock there, why you lose the keys, why you don't refill the fridge or put the gas in the car. It's my job, just like it's your job to know me. So we keep saying like just because someone says they have your back or they're going to help you, we say this so broad that we don't realize that maybe most people aren't in relationships to realize it's not that broad. You're spending your life with somebody. I should even know if you snore heavier that you probably had a shit fuck of a day. That's something that simple for me. Like, "Hey, did you have a bad day? Did you need a massage?" No, it's not. I don't ask that. I observe and I assert and I talk and I do all in one. But if I just said, "Hey, Dub, I got you," but I never showed you that I got you, of course you're never going to express yourself to me. But the only reason why I'd be like that as a woman is because I trust my man. So there's this thing. We have to actually communicate with each other, not after the situation, during the entire marriage. And that's where I think we're dismissing this whole thing, that it can be done if you're with a relationship with somebody and you actually break the barriers of saying, "You know what, my dad didn't teach me this shit. My dad said not to express my emotions, but I'm going to with my wife because she's the fucking mother of my child." Does that make sense?
That's what men do regardless. Like regardless of them being taught that or not. They always confide in their woman. They always release a different type of like emotions with their woman, right? That's just always been a thing 50, 30, 40, 50 years ago when men were fucking hoes and shit. A lot of them will be pillow talking and stuff to the fucking hoes, to the prostitutes and everything instead of their wives, you know. Men has always done that. They've always used women as a way, as a coping mechanism of their emotions, right? So what you're saying isn't wrong. What you're saying is something that men have been doing for a very long time. So
But no,
I mean,
you're saying that men don't express their emotions. I'm saying with the right person, they would. It's up to the person around you. If your mom and dad say, "Hey, son, I'm gonna take care of you," but they are born in a different generation, and you're dealing with a generation that's like technology driven, do you really think you're gonna express to them how your fucking Tesla won't charge while they had a fucking beat up car? You won't tell them that because they won't understand how to fix your issues. That's why people don't express these issues to each other.
yeah, that's fine. But what I'm trying to say to you, where, and I'm gonna go back to the point what you're talking about after divorce and everything, or just scenarios in general, is that there are literally people out there that have people like that in their corner, and they still don't take that helping hand.
That's because someone expressed that they got your back. Like it's like an obligation. Like when someone tells me their cat died and I should come help them. I don't have a cat. I don't know how to console you through a dead cat. So just because I say I'm going to be there for you, it doesn't necessarily mean I can actually be there for you if I don't actually know how to express what you're going through or console you through it. So it's like, of course, when you say there's people in my friend's life that say, I could be there for you. It doesn't necessarily mean that you trust them in your gut. If I say, yo, Dub, if you ever need someone to back you up in a sports debate, I got you. You would never ask me because I don't watch sports.
How do you explain young men not going to their parents?
Because our parents, nobody goes to their parents. Our parents
Women
are in
don't
a
eat.
different generation.
Women
we
don't
trust,
either.
We love our parents, but we don't trust our parents.
That's not true. There's a lot.
Also, their parents have been giving them the bootstraps rhetoric, right? Which isn't particularly helpful.
Especially in this generation, there's tons of parents out there that have their kids back no matter what. There's tons of parents out there that allow their children to stay at home for as long as possible. There's tons of parents out there that extend that helping hand, and there's kids that just don't take it like that.
Because your parents are giving you a roof over your head or feeding. My family gave me food and stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean that I went to them because I knew I would get an ass whooping. I would hear, and like, have you ever had someone do something for you and they weaponize it over you? Like you knew your girl would cook for you, but if she cooked for you, she'd be like, yo, I'm cook for you. Don't forget, I'm doing something for you. We know we're going to hear that shit. So we're not going to ask our family because we know that people have bad tendencies with the relationship that they develop with us.
Okay, so now it's contradicting y'all points because y'all telling me that men don't have access to this, but they're having access to something and not using it.
Wait,
It
no.
doesn't contradict my point.
It's your job as like, listen, if you have a relationship with your parents from a different generation, you're from a different generation. So it's your job to understand them or they have to understand you. One of us has to understand the point. So if you have a wife, you both chose to be with each other. The way that you expressed to be with each other prior to getting engaged and married, obviously it was great for you to get married. What changed in the relationship for you not to express? Remember in the beginning relationship, everybody's all like, hope you get home safe. Let me know when you're home. See that shit that we do? We don't do that shit when we're married with each other because we forget that shit matters. That's what I'm trying to say.
Also, we just tend to feed men the bootstraps narrative. So that way when you go for help, it's really, why didn't you pull yourself up? Here are all the things that you did wrong. Whereas women are often more supported by their families by default, especially in conservative families.
But that's not true, especially in the society which we're living in right now. There's tons of parents that are coddling their children. There are tons of parents that are.
That's the right-wing narrative, but there are also plenty of households
do you have
that are
stats on
right-wing
this?
fundamentalists.
That is a fact. I know people that work in this.
Wait. You
Someone
can just
coddle
say
their
facts,
kid
right?
does not necessarily mean that they're parenting them right. Just because I'm coddling you doesn't mean if you're struggling with like a mental if you're struggling with developing social awareness with your friends and your parents have always called you, it doesn't mean you're going to go to them and be like, hey, I can't make friends.
There's two people arguing two different things. Well, I think it was, what's his name?
Ninetails. My name is Ninetails. Thank you.
Ninetails was arguing about the bootstrap and everything. That's not true. There are tons of parents. I've been around the school system. I know tons of teachers. I know people who are even in high school to this day. And there's tons of parents out there that are not giving their children the bootstrap. They are coddling their children. They are spoiling their children because they want the best for them. So what you're saying is
weird. I've had plenty. I've lived in many households, most of the foster homes, and the bootstraps narrative is by far dominant.
Well,
there might be examples of households that are more progressive, but this is a right-wing narrative that hyper focuses on these things rather than being honest about the true distribution.
Well, foster homes is a different thing because of course you're gonna find a lot more in foster homes because that's why foster homes.
No, I had progressive foster parents too that you could say coddled us.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say right now is that foster homes, of course, you're gonna find a lot of people in that because
they weren't mutually exclusive, right? So I'd be in one of these homes and they would coddle us, but they'd also, because they coddled us, they would give us the bootstraps narrative. Like, we've given you everything that we think you should need, so therefore, why aren't you performing as well as we think you should? So we can't treat these things as mutually exclusive.
And I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with treating everything differently.
Well, that's what your rhetoric relies on.
Well, what you told me was that a lot of people are getting, and young men are getting this bootleg, getting the street narrative, and young men just have it so bad and everything. And I'm telling you that that's not the case. Not true.
We should be giving them the bootleg narrative. More piracy, please.
If you don't
What?
think that men are getting
Yes.
that bootstrap treatment, Deb, then why do you think the red pill thing was such a huge movement?
Because
True.
because of people coddling, because of parents coddling so much, they're tired of being coddled and they want to hear some shit that makes them inspired to be something more than just being a spoiled ass kid.
But that's the one extreme of the other. If someone coddling is just as crippling of someone saying, "Yo, you need to man the fuck up." What does man the fuck up even mean to men nowadays? Again, we're putting this amount of pressure on men to be something that they don't even know how to be in this modern day era. Where it's just like, if I punch my chest too much and don't express my feelings, I'm a fucking toxic masculine guy. But if I talk about my feelings, I'm a sissy bitch. So this is quite confusing.
No, if anything, red pill is about coddling men's insecurities that are generated from gender role strain.
I gotta pee.
You're
Based, red
you're
pill.
conflating a lot of things together, and
things that the literature actually connects qualitatively.
There we
I
go.
posted it in chat for this VC.
Angela, so you're conflating a lot of things together. You asked me 2 questions. You asked me number 1. Why.
Angela has gone to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. What did you say, Nine Tails? My bad.
If you want to look in VC at the literature which connects this stuff qualitatively, go ahead. It's quite the rabbit hole. But this stuff is linked, like what I'm talking about. Typically, we do raise men. The first one, the PDF, the full PDF, it works fine for me.
Can't load the voice chat, text chat.
You have to post it in a trade chat instead.
Yeah, no perms.
Is this like a Privs thing?
Yep.
You have to post in trade chat instead. This is why you post it in trade chat or
Okay, I'll
public.
just post the one. If you guys want the other one, I'll post that too.
Yep.
I understand now why certain people couldn't get it before. I'm a pro now. Anyways, so getting to the nitty gritty of it.
I'm back. Okay. Oh wait, were you someone talking?
Yes.
Oh, I think Dub
What?
actually wanted to say something to you specifically, but I don't know.
Well,
okay,
Box, finish what you were gonna say first. Yeah.
Looking for this link that Tails said. I'm trying.
Nine Tails, go. Your thing.
Getting to the nitty gritty of it, since we tend to see women as softer and weaker as a societal norm, it's still reflected to this day in media. We tend to give them more leniency when they seek help or guidance from their family or from their spouses. Then the second layer to this is that going to be manipulated, and that of course drives people away, but not in every case. But men, of course, we do the opposite because of the social hypermasculinization. It's seen as like if we do coddle men, this is like if you think about the inverse of your rhetoric. If we do coddle men, that's going to make them weaker. But that's not really like that's exactly what's driving these households that have the bootstraps narrative. So while what you're saying, might seem fine on paper, it seems that the opposite is reflected in the literature, and that typically like these bootstraps mentality, especially when internalized, is
The
what's
growing
hurting
field of
men the most.
masculinity studies has opened the discussion around the tight
Yeah, so you're
constraints
generalizing things,
society
and
places
what
on
I'm
men
saying is
in
that
hopes of
that could apply
changing the
for some
common
people, but
dialogue
not everybody.
around what it means to be a man.
Like that's not
Culture
the
might
It
be
implies
behavior patterns,
increasingly as
which are
people
encouraged by
adhere to the gender
hegemonic
role.
masculinity combined with suppression of potential
that's still not.
vulnerability leads to
I
negative
don't. I
impacts on
disagree
well-being,
that's the
such as
majority. I
depressive
disagree
symptoms,
that
high levels
that's
of
a good
shame,
portion to
stress,
try to provide that
various forms
narrative
of
of
anxiety,
this is
and
why
lower levels
things
of
are happening.
self-esteem.
Now that could be a thing for like.
I mean, it's what the
This
APA
project
uses
uses
to
in-depth
guide
interviews
therapists
to
to
gain
address
insights into the
issues specific to boys and men.
potential
What?
ways in which these experiences
The
influence each
American
other
Psychological
and
Association uses
impact men's
this
behavior and well-being.
critical framework
Conducted 9
for
semi-structured
deciding how to
interviews to
address
gain
issues for
insight
boys and men. So if like
into
a
how
man comes
masculinity
in
portrayed
and expresses
males
gender role strain,
are
the
conceptualized by the
therapists who take this
participants,
guidance
as
from
well
the
as how they
APA are
navigate
taught
and
to
regulate their emotions.
use
The
that
findings of
lens
this research include more
and
internal
then to give them
and
guidance
external
based
pressure
on
to
that.
conform to masculine norms.
So I'm gonna
Low
go back to
belief
what
in
I said
generous
before.
essentialism and generally
Yo, turn that
low
light on.
self-compassion,
Turn that light on, bro.
going against
Because I can't see shit.
what was
Like the APA
expected.
wouldn't be telling us to
Higher
address this
levels
if it
of
wasn't
self-compassion were more related to
a
critical
common thing
understanding
that
of the
needed
effects of
addressing.
masculine norms on the individual instead of conformity
That's your
to
opinion.
masculine norms.
Stop! No! You can't fucking do it. Why would you fucking just not understand that? You were like, bro, no cap, no, like, come on, bro. That is literally fucking important.
She was so quiet. I forgot she was here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm just fucking hearing this conversation because Ninetale Fox just like said some facts, bro, and fucking Dub here is like literally discounting it, bro. Fucking address it. Why are you fucking?
I'm about to address it right now.
All right,
I'm about to address
do
it right now.
Do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so like I said, it could be everybody lives in their own little bubble. Everybody has their own little types of people that they're around, right? So maybe that can apply to a certain types of group that they're probably around. But again, that's probably not the average or the majority, right? These are just narratives that are being spewed due to somebody else's point of view and perspective, right?
I'm just going to point out that he can only minimize the issue, not address it at its true scale.
I'm not minimizing the issue. What I'm saying is
but like, you have no stats on if it is.
I posted stats in trade chat.
Look at the stats first.
Hold on. I'll check these stats. I'll check this week.
It's literally a rabbit hole of sources. If you can't find the stats in that, then I'm sorry, you're terrible at research.
Well, I said I'll look for it, just not right now. So
I'm pretty
Yeah,
terrible
go
at
ahead.
research.
When you find it, get back to me.
No problem. I'll get
Try
back
again when you can find it. Try again then.
Yeah, and some other things too. But what I was gonna tell you was, like I said, this could be a particular set of group in which they're going through, right? There could be another thing that other people go through, and another thing another people go through as well. There's different.
You're making exceptions. Exception doesn't make the rule.
No. Finish, because you guys are accusing me of doing something where you guys saying oh yeah, you're saying this and you're acting as if like this is the average or this is majority when it's really this.
This is how the literature talks about it, as if it's the norm.
And what if it's not? What if there's statistics that proves that it's not the norm?
Because they say what if, or if you're not gonna give
This is
evidence,
literally
then
coming
why are
out
you
of
fucking?
Like, how do you think that this isn't the norm when this is coming out of like history? Like, this is how history used to be a gender essentialist.
It's not coming out of history. It's coming out of people.
Yo, God, like
coming out
you're
of
vile.
context
That
that
was
you're
funny though. That was good. You're right.
This is
You're
the
right.
context that you're lacking, is that gender essentialism
Give some subs,
has
my
been
boy.
pushed
I'm
back
fucking- I'm
for a
joking.
while now. You're right. But that doesn't mean that most American households have taken on radically opposing gender essentialism. A lot of them still enforce cultural norms that date back to the pre 20th century era. So while you can say this might not be the norm, it's a lot safer to assume that things haven't changed without reason to when we still see the effects of gender role strain than to assume that things suddenly change because the progressive counter narrative exists.
So you think that is more of the issue rather than people building families and building foundations and creating a sense of continuity and
No, this
foundation.
is what's tearing families apart. This is why the APA is addressing this.
And again, that's not. That is not.
You can't just say it's not true.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to
in
finish
denial.
this conversation with Dub. We're gonna continue this on another day because I gotta skedaddle because I gotta go handle
All right,
something.
thank you so much for dropping in, Angela. I'll see you
Bye,
tomorrow.
Angela.
Okay.
We love you,
It was nice
Angela.
Bye, Angela.
All right, thank you so much for dropping in. All right, I'll see
Thank
you.
you.
All right, farewell.
You're
Bye
awesome. Bye.
bye.
I'm playing a game, but I was curious to know if you are comfortable kind of summarizing where the APA would have built that consensus. I know I
don't
gotta
think the
I know I
consensus
gotta
came
read it
mainly from the
anyways, but
APA. There were a
okay,
lot
I'm
of
just curious to
researchers
know
that talked about it.
what sort of I don't know if methodology is the right word. To be honest, I'm not really the one to be reading.
They did
into
a
this
series
sort
of
of thing.
qualitative analyses involving other papers that were written prior that led up to that body of work. So you can see all the sources they cite. It's basically something approaching a literature review.
But is there an in-person what? Okay, I guess I don't know. So I should probably read this.
So
but,
yeah, there's
but-
also the APA guidelines for boys and men. I'll send you that specifically. That one's just a little bit more directed at therapists than what I actually posted, because
Yeah.
sometimes that can throw people off.
So,
So
like,
what
let
would
me ask,
be like an like
And that
what
will
would be
that will answer your question, I think.
can I ask you
well
this?
just
Can I,
like what would be like an in-person or like what would be like a person interaction that would like demonstrate this enough to be able to like provide, I guess, like a consensus around it? Because you
In-person
said there's like
interaction.
for this,
yeah,
You're
I don't
talking like
know,
a
like
day-to-day thing.
well, like what would I mean? Like I agree with the like the
practical
overall
example.
point. Yeah, I agree with the overall point, like the the strain and gender roles and stuff. But I'm just curious to know like how they would approach that, and like what would demonstrate that to them. Like, are they like surveying
So
people?
one of like
Are they like how do they go
oh,
about collecting that
so
information?
you're
I
talking
guess.
about like yeah. Let me
who's
see if I can
who are
like
they?
I'm not
Do they run
exactly familiar with the methods they use because
do they
most
do
of
they
this was prep.
do they
But
research
Bro,
people
have your
who are
microphone set.
research on?
Sorry.
What?
Nine tails. Do the people that they're researching for this, the people that they're gathering this opinions and information, right? Are they gathering this information from people who are actively volunteering for this studies?
I think it
I
would
mean,
be like both because like they're clinicians, right? So they would also have people who come under their practice, and if they're doing the research, then they can study them.
Okay, so there's tons of people that don't volunteer for shit. There's tons of people that sit here and go through problems and will not talk about it and not sit here and go through research about this, won't even have the access to do this. So like I said before, I believe, and I'm going to look into this, but I believe the sample size of this opinion being gathered by the APA is not, it can be a section. I'm not saying
But
it's
where
not
does it come
I
from?
say this
It's
about
like you're just working
everything.
back from a conclusion.
it comes from that I'm going to look into it, but it comes from, oh, you're asking where does my conclusion come from?
Well, it seems like you're working back from the conclusion that you already have. Like this would
Yeah,
just be a convenient outcome for you.
my conclusion is I just go outside and I talk to people. My conclusion is I go outside, I talk to people, various types of people, get an understanding from them and their life cycle, old, young, middle, don't matter, men, women, gay, homosexual, trans, it doesn't
No,
matter.
like, bro, a racist
Right,
can
but I
say the
know a lot
same
of
thing.
people
A
that
racist can be
actually
like
fit this
literally
mold.
say the same view as you. Like, it doesn't matter. Your anecdotal experience does not matter. I don't know why people do this, bro.
And that's fine. I'm saying I'm open to the possibility of me being wrong, but again, I'm also open to the possibility of this being anecdotal as well. That can be anecdotal due
No,
to
they're
the
not. They can't. They're not just going purely off of anecdotal evidence. For like one thing, like this is what has shaped a lot of culture surrounding the male gaze. You know what the male gaze is?
Mhm.
And so part of the male gaze isn't just how it views women; it's also how it views men. And like part of the heroic identity is not being weak, and for whatever like American reason, being being straight.
The
So
issue I have with this is that there's thousands and
you ask.
thousands.
So
There's that.
when I was asked for a practical example, I thought of like
Mhm.
how it affected me before I transitioned. Because by the way, trans woman, in case you were wondering about my pronouns, but
Okay. What should I say? What should
so
I?
she her
He her?
she her.
She her. Okay. Okay.
So yeah, that'd be complicated if it was like he and then her.
Yeah,
Yeah, a little bit.
But
in that, but
Just
all
a
I'm saying.
smidge.
no, look,
all
if I could finish, please.
Go ahead. Go
So
ahead.
I was like, I'm a very sensory oriented person because I'm pretty neurodivergent. Yeah, I guess I spurk out a lot, whatever. And so I was often seeking that through women, and I
Mhm.
wanted to have the closeness, but I didn't really know how to ask for that kind of affection except for through like sexual ways, because as a male, you're not really equipped to approach women that way. So my problem was specifically that sorry, I just got to do something real quick.
Good.
So my problem was that when I was doing this, I had a lot of unhealthy behaviors, and I wasn't actually getting what I needed at the end, which was just general affection. Now I think I would have had. I think if there were more men who felt healthier about needing to express their need for affection and offering each other that, they wouldn't use women so much. And so that's what I thought I can't. Princess meant with like a practical example.
Mm-hmm. I do have to leave, but I just wanted to say this was an awesome conversation, and sorry for screaming a lot. Like I can get very emotional. Well, yeah,
We need
like my
like the
bad.
various levels.
Thank you for dropping
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Yep.
And by the way, Neve, you look like Farha, bro. Like you literally look like her. Like, cause like she's
Oh.
pretty. Like both of you are both pretty. All right.
Oh, I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Bye,
Thank you.
guys. Good night. Good night.
All right,
all of
thank you for
you.
dropping
Later,
in. Thank you so
princess.
much.
I think a lot of people think I'm of Indian descent, or I mean, that's not the particular term, but I'm actually Spanish. Yeah, but that's
Hey,
cool.
Puerto Rican?
New Salvadorian.
Got you.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I get
19.
that. We're in like indigenous sometimes.
So
But
the APA thing isn't as helpful as I was hoping.
the thing is,
Unless I missed it.
what happened?
Yeah, I'll have to go through these references, and I'm on my phone, so it's not as easy.
No, so the thing about like researches, dude, you have to also account for there's so many people that don't take surveys like that. There's so many thousands and millions of people that don't care about volunteering in researches like this, right? So that's why the same way you're saying my life experience can be anecdotal, that research can be anecdotal as well, because there's so many people not participating in this, right? So that's why I'm going to look into the sources and see the demographics.
Just can I ask you one thing? Just because
Yeah,
this
go.
might explain something. Do you have any particular bias against EPA? Any reason why you think that they would take on one narrative over another without it being like a well-documented phenomenon?
You want my honest opinion?
I just
My
hope it's not that
it's
psychology isn't perfect, because of course it isn't perfect.
Yeah, so my
Nothing
thing,
is.
it could be, my thing is, it just could be to the people who's volunteering, right? Majority of the people that volunteer for stuff, it could be like
When you look at all the papers in here, like I'm pretty sure we're in like the thousands of people at least. Just because when I've looked at papers on sociology before, like you can pretty much look at how many names and papers are written, since they're all about looking at people
Yeah, I
when you
agree.
get down to their core.
A lot of guys kill themselves because of
What do you call it? Their
financial
core
issues.
references, or whatever you
That's a
call it.
big one.
The base references, and so we're not talking about a small number. And the APA, like you can say a lot of negative things about them, but they do not make decisions like this on how to like rewire their guidelines for gender specific care unless they think that there's a broad enough body of evidence. I guarantee you that. Because if they fuck over men, that's gonna hurt them for a long time.
but that's fine. To come to that conclusion, I'm not going to sit here and try to
It's
negate
just
that.
safer to assume that they're going to protect their asses and go with whatever the evidence broadly points to, rather than taking a niche position that isn't supported by the evidence or is lacking evidence because they want to support some sort of narrative.
Through my personal experiences, the majority of people that are going through other things, the majority of people that, I'm from Trenton, right? I'm from Trenton, New Jersey. Well, that's like in the hood and everything. Majority of people like around there, around New York, around the Northeast and everything, because I'm a Northeast guy. We don't care about taking surveys like this. We don't care about doing researches like this. The only people that really do it is people in college, and a lot of people in college, they are growing up with like this type of mindset already, right? So it's like that's not the majority for me. That's average. I mean, I don't even know if that's even average to me, because when I walk my life, a lot of these people not going through that, right? So that through my own experiences, when I'm sitting here seeing researches like this, it can be a demographic of people that want to volunteer for stuff, and then you have a whole nother demographic of people that don't volunteer for stuff, that are probably going through something completely different. But we will never know because they're not sitting here participating in these researches. That's what I'm really saying. There's thousands and millions of people. And they're going through something completely different.
So I think you're relying on superstition here. and again, working back from your conclusion, this is basically God of the gaps without actually being able to start. And like you said, you're going to go through it, and that's fine. I just suggest you try again once you've done that, because at the end of the day, like you're negating, you're taking this assumption that they haven't done enough samples, when a lot of these people, especially like people who work for the APA, know how much research you need to do to overcome that variability. Like that variability you're referring to is a well quantified thing. Like we've studied it specifically, and we've come up with formulas and methodologies to overcome that. And I guarantee you at least 4 or 5 papers have accounted for this. I can't tell you which ones, and I'd have to go through it myself.
Wouldn't you agree that there's been tons and tons of research 50 years ago that supported one thing, but it turns out it wasn't true?
Well, what? Not tons and tons of research. There would have been more of a lack of research in the current area of knowledge.
Yeah, but again, that could happen 50 years ago where the technology and the current, it could lead to better research purposes. So 50, 60 years from now, it's probably going to be something completely different, right? The point I'm trying to
But the way that this happens is either the data is valid and it was interpreted falsely, or the data was invalid, right? So, but like just because we debunked it, something that happened 50 years ago, doesn't
Wait,
mean the
hold
data
on, hold
was
on, hold
invalid.
on. Hold on. Typically, I don't usually interject in these kinds of discussions or debates, right? But Dub, you're the one that wants Ninetales to show that a study that was like 50 years ago was one thing, but then 50 years later it changed, right?
No, I don't need Ninetales to show me anything.
Oh, okay, okay. I was just checking. All right.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm just
carry on.
I'm just saying that there are tons of things that people take time out of their day, even 20 years ago, that they took time to research. They took sample sizes and draw to conclusion that could have been very well been wrong or not as much as what they thought, right? So I'm going to look into this to gather my own
So I
opinion.
did say the 90s is when the gender role train turned up. It might have been like as late as or earlier than the mid 80s. But anyways, that means that there's over like 30 years of research on this. I don't think that there's like anything but confidence from the people who are concerned about these issues. They're concerned about domestic violence. They're concerned about the self-abuse of men. And these are all like things that we have to deal with. Just for example, like we know that people who get addicted to porn and masturbation often use those things to do what we know as self-soothing. We also know men are more inclined to that form of addiction. There is research. I don't know if I could find it offhand because I don't know if I bookmarked it. That links the fact that most men can't find like affection through their peers in the way that women can in order to self-soothe, and so they seek things like porn and masturbation to get those things. So again, what the researcher is talking about is not this like pie in the sky thing. It makes total sense when you view things through a critical lens.
Yeah, I just disagree with that being the root of everything. I think more of building a family and foundation is more crucial than anything else. The gender roles and
So what you
everything.
will see that is common throughout the literature, though, especially anything that does get straight to the point, is that the more people adhere to gender norms, the more that they display these unhealthy behaviors.
Okay.
So even if the data is lacking, like it's still more likely that more data will follow the trend than it'll suddenly just veer off course. You'd have to point to some sort of broader scale thing, and so far you have yet to do that. Other than this is just the way men are.
But again, in terms of like when we're trying to find the root cause of things, right? There's other underlining aspects like love, like foundation, like having people there for you, your family.
Okay, love is a human-made construct. Foundation comes a lot from, again, what we were talking about with whether or not men are actually given a real economic foundation as defined in the 21st century, or if we're telling them to pick up their bootstraps after we give them a foundation as defined in the 1950s.
Okay, I see what's going on. Wait, so you think love is a human-made construct?
Yeah. Do you think love exists?
For sure.
In what form?
What do you mean?
Energy or first of all, energy or matter?
There's a transfer of energy of love for sure, in terms of emotion, especially when you have sex with people as well.
Lost me.
There's also a transfer of energy and love and everything. The love that a mother has for her child, love that a father has for his wife and their children as well. That's something that's just is instilled into us. The love I have for, I'm a Christian, so the
Can we
love I
call
have.
this a feeling? Can we just settle on feeling to like have a bridge between us?
A feeling?
Yeah. I feel like the way I first framed that question might be a little bit might set us apart more than it needs to. We can agree it's a feeling at least, right? And it's nothing like. Would you be okay with like if for now we went with the definition that it's nothing more than that? It's not like this cosmic entity. It's not nothing metaphysical. There's probably no love frequency being exchanged, right? So there's no love particle or anything like that. It's just it's a feeling at its most objective.
Can we just agree to disagree?
Well, that's what I'm at. That's what I'm asking you to do by
No,
just settling there.
No, you're asking me to agree to something that you're comfortable with. I'm not agreeing with that. I'm just agreeing to disagree with you.
Okay. Well, anyways, then what about the foundation argument, right? Because my main point was that if we give people a foundation as defined in the 1950s, like your trad, this is what the nuclear family gives every male before they go off to college stuff, and unless they're like rich, then is that kind of foundation compatible with the 21st century? And would you agree we at least let men down when we tell them to just pick themselves up by the bootstraps rather than giving them real support?
I think what I said before is like two extremes of the other, right? I think at the same time that tough love mentality could be detrimental as well. I think too much of that love and support can be detrimental too. It's about having a balance. Like I said before, families having a good balance between the two, as the mother and the father doing their duties to raise that child, right? I think it's extremely crucial to building people up and building good people. It's not a coincidence that with the destruction of families in American society, there's more and more issues that's going on in America. There's more and more things that's happening. There's more and more things that's flawed, right? It's not a coincidence that with the destruction of families in America, that there's all of these other things that's happening. So
Well,
that's
I'm really glad you mentioned destruction of families. I'm concerned about that too, because as somebody who has met a lot of people and talked to a lot of people who are actually willing to talk about this stuff, I would agree with the literature that this is what destroys a lot of households, especially for example, people who are mentally ill and might need stronger supports but get told to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. I'm going to tell you right now, if your core thing is to deal with the family, then you have to recognize that the nuclear family that came out of the 1950s is a failed experiment, which you seem to half agree on, but we disagree on why. And I think the reason is that you don't want to admit that our old way of doing things is exactly what got us here.
No, yeah, I disagree. I just think what got us here is just families being more and more separated. I think everything. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna act as if like that wasn't a problem.
Anything, families are more and more isolated to their homes, away from their communities, not like separated from each other.
Yeah, but
They're more.
the thing I'm trying to say is I'm agreeing where yes, there are instances where what you're saying is true, but again, that's not the majority. I think we were better off, especially in the past time of having these foundations. I just disagree. I just disagree with you. I'm too tired to even debate this. I'm not even going to hold you. I just disagree.
But like, where's like an accredited organization that has taken on the role of treating men, which doesn't just mimic right-wing narratives all the time, because the APA does not just mimic progressive narratives. They're sometimes kind of anti-progressive with some of their mental health stuff. But can you name me one organization which uses this framework to guide its treatment that says we need to give boys more? Like Jordan Peterson wouldn't count, for example, because he's clearly an ideologue. So I need something better than propaganda.
The Bible.
That's
Okay,
the
so we're
biggest
done.
propaganda
We're done
book
here.
of all time.
You can try again when you come up with a better answer, I guess. But that's not
Well,
going to work.
I could just like I said, we could agree to disagree.
So you don't think the Bible's allegory for one thing? You don't think the Bible's pure allegory?
The Bible's my therapy.
Okay. We've left
That's
reality.
like saying horror movies are therapy.
Y'all could
The
agree to
Bible's a
disagree.
horror movie. That's
The Bible is
great.
No,
The
it's not
Bible's-
agreeing to disagree. You're just wrong, and I win.
You could think that.
I don't think that. I know that.
Cool.
Wait,
Can I,
wait.
can
So Ninetales said to name an organization, and then you named the Bible.
Yeah. That's my organization. That's my religion. That's what I follow. That gives me the mental health, the mental fortitude, the love, and the things I strive for. Where I'm not going through a lot, where I don't get depressed a lot. I could go through things. I could overcome a lot. That's what gives me my strength. So
How come I get the same point? Can I ask you one quick question? Are you
Mhm.
sure that like the Bible is the only thing that can do this? Because I get it from mushrooms too.
Scientology does that for people too.
Psychedelic mushrooms.
If you
Scientology's
want,
fucked.
if you want to, you get it from mushroom for a little bit, and then
No, I get it for a long bit actually.
Oh, ditto.
It gets better every time.
I get it for a year every single time I do it.
That's because I take macrodoses that are spaced out because I know my brain pretty well at this point.
Same.
Yeah, keep doing. Good luck. I wish you the best.
Right, but like here's the thing though, is that like I don't have to look at propaganda to get the same thing out of it. So are you sure that like perhaps like the gender role strain in the Bible isn't just like like gender affirming for you and you're using that as a way to feel like motivated to, continue on these norms?
No, it's just when I love God, I'm at peace.
Would you define God as a male by chance?
No.
So
Jesus.
you'll say
Yeah.
he, right? You'll use he, him pronouns.
Huh?
You'll use he, him pronouns if you say God. You won't say they, them.
Well, Jesus, I'll say he, but God is God.
So you use God pronouns for God?
God is God. That's it.
That's not an answer.
I'm telling you the
Okay,
pronoun.
Fruit Shops, I'm sorry. I thought maybe we could go somewhere.
I think we're at the end now. I think this is it.
Can I have God pronouns now in your server?
No special roles. No special roles. That's just I think unless you can convince Yoon to do it, but I don't do that.
What if I make a
Yoon.
bot where every time someone mentions me, it changes their pronouns that they choose in their comments about me to God.
God's pronouns are Alpha and
No.
Omega.
Nope. Listen, just convince Yoon. If you
Base
can
and red
convince
pill.
Yoon, then Yoon can do it.
Yeah, I'm red pilled now.
I wanted to
Now that
ask you, Ninetales. I wanted to ask you something, and I am asking from a place of ignorance because I genuinely don't know. So, what?
I'm not super familiar with the literature, so don't ask me specifics.
Oh no! I wanted to this is actually something that is not necessarily
okay.
Like even super specific to the argument. Okay, so when we were talking about love, and I get where you were trying to like olive branch to the I can't remember, but you did have a term that
I
was
was
a little
being
neutral.
stupid, but I was trying to have 3 points out at once, but I should have saved that for last, apparently.
Yeah, I seen where you were going with that. My one question to you is, where is the utility in making the distinction, like making that kind of distinction for love? Like, where would that, okay, so like, if I accept that what you're saying is like 100% true, where would that application matter most?
I think instead of having like this superstitious view of it that like, you know, like the one that's meant to be thing, like, you know, your one true love or all this stuff, bull crap.
Okay.
Like I think we can dissolve a lot of this when we give people more critical frameworks for understanding things like affection, emotional need, like the sort of curve you get with a relationship where at first like you take, you know, everything's great, you can't take anything for granted, but then you slowly start taking things for granted, and then you actually have to work to keep the relationship instead of just, you know, for example, in movies, painting just the first part, and maybe even them living happily ever after, but never the actual rise up of them taking it for granted. So, you know, not that that's like the end all be all in media. I'm not saying that that's all there is, but this
Yeah.
lens is the dominant one, and it gives people misleading notions of how it works and how human relationships work.
Okay. Because like there are people who believe that it's just some holistic
Well,
whatever.
especially young
Like
people,
it
right? And
just
they get
is,
taken
right? Yeah.
advantage of. Yeah, it's young people especially get taken advantage of. Like post Disney era, I think a lot of women got taken advantage of by the princess treatment, quote unquote. And then like if you look at people like Hugh Hefner, I think that's how they got a huge rise, was by taking advantage of women seeking that and their own kind of form of gender role strain.
So knowing, okay, so from your position of love, like with your understanding of what love is, how do you apply that to like a practical sense, like in an actual interpersonal, I don't know, interaction, like say somebody you would feel or
I think it's an
I don't know,
expression of human
demonstrate.
need. I think it's an expression of human need because we're very eusocial. We need each other at the end of the day. So not only do we need community, I would say we need community more than we need family. We do also need our interpersonal, intimate, and perhaps even just sexual impulses, you know, recognized. So, like for example, I wouldn't want to shame men for having sexual impulses. I would just want them to learn how to communicate that healthily and seek it in ways that don't harm other people.
Hmm.
Now, I also wouldn't want them to confuse their sexual impulse or attraction with like a love of somebody, right? Which a lot of younger men do. And that obviously leads them into entering relationships much earlier than they would like. Like, for example, with young Christian men and being told like to wait till marriage before they have sex, that often makes them like commit to a much larger relationship than they would if they weren't just seeking sex. Because in their minds, as they're indoctrinated, that's the only way they can get sex. So they're closer than ever. Why would they stop now?
So if you
I've
and
talked to
somebody had the same exact understanding of love, right? Like whatever hypothetically, because like I I guess maybe I look at it more in a holistic way. Like I don't know, now hearing what you're saying, I'm curious to know more about that. But
I look at
I
it
know
as like
like
an evolutionary thing.
You
Like
know
the more we
why?
diverged from being like, so do you know about the two different types of mating that humans have, animals have, which is like tournament species and pair bonding? I'll just focus on pair bonding.
I only know pair bonding from like the all the red pill stuff like that. I kind of association, to be
Same.
honest.
We're not strict pair bonders, but I think that the more that we became pair bonders, because we do lean in the pair bonder direction, closer to marmoset, quote
Okay.
unquote, which by the way has like zero sexual dimorphism between the sexes. But anyways, um, the more we lean into pair bonding, the more we develop like this language for our need to be close to each other physically and sexually and eventually socially, right? Um, I think one of the like Christian morality, I should even say evangelical, just to be more broad. Evangelical morality is really like inverted the way that we think of like the transgression of relationships, such that like your initial impulses are bad to have sex and stuff like that. Whereas I think true human nature would be to have sex and explore people that way. And then maybe you find your quote, whatever this means, one true love. Because I think we are diverse enough that finding compatibility, because like the more compatible you are with someone, the rarer that is. Because we're
You do.
very like,
Do you know the reason why they say not to have sex?
can I finish though?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Whereas like they expect people to almost like commit first on somebody that they don't know that way. So if at the end of the day it doesn't work out that way, then they've made like a horrible mistake. But I actually think the ability for people to bond sexually is very important for us, like socially. Like not with everyone that we're social with, but with our partners, it's like part of what keeps us interested in each other.
So do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know? Oh, go ahead, Neve.
No, sorry, Deb, it's you.
Now, do you know why they say that though? Not to do that.
Go ahead. I don't know where you're going with this.
No, I'm just asking. Do you know why?
Well, I'd have to know where you're going with this to answer. So just answer, please.
No, I'm just gonna tell you why if you don't know why. So I'm asking you if you know why.
I don't know. Like I have an answer. I just don't want you to be like, no, that's wrong, and then tell me why. Anyways, just tell me why.
No, I want to tell you you're wrong.
Okay, just tell me I'm wrong.
I'm playing with you. Yeah, the reason why they say that is because when you are mating with tons of people, men or women, you tend to create bonds with people just naturally. So you're creating bonds with multitudes and multitudes of people, and you're opening yourself to multiple different things, energy, spirits, sexual diseases as well. And you could bring that to whichever person that you're going to try to spend the rest of your life with, right? So the reason why they try their best to practice promiscuity, because there's a difference between love and lust, and you're not supposed to be overwhelmed with lust. It's mainly about trying your best to be committed to somebody, and love without commitment is weak love or not love at all, right? So that's why they always try to practice commitment first. That way you can know how to have a foundation with somebody for a long period of time, and you're not. And it's not a coincidence that a lot of people, men and women, who have multitudes and multitudes of sexual partners, they have a lot of things that they go through, like traumas, depression, self-worth, self-love, a lot of these things, insecurities. There's a lot of the things that they go through when they have tons of multiple partners. Now, again, probably not everybody, but it's a good portion of people that do.
Okay, yeah. So that's not like there's two parts I could agree with, and like some of those outcomes even. Well, so I'll try to go through this step by step. So the first part, STDs. Would you agree that informing, especially the young ones, about how to avoid that and equipping them to avoid that is probably, well, it's been well studied to be the best way to actually avoid that?
We've been informing people for a very long time now, and people don't care. They still do it.
Well, they don't just still do it. Like the rates of these things decline sharply, both when you provide better sex education and sex protection.
They've been doing sexual education for so long
And
now.
things have improved incredibly the more we do it.
Isn't sexual diseases like at a crazy rate right now?
Which, like, there's a couple because, like, for example, with HPV, we didn't know about it till recently, and so it's pretty like endemic to most people. Not like a lot, but we do have a vaccine, and we just need to get that vaccine out more broadly. I wouldn't say any like there's like there's like endemic cases popping up, but mostly we keep these things down with either proper like sex education and sex protection or vaccine. So I don't think it's nearly as bad as it would have been without those things.
Yeah, sexual. I'm not denying how important sexual education is. It's still a risk, though.
Right. But
So-
okay, so if that's your concern, so then can we at least agree that more education and equipping people for those things
What's the
leaves
best
them
way?
better protected
What's the best?
for something that they're already naturally going to do?
What's the best way to avoid STDs?
I know you're going to say not having sex, but that actually goes against human nature, which is ironic because you were quoting human nature for masculinity before.
I was just quoting how men and women are. I think sex is important. I'm not going to say that sex isn't important, but sex is important as long as you're doing it with the right person.
I
not
think
just
I think there
not.
will definitely be teens who don't want to have sex, and those boundaries should be appreciated. Of course, we shouldn't be like coercing them or even like overly encouraging them to have sex. But to recognize that they're going through puberty and some probably major portion of them are going to have sex before they reach the age of 18 means that simply telling them not to probably isn't going to be the cure all you think it is.
I'm not saying it's going to be a cure all. I'm just
I'm pretty
saying.
sure they know that abstinence is an option. Like it's
I'm not saying
like
anything.
not doing a thing is pretty obvious. It's not, you don't have to be educated on that.
Yeah, that's why I said that's what. I'm not saying that this is the cure all. I'm just saying why they are telling you not to do things in the Bible, and that's just one of the reasons.
That's not actually why. Like part of it was that there was STDs and stuff, but they didn't understand it. Like now when we educate people, we educate them. We don't just make them scared of their own bodies and sexuality.
It's not about being scared about anything. It's just about
Well, that's what
having.
the people who wrote the Bible were. You can
No,
see it in the text.
It's all about informing and giving people knowledge and understanding about life. That's all it
Okay.
is.
Well, I
You're-
guarantee you, if you take the Bible as allegory and you
You're
take it as a bunch of men who
you're
were trying to write about the cult. Sorry, I thought you were done. I'll let you
You're
finish.
you're taking it as fear because other people are using that to provide fear. When no, that they're preaching it in a terrible manner, which it shouldn't be preaching that way. But
I think the
what you're
Bible
talking
was
Well,
just
yeah.
more mushroom trips, just personified into a book.
But right, and I think it is also a cultural reflection of the time through allegory. Let's be real, right? Like the way they told the stories
Yeah.
was a reflection of how our media tells stories today.
Mhm.
The problem was though that like in that time, a lot of like cultural knowledge came from either handed down folklore, some of which was valid, or this fear of the unknown and like what it may contain. The tiger lurking in the bushes, for example. And so we got scared of ghosts and we got scared of aliens and we got scared of all this stuff up until human history before we had the technology to debunk 90% of these theories. And not everything got debunked. We haven't debunked God, for example, and that's fine.
How do you
God
explain
is
possessions?
Mental illness.
Psychological phenomenon. Well, no, it's not necessarily mental illness because, like, for example, somebody who's high on psychedelics can have possession, and we wouldn't say that somebody who's high on psychedelics is necessarily mentally ill.
Food shops.
True.
Are you looking to wrap up soon? You look pretty tired.
Listen. All right, I am
If she's not
coping with my
asleep, then
face.
this.
All right.
Yeah. I just didn't know if you were too polite to say anything.
Oh no. I was just trying to be polite, but yes, I am dozing off. But it's not because of discussion or anything like that. It's just that I've been streaming for 7.5 hours.
I get you.
I've seen
Yeah.
worse.
I have for the record, I just want to clarify that the first time Angela has appeared on stream, that she was debating Jay. And that one
Jay's a member
was
from your community?
huh?
Yes.
Jay's someone in your community, right?
Yeah, and that was 12 hours. That stream was 12 hours.
Damn.
And I'm here for
and
another 10. You're letting me down. I'm just kidding.
right now,
I'm just kidding.
You can't go over.
I'm not. We're
I can't.
pressuring you now. I'm just kidding.
How long is
I'm,
mine even?
by the
Peer
time
pressure.
I began, I was already feeling a little sick today.
Oh my god.
So I was already a little bit, I guess a little bit.
You're gonna burn yourself out,
wonky.
hun, and like then you're not gonna be able to stream for like a month. You gotta give
No,
yourself like more breaks.
I just realized
this
I'm
is
at
why
12
I
hours
paid.
right now. I just realized.
I'm at 5.5.
Yeah.
Look, this isn't just coming from my own personal experience. I know a lot of pro streamers who like outshine me on like their daily streams, and even they need to take breaks as soon as they start doing shit like what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. This is why I also hired an editor just to make sure
Are they
that
looking for more work? Just out of curiosity, I was thinking about doing the same thing.
That would be y'all be easy.
for
If
for
anyone is an editor, just DM me if you hear this. But
for
Just like
Netsy
whatever.
specifically,
oh no, he doesn't like me. We're good.
yeah, Netsy,
Scratch
and
that.
also like I think Netsy might be a little bit too edgy for you as well. Yeah, he's also way too busy working with Q, and working with some other people, and like he's not just exclusive to me, right? Yeah.
I think you should have more intellectual panels like this where you take more time to go through things. And then like you find an editor who has like a lot of passion for this kind of stuff. And so that way they can actually like break it down properly.
Oh yeah, sure. I've never really
Preferably
been.
just a little secret between you and me, nobody else is gonna hear this. Preferably a lefty editor, just saying.
That's okay. No, don't say something like that. That's a little weird to say. Okay, don't.
Oh come on. You don't think I was kidding
No.
when I said secretly between you and me, no one else can hear
Okay,
us?
okay. I got you. Yeah, okay, all right. All right. Yeah, but listen, Nessie is cool. All right. Nessie is being chilling with me. All right. We have a good working relationship, and he and I we have like we are well organized. We have a whole spreadsheet going. And yeah, we are updating it pretty much daily.
Oh, you should
So
network with Sprout, by the way.
huh?
Sprout knows about some cool communities. You should network with Sprouticus if you ever cross paths with him, like get him to join the server and stuff.
Rowdicus?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the guy with the American flag in the background?
From Tom Fillery's panel, yeah.
He
I've been in several places with him, and he knows a lot of interesting people.
I met him first time and on the tomfoolery panel, and I debated him about a pretty specific subject, and I think
Religion.
no
Oh,
and
okay. I missed that.
and
Then.
I think it was quite a hostile encounter. All right, let's just put it at that.
No, he'll be cool with it.
No,
Trust me,
no.
he's totally cool. He's like one of the chiller people in that space who will like totally brush that shit off.
Why Sprouticus again? Why'd you bring a
Because he
Sprouticus?
knows a lot of cool people. He's like really well networked, and he can hook you up with like some cool panels if like they pop up.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean I don't mind. I mean the thing is like I don't really
Interview
have any.
him, like do your interview things. That way you can invite him into the server. That definitely like I was kind of jealous when Bib's like, oh yeah, I was on your server. I was like, she said she didn't have room to join more servers for mine. Like whatever, I don't actually care.
Wait,
I don't
really?
use my
Did
server.
she say that?
Yeah, but like to be fair, you're way more active and productive, so I'm glad that she's in your server and not mine, because her being in my server would be a waste of time.
Oh, I mean, oh, I see. Well, I mean, she joined in, went on stream, and she like just hung around for a few hours, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah, but like, was I okay? So I sent in DMs that she's gonna make me look like dog shit. Was I wrong?
No, I mean, I don't know, right? Because it's all about like depending on who you network with, right? Because sometimes it is just off of like, oh, depending on like future prospects and like, okay, does this content creator have, like how far has this content creator gone so far in their content creator
Well, she's
career,
gone far too. She
like
precedes
record
me, and
and etc. Right? Yeah.
she precedes me, and I'd say I have a pretty wide tent, much wider than I've actually elaborated because I'm not trying to flaunt it. But like she's got a much wider tent than me because she's actually like got creds. So my respect for her isn't like just clout chasing. Of course, I respect her creds too, and I just respect her debate skills. So, no, I'm just asking for your personal opinion. If you think she outshined me like I predicted, because I knew that no matter how hard I tried, she was going to do that because she just knows her shit.
Okay. Stop. Can't ask me for an opinion on that. On whether like, okay, did she outshine you or
You're the
whatever?
one who gives debate analysis.
I have
and
not.
shit. Like,
Yes,
this is
true. I would say that specifically, I have not seen enough yet. Of like between you and specifically of her specifically, I would say.
Oh, I can debate her on guns again on your channel.
On my channel specific, yeah, sure. I mean, if she hops in here and then you guys just do like some kind of like drop-in debate, then sure.
What is
Oh,
your
fine. Okay.
channel?
I was
What
already
is your
talking
channel?
to her about it, and she hadn't gotten back to me. But fine, whatever. I was gonna set it up. But fine.
What's your
Maybe
channel,
Wick will do
Ninja?
it.
My channel.
I'm just on Twitch TV
Well,
under
I
the
thought.
same name, but
Okay.
I also have a YouTube channel that's under Melanie Cosmic Fox now,
Okay.
and yeah, I don't
Are
do
you
much
active
there.
there? Okay. That's what I'm
That's my problem is that I became really detached over the last winter from content creation and trying to upload any of my panels. You'll see that the last thing was actually my Dylan Burns interview on my YouTube, and then I was just like, didn't even upload part 2 because it was too fragmented, the VOD. Since it was like a co-stream thing and there was some complications. But anyways, I'm gonna get back into it. I'm deciding on my focus if I want to do political stuff and debate stuff, or if I want to be like more like variety streamer kind of deal. I think it's
Mhm.
variety, but then it's like, you know, attrition and picking up the things that may not fit in like a grand schedule type deal.
Yeah, I'm still working on my focus at this moment in time because I'm like panels, but I also like playing games, but I also get into like, I don't know, I spend time with more like
The most successful
personalities, I would
streamer,
say, than I would like say academic.
the most successful streamers I've seen in this space are people who have a brand such that when I'm talking to you about something, I think about that person and then I want to mention that person to you as an example. So like one example is probably when Destiny started breaking out on the debate scene on Twitch. There's probably a lot of people who would bring up Destiny when they were talking about online debate. Be like, actually, here's this person who does online debate on the stream. If you know, just because like as soon as our brains connect those things, we start wanting to vocalize it, especially if we've had positive experiences. So my question is, A, how can I get people to want to relay my not my brand but my image into the discussion, which is part of optics but also part performance.
Okay.
And how can it be positive, which is again part of optics but also part narrative, right? So like if for me positivity doesn't always mean that I'm gonna be favorable for everyone who views my channel, but it might mean that I'm favorable for the people I want to attract to my channel.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think there are a few things that I've been pretty set on, but yeah, I would like to kind of self-define my purpose here a little bit more.
One of the biggest traps, can I just give you a piece of advice? One of the biggest traps is listening to anybody who feels like they've got it figured out. Now, I know I sound like I got it figured out, but I'm actually saying you have to be experimental, but also you don't let trends corrupt what's in your heart. You got to stick to what's in your heart, otherwise you're going to lose focus and not want to do it. So a good example would be Philosophy Tube. Have you seen her videos?
Yeah, but I find them to be quite dry. I mean, I'm maybe not that kind of.
She's very theatrical and almost clinical in that way, I would say, as much as theatrics can be clinical. But I think it's because it's her passion. It's like who she is on the inside. And so every time she gets to make a video like that, she's living her fucking dream. And that's what we like. That's why people really want to be streamers. They want to be streamers that way they have 2 million followers and they've sold their soul to give out the same kind of video every week. Although I've seen many people do that, and let me tell you, they're very unhappy with that choice. They're doing it because they see someone living the dream that they want to live, and they see that as a means to get that. So if you're going to do this, the only way you're going to do there is if you don't sell out.
That's good advice. I think my YouTube experience has been, I would say, not very typical, but definitely exhausting. So, yeah, I don't know.
Mine hasn't been exhausting, mostly because I feel like debating comes naturally to me. Most times, it's the prep and the post production that I can't do.
You mean like editing?
The prep is fine. It's like the setting up the lights and the camera that's a little bit complicated for me. Mostly just because of how it's rigged against me. But aside from that, like I actually like prepping for debates too, because it's almost like putting myself through school as much as I can. And so, you know, I like to think I come out of it smarter than when I went in, even if I lost.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I should probably. I don't know. I think I like have a lot of thoughts and opinions, but I don't have a lot of organized thoughts. I think, or just like say things.
Well, one of the things that helped me is when I took like various STEM courses to the point where it actually started like being the foundation. Like, so for one thing was human behavioral biology. It's actually a free lecture series from Dr. Robert Sapolsky. And that really shaped a lot of my opinions about how humans ought to be, like what our human nature is.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, when people say something like, "Oh, you know, not having sex is clearly the answer," it's like, the answer to what? Like them not having a libido?
Yeah, definitely. If you I'm not sure what your schedule is like at this particular moment in time, but if you want to continue this conversation,
Oh yeah, DM me. I
yeah,
always
because I don't want to
follow up
hold
DMs.
I don't want to hold food shops hostage here.
I mean,
Yeah,
she could
no
have quit
problem.
at any point. She could have
No,
muted us even and just signed off.
I didn't want to disrupt anything. Don't worry about it.
She's like, as a streamer, like literally, she could have thrown us into the other room. Like her lack of ability to take agency is her fault, in my opinion.
Jesus
Be more
Christ.
Yeah, you suck,
Be more
food shops. You suck.
I have kicked people out of the room before.
On like just for like is
For
it
being
like
annoying enough.
yeah
based?
Fair enough.
Is that a Thorpe's reference?
Huh?
Is that a Thorpe's reference?
Not just that.
Which part?
I've done it to some orbiters before.
I have like I come from a lot less civil. Like my
It's just that I have a lot of patience. So,
Same.
yeah.
fair.
I have too much.
I
Is it
like a
patience
lot
or
of my.
Huh?
Is it patience or permissiveness?
Patience.
Yeah, so a lot of my interactions on YouTube so far have been in like the Black Manosphere, which is super random, but that's generally where I am if I'm not doing something with Angela. So it's been like
Like
a
against
lot
them, like
of.
talking,
Sorry?
like debating against them or covering them.
To be honest, I wouldn't even call it debating. I would call it defending myself most of the time. But I mean, I
True.
also feel that I am pretty. What's the word? Like I'm known for being really. What's the word? How would you describe it?
You roast a lot of people. You're
Yeah,
combative.
I guess so.
But like,
I'm
but
very
what side
combative
are you
and
reactionary.
taking, right?
argumentative.
Because I heard you say Black
Reactionary.
Manosphere, which could mean a few things. Let's be honest. So, what side are you taking? What stance?
So the stance would probably be more of a like accountability focus, which just sounds really general, but I guess if you're not familiar with the community, it would be really hard to
Okay, but
kind
you
of grasp because I
obviously,
think in the Black
like
community
when
there's
I
a really
addressed it,
big gender there's what they would consider to be like the gender wars kind of being
no,
a
no one
thing.
calls it
So
war. Oh my god. Maybe the right does.
well, I mean we're talking
Yeah.
about a community self-defining their own issues,
So you're
right?
trying to bridge, like you're trying to create a bridge between the two sides of these
Not at
communities.
all. I think I'm a reckless participant like everyone else, but I think I spend you know, I have a
Here's your
lot of
problem.
friends.
You got to be structured on the inside and only be like chaotic on the edges. This is like my new thing.
So
I heard someone say
do you
this,
know
and I love
so
it.
do you know any streamers from the Black Manosphere?
I feel like I might, but here's the problem: is
Can
like,
you name anyone?
well, a lot of them are left leaning, and I would also
I don't,
like.
not at all.
So that's what I mean. That's what I mean, right? Is like, what context are you addressing them under? As a leftist, as like, are you being super critical of them? And what points are you critical of?
I think that there's a lot to encapsulate in like that sort of question, to be honest. I think I would rather like I would I would
Prushat,
I
you
would
wanna
challenge
go?
you, huh?
Hmm?
Prushat,
Oh,
do you
no,
want to go?
no, don't worry about it. Keep going.
Jesus.
So like I would almost challenge you to kind of like indulge the community in at least an observational way to try and like get an understanding for where things are. But at the same time, it's not. It is very
So it's like with black
it's almost like
nationalism. Like when I encounter black
no,
nationalism,
no,
my
no.
well here.
So
Well, what I'm
I
saying is
think
like
so
where
so
where
my
like
so what I'm understanding right now in this conversation specifically
I
with
before you
what I'm
understand it, can I
saying and like what
explain
you're
to
saying,
you?
I think that I think you're jumping to a lot of conclusions and just kind of based on what you're saying, I don't feel like you have a grasp on what it is that I'm talking about, which I think is fine. But I'm curious
Well,
to know what
because
your understanding is.
yeah, particularly like I wouldn't make all of the same assumptions regarding origins with where like certain
Well, would you agree that you are making assumptions?
with white identities more so, yeah. This pertains
Okay.
way more to like normative roles than ones that like developed as like a response to or out of the fringes of normative roles. For which not to say like of course black people can take on normative roles too, but like when we're talking about like even black red pill has a lot of contextual origins that differ from the white red pill origins.
Yeah, but I
Is that
think
what
we're
you mean?
talking.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that this is red pill. I'm just saying like if I were
It's just
to
it's
distinguish these
like
things.
I hate to like write off what you're saying, but like it's not that deep. I guess is what I would say. Like there is underlying issues, absolutely, but I think that it is somewhat of a I don't know, it's
So yeah, I didn't mean
paradoxical
to
in the
say
way
there
that
wasn't
it's
underlying issues. I just meant to say like
no, I
to
think
the
that's what
degree
I think that's what you identified to some degree, right? Like you were working like did I
it's not
misunderstand you?
reliant.
You're
Like
saying
what I said isn't reliant on that. It's just noticing that while there are underlying issues, there's also these differences that exist. So,
okay,
so
so
it's not.
this is the way I would look at it. So like you clearly have like a knowledge base, and I think that's admirable. I really like that. But
Well, I'm trying
when
to
you're
like.
interacting with a particular community like this, it really works more into like your like social awareness, the particular like understanding, you know, the particular rules and things that happen in a
So
space that I
are
would
you
say is pretty
talking about
particular.
like
Like,
if I were to walk in there, how to immerse myself, as opposed to how to
no, you would.
analyze things from the
That's
outside?
no, because immersion. See, like immersion isn't even like I
Okay,
don't know. I
just
would have to take a look at what my role is more to really give you an honest answer on that.
well, I'm just trying to get like, what is your purpose of explaining this to me? What part like
So
are you trying to change
originally,
my approach or my
no,
analysis?
no. So what I'm saying is that you are providing me an analysis that is based on what you seem to like, whatever conclusions you have, and I think that you are making a lot of assumptions based on knowledge that I won't even like I'm not even prepared to argue, but based on
I'm
what you're
asking you.
saying, it doesn't apply to anything that I would consider to be the Black Manosphere. So anyways, my original reason for bringing that up is because that is a community that I'm pretty I don't know, I want to say like invested in.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was
Yeah.
just trying to identify like what distinguishes them from other black groups, right? That like form around political identities. What is their political identity is what I was really asking. I
I
guess
mean,
not just
there are,
black,
I would say there's
obviously.
people, well, for sure. I think that I would say that liberal, left leaning people would be a minority in a sea of people who would either be like undefined, like, or whether they're consciously or unconsciously conservative, basically. And I think that because the community is, dominated by like Black men, a lot of Black men have a tendency to be conservative. So it's kind of the environment that would come from that. But I don't know. Like I said, it's really hard to make, like, even in the way that I'm trying to explain it to you, I feel like I'm doing the same thing as you, because I feel like I'm not able to accurately represent something that is like generally focused on a culture rather than what somebody might observe it to be, I guess. I don't know.
Anyways, it might not be the best time for me to talk. I am technically at work, and my boss is nearby.
Cool.
It was nice talking to you, and DM me so we can talk more.
Yeah, of course. Hanko, are you streaming still, or are you heading to bed?
I'm streaming still. I gotta be up all night to write these kicker keep questions.
Okay, I'll meet you in VC if you're still hanging out. Or...
Yeah, I'll be over there in a minute. I'll pop into my my server's VC.
Okay, sounds good.
could I-
Thanks for jobs for. Hey, what's up?
Were you looking for a +1? Because at some point I'll be able to talk, just not like right this second.
Yeah, I think so, Canklemore.
Yeah, you can jump
Or
in
you can
whenever.
invite
I'll invite you to my server.
Thank you.
No problem. Let's
Sorry
see.
to be like an orbiter or whatever.
You're totally fine. I am always accepting of new people. I like having people jump into my voice chat whenever the fuck they want. It's fun.
Okay, great. I'll see you there.
Word.
All right. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
Yeah, of course.
Food shops.
So you guys have a productive conversation tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have one question before we go.
I'll see you if you.
Do you have any topic that you think you'd like a question written about for tomorrow's episode?
Is it like a thematic thing?
Just a general. Do you want the list of people so you can have a little bit of a informed sort of?
Yeah, sure. What's the list of people?
Okay, so it is Deathly Ill, Lidsey, Lupo, I believe is going to be on. Let's see who are the others. I have the list here. Deathly Ill, Gooner Gooch, Hyphonics, Lidsey, Uptown Lupo, Merc off to Perk, Moises B, and Sam Pepper.
Okay. Can you use one of the questions I posted in the question thing?
Did you put a question in here?
Yeah, in the Kicker Keep server.
Oh shit, I wasn't reading all these. Okay. All right, yeah.
I posted, and they're also high effort, yeah, and they give context as well.
These little paragraphs?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're not even they're not even like the stupid Malik ones. The one that's like, oh, is it gay to fuck a transgender person? It's the ones that's like, oh yeah, if you're a surgeon, is it okay to have like is it okay to remove someone's organs to save humanity, blah 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 blah, if they're unconscious, that kind of shit, right?
Okay.
Ask that one. No.
I took the top 5 out of that list of Malik questions and just put a little Malik suggestions fucking paragraph.
Dude, okay, there needs to be
It's
higher
goofy.
effort to these questions.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right, yes. Stop, yeah.
I've been the one putting the high effort questions in.
I don't know why Q asked the question specifically with the one with like, is it gay to fuck trans people? It's like, no, I'm sorry. Is it, or would you fuck a transgender person? And the entire commentator, by the way, it was a commentator themed Kick or Keep. Nothing to do with anything of this sort. And then they were like, are you serious? Like,
Yeah.
what? Yeah. And then, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, I get you. I wrote all of the like long questions for that episode. The all the ones with the like the Fousey stuff, all the context for that, and then people were like fucking Q stealing questions from the debate the other night. I wrote that like the prior week, and just brought it up because
Oh
of
yeah,
that debate.
somebody also called out Q reading off directly from the thing.
Yeah.
That was funny as fuck.
That was funny.
That was funny.
But
Yeah.
I'll let you go. I'll let you get some sleep. It's nice chatting.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah, hopefully yeah, you just yeah, be there to watch me talk with Angela.
I will.
Yeah,
I
it'll
definitely
be
will.
fun. I want to my hope is that I want to keep doing content with Angela. I think we have good chemistry together.
Yeah, I think
that's
so
my hope.
too. I've been doing content with her as well. It's a lot of fun. She's great. She's great to chat with.
Alright.
You should jump on one of her panels on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
She has panels.
Yeah, I've been on a couple of them. They're fun.
I see.
I'll
Does
DM you.
Is she? Is
So
she?
are they looking for try-hard debaters like myself?
Sometimes, maybe. I'll
Oh, by the way,
I'll
by the
shoot
way,
her some
Kinko.
suggestions. Go for it. What's up?
Kinko, by the way, did she ever join other Discord servers and like hang out in other communities like this?
Not really. Not often. No. But like lately, me and her and Neve have been just chatting a lot, just bullshitting. Like after the MLD situation, I followed her on Twitter and we built like a tweeting back and forth rapport, you know? And then I recruited her for Kick or Keep, right? I got her in the server. And then one day she just like hopped into my stream. She was like, "Oh shit, I caught you while you're live. I'm getting in your VC," and then just fucking hopped in. And I don't know if she does it like often, but
Yeah, my hope is that she would if she would hop into my stream regularly, that
she
would
probably
be
would do
fun.
that.
Yeah.
She probably would do
because
that.
just to have a reasonable voice, some counter some of the crazy ass boys club in here.
Oh, I see how it is. My voice isn't reasonable enough.
Whoa! Stop! You stop coming here. What can I say? All right.
I have
kidding.
I have an idea for you. This is going to be a little bit self-masturbatory, but I have an idea for
Yeah,
you. If you you gave her the stalker perms, right? Okay.
Yeah, obviously.
If you want, I can sort of watch when I'm like chatting with her. I can like watch, see when you're on, what you're doing, and then like try to bring her in, like convince her to come over here more.
Oh yeah, and I'll also watch and just like follow you guys in there. We'll be Team Rational Voices against the Red Pill.
Yes, the Red Pill wrecking balls.
I guess okay. Don't take this wrongly or whatever like that, but I think Ninetales, I think typically you and Angela have different perspectives whenever you guys talk about things, right?
They weren't that different. In fact, she picked up the gender role thing that I was saying partway through.
I mean, I guess we'll have to see because I think you guys will begin to say different things or whatever like that, and I'm sure you guys will also in the future interact a lot, but yeah, we'll see.
You guys seem like the type to
Rashad,
like
I'm gonna say
clash.
this much. Your post analyses are actually pretty good. Your predictions have fallen short a lot, in my opinion. But I think that that's just like everybody. And I'm going to say this much. Pretty much anybody who's on the same side as me, I can try to like match their rhetoric. The reason I brought gender role strain into that discussion is particularly because that's not talked about by the left enough, even, in my opinion. Like there's a lot of leftist content creators who don't actually link that to its harmful effects enough for their male audience. like Vosh, for example.
Did you define gender role strain before you brought it in?
I think so. I think she did.
Yeah. I like it's there's multiple ways to define it because it's not something that came out of a dictionary definition per se, even though the words have their own dictionary definitions. But like as a server, like if you want to combat red pill, I think that what I've posted in trade chat is the best way to arm yourself against it. Because as I pointed out, if you want to help families, if you want to help men, this is the literature that describes how.
All right. I mean, I have to take a look at the links that you posted. I haven't clicked on them yet, but I'll probably take a look on my own time.
There's also a third one in this chat that isn't in trade chat, but that one's behind a paywall, so you have to go to Sci-Hub. If you know what Sci-Hub is, then you're awesome.
Cool.
Anyways, am I following Canklemore?
Yeah,
Wait.
no. I'll be right over there in just a second. I'm about to hop over there.
So I'm gonna let me get this.
It was nice talking
correctly.
to you for time.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming in. Yeah, thank you. I'll see you around.
All right. I'll do that.
Wait, Kinko.
Yes.
Are you to be clear? Are you requesting the stalker role?
I mean, yes, but I don't want to like. This is the first time I've come in here. I'm not gonna overstep.
Yeah,
It's up to you. I'm not gonna.
I give out stalker role like candy. So I mean, yeah, I do. Yeah,
Okay. I appreciate it.
Here's a dealio. Okay, I give it out like candy, but I also take it away like candy as well. All
Totally
right?
fine.
Like,
I'm not gonna abuse it.
Promise.
Promise.
No, as in here's a dealio, right? If I do purges regularly, as in like if it's not used, if I feel like it, if I feel like taking it away, I will take it away, right? As in like typically the criteria upon me taking it away is like if this person's too annoying, if this person doesn't bring enough value to the stream, if this person is too disruptive, if this person is whatever, too cringe or whatever the fuck, right? Then I will take it away.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. But otherwise, I think most of the time you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
If you ever want to set up a debate or anything, let me know. And also, you have the roles in my server to just come into my chat if you ever see us all in there. So pop in anytime. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Coming in. Good night.
The fuck were you doing in general chat, huh?
Where the fuck do I go?
You got to be in the orgy den.
Holy shit! Where the fuck is
It's
your
under
server?
live. It's on the top.
Did you move me?
Yeah, I moved you.
You did what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how I could like describe that community without being like. I honestly don't even know, like, because like I would say like the style of rhetoric, if you try to explain it, like if you look at it, if you look at it too much, it's like you can't explain it in a way without it being patronizing. But it's like it's just such a community on its own that like at the same, like it's where they're at, kind of,
Yep.
So, that's really the only thing I feel like comfortable saying, because aside from that, you can't just be like, I don't know.
With the Black Manosphere, you mean?
Yeah.
I think it seems to just be like red pill adjacent.
Oh yeah.
Like
like it's kind of like you wouldn't say that you were because okay, so like if you said that you were, then you would get clowned, right?
Yeah.
So no one says that. But they have their own way of just like bringing a lot of the same dynamics that happen in like I don't know the regular manosphere red pill shit. Except it's more community oriented in the way that the drama unfolds. Very soap opera esque at times.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where you can observe drama and oftentimes you can participate in it. It's yeah, really that yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh Jesus, voice crack. I'm about to read these questions that Food wrote. You are a surgeon with foresight. You know there are 4 patients who are destined to become mankind's saviors who need organs. There is one regular Joe who is unconscious who can supply all the organs. Would you remove the organs discreetly to transplant the organs? Why or why not? That's how you come up with questions. FYI, not this. Would you fuck a trans person? Okay.
Is that did somebody actually propose that?
That's
or I don't think you can ask that question.
I might actually be able to. I think this is simple enough.
Bad? I think a Destiny server
What,
is
the would you fuck a trans person? Yeah, so
well, okay, like our trans gay because it's like a derivative of that question. So I think it's banned or whatever. But I could be wrong.
So the question that was asked last episode, which somebody told me to put in, so I fucking put it in, which was fucking stupid. But it was like would you rule out dating a trans person only because they're trans? Like if there's no other reason?
I think a lot of people would say yes.
Yeah.
A lot of people would say. I've heard a lot of people say yes.
I think I would probably say yes.
Just outwardly, yeah.
I would say yes, but I don't think it's transphobic.
No, I don't think it is either. I feel like it's really akin to like, I don't know. It just is like, it's kind of like not something that's worth kicking and screaming about.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to intellectualize someone's preferences to them, you know? You're not just be like, here's a strong argument for why you should all of a sudden be attracted to them right now after I own you in this debate.
Yeah.
So, it's just not going to happen. Like, if anything, it has a negative effect on trans women.
For me, there are like some trans women that I'm like fairly attracted to. They're like really hot, but like intuitively I get uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
it's not like I have any problem with trans people. I mean,
well, discomfort breeds discomfort as well, right? So like if you're uncomfortable, then it becomes uncomfortable for both of you, and it's like
yeah. And like ironically, I'm like very like pro, like I'm very progressive with like the trans issues, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like
I don't even think I am.
You're not?
I don't know. I think I have a lot of like hang-ups about some few particular things that I don't know, I should probably flesh out more. It's like the whole non-binary thing. I don't really
I think non-binary is transphobic.
Yeah, I feel like it is well, I don't know that I would go that far. I just think that like whatever particular just doesn't feel, it feels like conflation, honestly.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
It's something that deserves its own attention,
but it's not
because
trans.
there's so much nuance to it. But yeah, I think a typical trans experience, and I wouldn't even say typical because that's kind of gatekeepy, but I just think that Even if you look at people who, you know, are headed towards masculine or feminine, or sometimes you even get a shit mix of both. Like for the most part, most people just kind of want to like get on with their lives and yeah, and like the whole non-binary thing just feels very
attention grabby.
Well, yeah, I mean,
My
to
friend's
some degree. I
non-binary,
think
and I've
that's
been
like,
trying to convince her that she's fucking retarded for a while.
well, I don't think you need to do that, but
No, I do,
don't know.
because
I
she's like
wouldn't
very
necessarily do
gullible.
that. I think like, okay, so like from my side of things, I think like if your experience with your gender is ambivalent, there are maybe reasons why that could be, but I don't necessarily need you to define your gender for me to be able to like exist. But where it becomes an issue is where you're conflating it with people who are like making a very clear, you know, journey from one, you know, gender presentation to the next. Because it just doesn't make sense. Like, okay, obviously, like even just the everyday, like if we talk about like that being a typical whatever transgender person, there's still a lot of nuance, but there's enough nuance in like going from A to B, and that's and before you even look at, and then when you add in like the non-binary stuff, it's like, okay, you're not even going to A or B, you're like in the middle, and it's not even a letter.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't make fucking sense to me to have them in the same conversation. So yeah, I'm all about like I would accept it if it were, you know, completely secular from the, I don't know, from like the trans umbrella. If it weren't discussed in every single breath. If people who were non-binary understood and were a little bit more, I don't know, like conscious of how the everyday person doesn't necessarily care for distinctions. They really just kind of, they really need to see. I don't know. You do have to, I don't know, like, the onus should never be on you to like make an argument for why you can be the way you want to be. But like, at the same time, when there's something that is like so incredibly nuanced as like to be as being like someone who identifies as non-binary, then you should also be like prepared to, you know, communicate that your sense of self to people, especially if you feel like it's like impacting you negatively. And yeah, it just seems to be like non-binary people are like the people who get very like, I don't know, there's it's really even hard to make like generalizations even these days at
Yeah.
times because it's like it's so muddled and the water's been so muddled, kind of like easy to feel hopeless about it.
I would consider myself a trans medicalist. I think you need to have gender dysphoria to be trans.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that trans medicalist in the sense that, okay, like the diagnosis is, you know, part of the equation, but also you like have to be making an effort to,
Yes.
you know, take on some, you know, particular, I would say like, you know, like the literal and like transition in the literal sense. And so I am with, you know, a bit of gray area for like people who are, you know, say in Florida and don't have access to it, or like, you know, are in circumstances that are really shitty. But you know, if I'm somebody who doesn't necessarily believe that you should be transitioning, like my whole process was really about, you know, making sure and trying to be like the devil's advocate for myself and my own like reasons for as to like why I might think that, you know, I might be in the, you know, in the wrong gender or the wrong gender presentation. So I really had to make sure that I was sure. And for me, that process was like, you know, took me into like early adulthood. I'm not saying like other people can't be sure, but where's my fucking point here? I literally lost my train of thought. but yeah, like, so when it comes to like the medical side of things, like, it wouldn't even necessarily be like, I don't know. I forget what I was gonna like. I forget where I'm going with this. Honestly, I'm too tired. But
People that are
I
making
think
an
I just
effort
like,
to transition.
yeah, and so I don't know. I think the effort should also be like demonstratable, right? But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, I remember this. Okay, so yes, like I think the whole trans medical ideology, the reason it's pushed back on so hard is because yeah, there are a lot of people who don't have access to like gender affirming care. Like even for me, I would consider like hormones like HRT to be something like very basic. But for some people that's like, you know, it would be like life changing and really difficult to access. So I can empathize with that or sympathize with that because I obviously have never had trouble accessing it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we should discount the whole process for people who, you know, are struggling to make that happen for themselves, or, you know, because they live in those such like particular settings. I think that it's, you know, that's like for us to make, you know, a portion of the community feel better about themselves versus like making the process that's like painstakingly difficult and whatever like very arbitrary because some people aren't able to, like, it's just like a natural, it's like just a reality.
Yeah.
Just like sad. Even for myself, like I don't have access to like, well, I don't know. So like hormones for me are a given. They were something like I did, you know, a reasonable amount of research on. You know, I accepted, you know, a lot of the side effects, a lot of the things like infertility, you know, a lot of the changes that it would make to my body. And, you know, looking at the long-term effects as well, and just accepting the fact that like it is relatively experimental and this could go horribly wrong for me at some point in the future, and I never know. I'll never know. But for now, like there doesn't seem to be, you know, any demonstrable cases of that being the case, other than like people having pre-existing conditions and not being able to continue with like hormones because of those reasons. So yeah, like outside of that, fuck, I forgot my point again. I'm playing Starfield. I'm so tired, and I'm like, what was I saying before? Make my argument for me, Kanko.
Fuck. People need to be making an effort to transition.
Okay, sorry. When it comes to, I remember now, thanks. So when it comes to like the surgical element of things,
yes,
that's kind of where I draw the line on like the experimentalness, I guess. I'm pretty blessed in that I looked like my mom and not like my dad. So I have some benefit. Like I had some, what's the word, advantages in that regard. Like hormones were enough for me. Would there be some things that I would like to change to my face? Absolutely. But if I had to live the rest of my life like this, I think I would be okay.
All right.
You know, same with my body. But like when it gets into like bottom surgery and even top surgery, those are things that I consider like really, really risky. And so it's not that I can't justify the risk. It's just like something that I'm like so internally fearful of that I don't know. Like, and like I've also kind of had requirements for myself as well, like things that I would need to do before I could even consider like something like a bottom surgery. And I haven't been able to like meet my own requirements for doing so. So like one of them was like I would have to I wanted to be able to like demonstrate like you know, a consistent, I wanted to be consistent in my mental health for like a year, like just really feel confident about it.
perpetually
And
trapped.
you know,
in a
like
never-ending
there were obviously
spiral of life and
stipulations that like obviously I could continue to do
Is this a
therapy, like
curse
those are acceptable. I
or
think
some
people
kind of
think that because you're in therapy, then there are things that are inherently wrong. I just think it's like healthy to, you know, obviously have a place where you can like let things out. So yeah, I knowing that the aftercare in like something like a bottom surgery is so like it requires so much meticulous like focus and not focus necessarily, but you just need to be meticulous about your like hygiene and the way you like go about your body. Like for me, I know that like when I get into really bad like mental health ruts, like you know my hygiene does suffer as like you know like just with depression and stuff, and so I would worry that um you know if I didn't have my mental health under control and I was under like in a surgery like that, I would make it a lot worse for myself by not being able to care for myself adequately. So that's kind of where I had like the year of like, okay, I want to feel confident about my mental health for a year. And I never got there. And it was like a year, 2 years. And it's not that I've like ruled it out completely, but I've never been able to like resolve the fear that I have about the surgery, like come to it with like a full degree of confidence and just the older I get, the more I kind of just learn to like accept myself for like what it is, regardless, because you know, there's a degree of like self-loathing that is like, you know, understandable as a trans person, but at the there's also like part of it to me that feels very like I should still be somewhat grateful. Like I don't know. Like I just don't want to live my life like hating coming like I don't want to live like 35, get to 35, I'm 29, right? Look back when I was 29 and be like, oh fuck, I had it so good then, and just do that for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? Like every 5 years be like, oh, it was so good back then. It was so good back then. Like I just want to be able to like find some sort of like um middle ground with myself. And part of that's like, okay, maybe it's not like full cosmetic surgery. But yeah, that's kind of where I like rationalize with that, I guess.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, it's definitely like a lot. I don't know, and especially with myself too, because like I've made so much. I made such a conceited effort to like you know make sure that I'm like conscious and comfortable with where things are going with my transition. That's just like one thing I could never settle the water on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like okay, what if I fucking and what if I fuck this up? What if the surgery goes wrong? You know, what if they're like, what if I get this surgery and they have like a breakthrough surgery like 5 years down the road that's like better and more effective or whatever? Like, I'm gonna have that like almost like buyer's remorse, even though it's free where I am. Like
It's
just
free
even
where
that
you
sounds
are?
yeah, it's paid for by the government.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's
everything except
you know what? That makes sense.
well, okay, that and there's also a for breast augmentation as well. It's also accessible to trans people under like certain conditions where like if you're under a hormones for amount of time and your breast growth is under a particular like measurement or whatever, then you can get it covered or like significantly like discounted. But that's another thing as well, because I think one of the things that scared me was I think it's called like silicone sickness, where people have had like breast implants and then just have had their bodies like completely reject them. And it has led to like a lot of different like sicknesses. And I don't know, I just could never be at peace with that. And then the other part of it too was like not having enough skin to really augment my upper body in a way that would look like, you know, somewhat natural. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I take not want to say like pride, but I like having a degree of naturalness to myself where I'm like, you know, I'm not somebody that like takes on the makeup. You know, I'm kind of more like like my mom, we're more just like, I don't know, like stoic in the way we go about things, and you know, just like you know, expressive, but not necessarily in that particular way. Like, yeah, it's complicated.
Sounds it.
Yeah.
Why don't you fucking cam up?
I don't even have. I don't think I can.
You don't think you can?
Well, because I have. Hold on. Maybe. Because I have my cam used in OBS right now, and then I have my other cam. Maybe it will work two places.
Oh, do you know what I found out?
What?
You're using regular OBS or Slobs?
Lot.
Streamlabs OBS.
No, regular OBS.
So you know where it says start streaming, start recording, OBS virtual cam?
Yeah.
Next to OBS virtual cam, click the little cog wheel.
Oh, you can do a particular scene, right?
You can do the source and turn it to just your camera.
Shit, while I'm using it?
Yeah. I found that out last week. I thought that I could only use like a scene. You can use the source. You don't have to do it. You just use the source. You can just use your camera. It's so convenient.
I just need to rename it so I know. This one. That is very convenient. Okay, let me see if this works.
What do you do for work?
I don't work.
You don't work?
No.
How do you make money?
I live like pretty comfortably to some degree. Like I would say that I have enough money to pay my rent, and like I have a pretty strict budget for other things, but basically like the story goes, so I came from working in a recreational background. I was like a recreation coordinator, and I was a rec coordinator for like a bunch of child and youth programs, and I basically just had like a pretty shitty like mental health kind of crisis kind of happened. So I like had I also lost a really close friend of mine in September to Ewing sarcoma. And so she was like literally like I had known her since we were babies. Like I have photos of me sitting on her lap. So it was just like my first real experience with like death, I would say. And I didn't really take it very well. And then I was also in like a very high capacity role. I had like quite a bit of like I had like 17 people underneath me. And I was doing a lot of different things that I had never done before in a role. Like I'd taken such a considerable leap from my previous role to the one I was doing that I was basically like all hands on deck. Like I literally just didn't have room for anything outside of work. It would seem I would go home and, you know, like play games. Wasn't even able to play games with friends. Like that's how drained I felt all the time. And then, you know, when it became like I basically got to a point where I was like, I kind of got into like a self-preservation mindset where I was like, okay, from a professional perspective, I don't want to like, I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to do my job in a way where like, you know, like I wouldn't want to get fired because I wasn't even satisfied with like the work I was doing, even though I eventually came to like actually really understand the role and work it in a satisfactory manner and like actually do okay. I was always really good at the interpersonal stuff. My issue was more like the back end admin stuff. And so so basically, I decided to resign after a couple months because I was getting like, you know, just a lot of like, I don't know, I didn't feel like the training was really there. There wasn't enough like, you know, like oversight and the sorts of things that I had to do throughout my job. And then the other side of it too was like, I just didn't have the what's it called, like the attention to detail, do my job confidently, basically thing. So like, yeah, like I had a lot of like personal criticisms of myself, and so I basically was like, okay, like I don't want to leave this job without a reference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to resign, give them time to like find somebody else, and just kind of say like, hey, it wasn't a fit. So I did that. I ended up working the job from like September to December, I think, which kind of sucked because it was a job that I had wanted when I was like 19 or 20, and I almost went to school for it. But then I had like fucked up all this shit in Edmonton and where I was going to school, and like wasn't able to like follow through. But then ended up getting the job anyways on experience, which was kind of cool. Only to find out that I like kind of hated it and I wasn't really like cut out for it. So anyways, I ended up resigning in January, December. My friend died, I think, in November. And like I was basically just a mess throughout that. And then right after like I finished work, my roommate had decided to move out. So, and she gave me like a 1 month notice, which is shitty, but like, okay, whatever. And so like I had to like fill the gap in my rent, and I wasn't able to do that. So I basically asked a friend, and then this person is very, I don't know, I would say like I have like a pretty turbulent background with this person, and like needless to say, they like it was like a sexual assault situation. So they like assaulted me basically, and I like reported it, and like it had a really considerable effect on my mental health. Like I went from, I don't know, I can't really explain it, but it changed me dramatically. In the span of like, you know, a month, I was doing things that I had never even like, I couldn't even like rationalize. Obviously it took me like 4 or 5 months to go to therapy, which is huge for me because I'm somebody who actually like believes in therapy quite a bit. And you know, really like encourages it for other people, and had been going to that point. But after that happened, I literally just like kind of dropped off the face of the earth, stopped talking to my friends, stopped talking to my family, was like really isolated, and yeah, just kind of working through like even a bit of paranoia because I had reported the incident, and it's being processed through the Crown, which is the like the state, I guess, like the state, like you could say the state or the province of like British Columbia is prosecuting this person on my behalf, kind of thing. So like all the ins and out of that, like just every so often with like all the court proceedings, now I have to go like testify against him in early next year, and yeah, it just changed me dramatically, and I think that it still has. I think it really informs the way that I look at, you know, relationships. I think that I try and look at them in a very like, you know, positive, almost like lofty kind of way. But the truth is, like, I think I have a lot of really underlying hate and distrust for men right now, and I've been able to overcome it by being friends with men. It's not like I ended all my friendships with like men and stuff.
I'm saving bitches out here.
You can't go. No, like it wasn't like that, right? But it was, it was more from a like you could even look at it like this actually plays into, Angela in some ways, because, at the time I was seeing all this like red pill bullshit, and just, seeing all these men who just completely lacked accountability, all this different stuff. And I just, subconsciously I had so much like hate and distaste for it. And I was like it just infuriated me. But but then like seeing Andrew and Angela in the MLD moment,
Andrew
it was kind of
Andrew
like,
should bring you back to hating men.
No, yeah, definitely. No, I think Angela just kind of like inspired me to be like, you know, to stop being quiet about it and to be more like, you know, I don't need to go into every space and tell people like, okay, this is the way I am because of this particular reason. Like I do keep it to myself other than like when I'm on a fucking stream right now, I guess. But you know, the point of the matter is that um I do my best to try and at least keep a very to keep an objective opinion, although I've understood that in the past I haven't been able to do that, and even there was even times where I didn't realize it yet. So this is even like a realization that I've come into in the last like month and a half probably, which is, you know, a little naive, but outside of that, you know, I after I left work, like this happened to me like almost immediately after work. Um, it basically completely removed my ability to, you know, go back to work, find a new job because I was just like a zombie basically. Like I wasn't you know, I just didn't feel like a human being to be honest. I was isolated and, you know, I was in a, you know, a pretty severe depression. And so you know, I've been able to get assistance from some organizations here who help me in small ways, and then I have like family that supports me. But it's not something that's like perpetual. It's like for a predetermined amount of time. So from the beginning, I said that, you know, I would give myself like a year to focus my time on, you know, some things away from you know, pouring my energy into like community roles where, you know, I've generally been leaving myself on empty for most of the time. Um, so basically, I was like, you know, I'm going to spend a year, start being a little bit more selfish, being a little bit more focused on myself, give myself time and space to like process like all the court stuff, specifically like, you know, getting ready to go testify, you know, getting time and space to give myself is like not as much therapy as I need. Like part of the victim, there's like a victim service. I don't want to say it's like mandate, but something you get through the government where basically like I was given quite a significant amount of like counseling sessions to, you know, overcome this where now like my biggest thing really is about like keeping myself healthy, you know, connecting as much as I can, going outside as much as I can, which I don't do enough. But yeah, because I did kind of get like a bit agoraphobic for a while. Like I wasn't able to go outside and interact in the ways that I had previously. Um, and a lot of that was due to like some paranoia because once my roommate moved out, I was able to sustain myself by myself for quite a while. But yeah, it was just like I was just in a constant state of paranoia for like months. And I was able to get over it eventually, which was like great because, you know, it did feel very hellish. Um, but yeah, so right now I just feel like it's like, okay, I need to, you know, make sure I wake up in the morning, you know, drink enough water, eat, at least communicate with someone. And like, yes, like I'm starting to make more friends online. And I think that's, you know, great for me because that's kind of where I'm at right now. But I'm still coming from a place like where, you know, I didn't really spend much time at home. I would spend, you know, most of my time like doing like things with my friends and going out, and like a lot of my friendships have suffered because of my mental health, right? And the fact of the matter is like people are sympathetic and, you know, they will support you, but when you are like somebody's friend, and like there's like, you know, the habits that people have in their lives, and when somebody removes themselves from your life, like you start to develop different things to like fill that space. So now that I find that like I have a bit more energy to like engage with people that I, you know, I like, I feel like it's a lot more difficult because they're not used to like making time for me anymore. Does that kind of make sense? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like before it would just be like effortless. And now it's like, okay, well, you know, Neve hasn't been around for a while. And yeah, I've like had to fill that space with other things. And now that space that was there for me is like filled with other things. Right. So that's also been like really difficult. But yeah, it's just it's all part of the process, I guess. Yeah, that's my whole entire life. There you go.
I actually I completely understand the friend thing, because like completely different reason, but when I was on heroin, I was out doing drugs a lot. I stopped hanging out with a lot of like my not trash friends, you know, and started hanging out with a lot of definitely trash, piece of filth, garbage, anus friends that I would get drugs from, you know. And once I stopped hanging out with those people, I tried sort of reconnecting with a lot of my past better friends. It's like more difficult to like ever make plans with them.
It's it is tough.
Yeah.
It really is. Especially when I don't know, it is. It's another thing, like there's like drug addiction, sexual assault, like these are horrible things to have happen to someone. And yeah, there is like a degree of, I don't want to say like personal responsibility that comes with these. Like I do often blame myself for, you know, being naive at times, or like even like, you know, just association, stuff like that, where I don't know what the fuck my point is here. I'm so sorry. This happens to me a lot. I
do the same thing.
I have a really
Yeah, thanks
difficult
for the
time.
follow,
Like,
Danica.
okay, so like I see words coming out in like sentences almost like as you type. And like once I get to a certain amount of like characters, the words that are at the beginning seem to drop. Now.
Yeah, no, I
That's
do
why
the same
could explain
thing.
that.
Are you on ADHD medication?
Yeah.
Are you really? What are you on, Adderall or
No.
Vyvanse?
I don't think it's either. It might be like Ritalin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know. I used to do I used to have like Concerta, which was something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I just actually started taking Vyvanse yesterday. I switched from Adderall. Now I had to drop my dose, which sucks. I had to swap.
Why?
I had to swap from Adderall to Vyvanse. I wanted to swap because Vyvanse is a prodrug. It has a lot less side effects than Adderall. A lot of people have a much better experience. I'm getting the generic Adderall, and every single month I'm getting a different generic brand, and I feel like every single month I'm taking a different drug with different side effects or different like significance in side effects. Like I feel like 1 month I'll take it, I'll be sweating like a fucking pig, but like the effects will be all right, and then like the twitchiness won't be like terrible. It'll still be bad, but not like terrible. And then like the next month I'll get it, and like the effects will be like kind of shit, and then like I'll be twitchy as fuck and sweaty as fuck. And then the next month, I'll like the effects are fucking great, but then like the dose feels like it's different every day, and it's like, what the fuck is going on with these stupid fucking Adderall brands? They're garbage. And Vyvanse only just recently got any generics, so I was able to get the name brand for Vyvanse, and it's not like out of stock everywhere, you know. It's like $40, but for the copay. But yeah.
What is that, a month?
Yeah.
That's very similar to actually what I was paying. So we have what is this like? I don't know if this is just like everywhere, but basically like the government, I think they at some point down the line in like pharmaceutical companies, they like provide them with like subsidies or whatever, and then as like a stipulation of those subsidies, I think they're supposed to like provide some degree of like discount for people who can like demonstrate a need or something. So basically and this is even like, this is weird how easy this was. So, but basically there's this thing and it's called like Innova card or Innova Care or something.
Mm-hmm.
And basically like all I had to do was go to this thing and like type in my email, like some basic ass information. Like I don't even think they needed my SIN number, which is like your social security number in Canada. I don't even think I needed that. Provided them with the information. There was not even an approval. There wasn't even an approval phase. They just give you like a number and like you can get a card mailed to you. I think I have one for free. And then you bring it to your pharmacy and my Concerta, which is actually fucked if you think about it. But like my Concerta would have cost me like $130 a month. And it only cost me like 35, I think, with the card that I just randomly got off the internet because my pharmacist told me to go get it. It's like really weird.
Nice.
Yeah, so I mean, and it's and there's other methods for getting drug coverage and stuff in BC because like you generally like if it's life threatening, you don't go without. It's just like navigating the health system in Canada is just really fucking annoying.
I just noticed that this person that's on tomorrow that I recruited is alive at the moment.
Nice.
I'm gonna see if I can
You want to get
see if I can get a chat in here.
Maybe. If that's what you'd like.
I feel bad. I'm a useless teammate.
Yeah.
I'm so used to Rogue now.
What was that?
Oh my god, you were.
What's their name?
What?
Deathly ill, but not deathly on this stream.
Why? What's happening on your end? Everything good?
Yeah.
Over there, everything goes over there. Okay, everything's good over here too. So, yeah.
Why did you? You literally sound like you shit yourself.
That's what happened. A poopy came out of my fucking butthole, and
You
it's
need to
still
go so
sitting
far.
Is there audio that I'm not hearing? Yeah, I've got it muted. Again.
Cindy and I are going as Cindy.
Hey, do you guys like Logan Paul or just me?
What kind of streamer are they? Just like games, obviously.
Just me. That
On this channel, yeah.
You're not gonna ask Harrison who was, but okay, sure.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, ask Harrison.
I want to
Get
vape
him in
so
there.
bad right now.
We need something to give us a little bit of edge.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Barack Obama, she's not carrying, okay? It's an illusion. I can't believe you, of all people, falling for it.
Is this somebody they're on Discord with?
I guess so.
All right, I'm gonna pee real quick. You get Harrison.
Sometimes people's mics, okay, like, I wouldn't even be surprised if this person was in the room with them.
Get Harrison.
It kind of, yeah, they are. It sounds like that.
He always yells at me.
What game is that? This is Father's Day?
I think so.
I just feel like I'm being bit by a
Don't know
fucking
Dark and
spider or a
Darker.
mosquito, like-
Oh, this is Dark and Darker? This looks like a RuneScape.
Oh, my dog is probably
Hmm.
boiling. It's so fucking hot in this.
Where?
She's ignoring it. I wonder why. Just trying to get her to do like a little bit of indirect promo.
Or okay.
What?
Or okay.
Kick or keep, yeah.
Or kick or keep, yeah.
Yeah. For King of Cock. No, that's the sideshow for like for nobodies like me and you.
Yeah, fair enough.
If you want, you can go on that show. I could get you a spot, of course, and then you
Yeah,
get
you
a chance to get on Kick or Keep.
But would I have to be an absolute debate idiot, or do I just get to be an idiot?
You just get to be an idiot. And King of Cock, you get to be an idiot, and then on Kick or Keep, you got to be a debate idiot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. When are you thinking? When does that run?
I don't think it's run for a little bit now, but That's just because not a lot of the winners have been getting on the show lately because the show's been had such big names on it. So, you
guys
just
got a back, or what do you call it? A backlog.
Yeah.
Like a log jam almost. Okay, got you. Yeah, let me know. I would love to go on there and
are you in
Maybe.
Toronto server? Did I invite you?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
I just don't really get it. I don't know. There's like Angela's server's the only one that makes sense to me because it's so simple and fucking like I feel like I got there. It is such a good time where yeah.
Wait, say that again. I zoned out the last little bit.
Oh, I was just
ADHD.
saying like Angela's server is just perfect for me because it's so straightforward and simple and like
Oh yeah.
yeah, like versus like the other ones have all these like different things and like uses and stuff where it's like cool, but also don't know where to really interact. And they're like so big and expensive that it's like you don't even want to. You just I don't know. Especially like with all the drama that I was seeing on like the Destiny server, like like with all the racist stuff. It wasn't that I thought that it's not that I'm afraid the server would be racist because I actually don't think it is. I just know that the type of like semantic arguments that are happening there are just like literally the ones that are gonna make you want to fucking pull your hair.
Yeah.
So I just want to get into like I said, the people making arguments for saying slurs and this and that, and it's like, hey.
Oh, Ninetales is over in the general chat of Q's server.
Oh. Invite her over.
With Netsy. She said she was gonna come over here. I invited her already, but
who's Netsy?
The one of the guys that works with Q. I'm gonna see if I can ask Detox when the next episode's gonna be.
I'm literally just shooting fucking alien dinosaurs in space right now. No idea what I'm supposed to be doing.
What are you playing? Battlefield? Battlefront?
Starfield.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Starfield. Am I retarded? My God.
Starfield.
It looks a little bit like Battlefront.
Yeah, especially right now with that. Looks like the Wookiee place. Shit, I'm pushing 14 hours right now. Should go to bed. I fuck my sleep schedule up again. Yeah, I actually think I'm going to. Probably a good thought. I got 1 follower today. Yeah, I've been hitting 191 so many times and just like lost it. So stupid.
I
Damn.
got 2 followers on Kick.
Oh, on YouTube? Oh,
on
okay.
Kick. Oh, Angela followed me on YouTube.
Oh, I'll follow you. Here, so you're 7 now. Do you double stream? I forget.
Yeah, I multi-stream.
Yeah, you are. Oh yeah, you are right now.
Yeah, I'm oh shit. Okay, I guess I got another follower on YouTube today. Let's see.
That was me, I think, just now.
I think there was one more then. Because I
Did
had
you sub
4
to me
this
on
morning.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did a long time ago. I forgot.
Can't let's see.
Hey, yeah, I need to go to bed.
All right,
Fucking
all right,
tired.
all
I'll
right.
be on tomorrow, obviously, at some point. I imagine.
Okay.
I'm gonna hopefully the video upload goes well for tomorrow because I uploaded the video, but I didn't really watch it through.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how that goes. I'm hoping for like 500 views. I think that would be a good start. I'm just like hoping for like incremental, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Anyways, how the fuck do you end your stream nowadays? There's so many weird ways. It should just be like a big red button that's like right there.
Yeah. You gotta get yourself a stream deck.
The fuck does that do?
What's this?
But what does it do?
It has buttons that you customize. And you put like your end stream on one of these. And you can have different like pages too, right?
What are some uses that you have?
So I have all of these audio like toggles. So like let's see. Here. I can mute my mic.
Like muting?
I just muted my mic. Yep, I muted my mic. And now I'm gonna deafen myself. I deafened myself. Hold on.
Do any sounds?
I can jump in and out of this thing. There I am.
Does it bring you to this particular?
What?
Does it bring you to this one specifically?
Yep.
Nice.
Then what else? I can set sounds, but I don't have those set up yet. I don't have the audio drops. I can turn up and down my audio input on OBS. I can make my camera invisible on OBS, but right now I'm not using my camera on OBS. I can take a screenshot. I can turn on and off my OBS virtual cam. I have the start and stop stream. I have the start and stop recording. I have the pause recording. I can take a screenshot of my actual screen. Or I can take a cropped screenshot. So like I'll click this button and it'll give me like a little cursor and I can do like a drag box and take a screenshot of a specific area on my screen. And then yeah, I have all these different mutes. Like I have mutes for my headphones, so now I can't hear anything. I have system mutes. I have browser mutes, so I can just mute my browser specifically. I can mute my voice chat. So like I just muted your voice from my stream. Oh no, I can't hear you either, I don't think. Try talking. Okay, here, let's see. Yep, you are muted from my stream right now. And now you're unmuted from my stream.
Where's this music coming from? What the fuck? So random.
I can change my audio output. I have like a switcher. I can switch it from my my regular audio output that like I have right now. It's my Wave XLR, so like I can monitor my voice and stuff. Or I can switch it to my like really high end like amp and DAC if I want to use like my expensive headphones and like really like listen to music and like jam to like something like detailed. I can switch to that. I can go to a different scene in here to turn up and down my volume of my individual things that I use. I can put links on a button and open a page in my browser from clicking it. Let's see. What else? Go home. You can change your scenes in Discord. I have a folder that I can go to change my scene. And then I have the ones that I want like immediately, like right in front of me on the top of this. And then I go to a second page. I already said all those. I can play pause things on here. I have a little like viewer thing where if I'm live on Twitch, it'll show me how many viewers I have on here. I have an open Discord button. So if Discord's closed, I press this button, which I almost never use it, but I can press this button and Discord will open. Even if it's just like hidden off the screen, it'll bring it to the forefront. Actually, you know what? That's very convenient. I'm going to start using that more while I'm playing games. Fuck. Yeah, shit. But yeah, it's a really, really, really convenient thing. You customize it really easily. It's like it's an app that you use that just has a bunch of other apps in it that you drag onto a layout of this thing. I'll actually show you what it looks like. This is the settings, right? So you have all these different actions, and you just like drag one in here.
More than 2 people in that little box. Like, what's gonna happen?
It just like whoever's talking will come to the forefront. It doesn't matter. It's just that's the one that I set for this specific voice channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Decent. Nice.
But yeah, like here are the different pages.
I think the deafen one would be useful.
Yeah. Like this mutes my headphones from everything, right? This mutes my headphones from like most audio, not all. This mutes just from browser, and then this mutes the stream from the voice chat, and then this mutes the stream from my mic, which I'm not gonna have going to the stream anymore anyway, so I should probably change this one actually.
Elgato Wave XLR. What's a wave? Oh, that's the kind of mic it is.
No, actually, this is the Elgato Wave XLR.
Oh.
I plug my mic into it.
Why?
Yeah, this
What
is
what is that?
The audio interface. So this holds this, right? This that communicates with my microphone. It makes it so I can listen to my voice, right? And this can't plug this into the computer.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So you need XLR interfaces for computers. XLR microphones are the best quality, right? USB mics are shit. But you probably have the best of the USB mics. One of the best of the USB mics. I would actually say that the best one now is the Beacon. The Beacon is really, really nice. I'll actually show you what that is as well.
Okay, then I'm going to bed.
I gotcha.
I'm going to bread.
Bread is lit.
Dead.
Bread Dead Redemption.
More or less.
There you go. It looks a lot like this one, but it's got an RGB light around the ring of it.
What does it sync with?
This one you can just plug in to your computer. I believe it's a USB mic. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's a USB-C mic for PC, but with this you should get another piece of hardware. You get that microphone with this.
What the hell is that?
This is for live audio mixing. So it does everything that like the software that I got with the Wave XLR does. So
what is that? What would you want that for?
So that for streams, it's really, really nice to have different audio channels so that you can mute one thing instead of muting everything. It's really nice. Like you have I'll change this. I'll show you what I use. Here it is. This is what my input for my Wave XLR looks like, right? I have all this, but I only really use these. But yeah, like this is system stuff. This is voice chat. So your voice comes to this, right? Like talk, watch what happens.
Hola.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It comes through that one alone, right?
Mm.
And then like
What if you have a shit ton of people?
It'll all just come through this one voice channel.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll play something on my browser. Of course, he's quiet right now. Oh, he's on the phone. Lovely. Perfect timing for that. That's on my browser, and then when you talk,
yeah,
and all of these go differently. All of these are differently, and then like, let's see. I have this game up, so let's see if this changes. Okay, the game is not going through that.
Alert.
Let's see if I can change
into
it.
your computer.
That's just a software that I downloaded for the that little piece of hardware that I plug in.
Okay, you can't just use it.
Yeah, you need to have that piece of hardware, the Wave XLR, and then this is the Wave Link audio or software. And then you need an XLR microphone to go with it. This thing is expensive though. This thing's like $400. The XLR thing though is only like $160, which is very like inexpensive for how good of a piece of hardware it is. Let's see if I can change this audio mixer, volume mixer. Okay. Ear automata. Let's go.
It's time for me to hit the old dusty trail.
Oh, really? Is it? There it is.
Yeah.
See, now it's on game.
Requesting permission to engage.
His sigh has gone too far.
Exhaustion. All right.
That sounds cool. All right, I will see you tomorrow probably.
Good night.
All right.
Word. Um. Oh, I'm stupid. There we go. Hey. Oh, hold on. Rolls. Um. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so I hope I sound alright.
Hey,
This
good.
is my mobile, but I don't have my headphones. So I'm actually going to be working while I talk to you.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, the charger has been moved from its original location, which is not good. With no indication of where it would be.
Your phone charger?
Yep.
Shit out of
It
luck.
was plugged. It was plugged in right next to it. Well, I got some time. Damn. I'm good for now. I do need to wrap up this part of my work, and then get to it, so I can look for it. So, anyways, I hope this isn't a bad time. I hope you weren't wrapping up or anything.
Oh no, you're good.
I didn't see your message because of message requests.
Oh, okay.
Here, I gotta put the phone release over here. Can you still hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's why I sent the friend request, because otherwise it doesn't show up as a notification.
Oh, yeah.
But as soon as you accept the friend request, then I know. Not a big deal anymore.
Yeah. Discord can be a pain in the fucking ass for that type of shit. But, you know. It's Discord.
So, what were you doing before I walked in? I didn't catch your stream or anything. I was waiting another VC until I got the message.
Oh
And
yeah,
didn't see-
I saw you over in Carantos Discord.
yeah.
Yeah, I was over there. I was looking to see if I could figure out what the fuck was going on with his other show, the King of Kicker Keep.
Wait, I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah, you're doing that?
Yeah, I was recruited for that. There's a funny dynamic in the VC there. I don't need to talk shit. And if that's not your kind of vibe, then we can totally talk. It does pertain to the previous discussion, at least.
Oh, I mean, I'm with anything. I'm all over the place. Yeah.
Okay.
What was the vibe over there?
Oh, it's just always a bit of a boys' club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that sounds about right. It's Carantos. It is, yeah.
But okay, would you expect a VC where he holds a panel like that, like in the server or where he holds those panels, to at least have people there who like to debate?
Yeah, probably. Maybe.
But you'd almost expect like people to show up there who want to debate because that's what they do.
Yeah, what in the general chat?
Yeah, and not like for the show, but from day to day.
Yes and no. The only reason I am leaning a little bit away from yes is because it's Carantos. And I feel like a lot of people that watch him don't necessarily watch him for the debates or join his server for debates, but join because they like watching people dunk on other people and like they like the W and L type stuff.
Okay. Well, in a sense, like, that's fine. I'm not taking issue with that. But it's just more like, how are you supposed to do that if you can't actually debate?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is the problem, is that like when I come in there and I debate, as soon as I start like hitting the facts, they're like, "Oh no, you don't understand. We don't debate here." It's like, okay, I can go to the other room. It's like nobody wants to do that. It's like, but I see you guys do that all the time. Like I've sat in there while debates happen and they get intense and stuff like that, and nobody says, "No, you're going too far." But there are certain women who can trigger that. I've seen it happen. And it's kind of like a tone policing thing for me, from my experience.
Yeah.
Like I've been in a lot of boys clubs that are more aggressive. So like I'll still hang out there. It's not like they're too edgy for me or anything. But I recognize the dynamic from previous places I've been pushed out of. Only because then I was too naive.
What are these previous places like?
Mostly other debate panel servers. Some of them were less about we don't do debates, but they would, I don't know, bring up kind of manufacture a topic that they perceive as a W and then try to hyper focus on it every time they talk to me.
Yeah.
It would be one of those things that's so for an example, they would ask, have you seen cutie or do you like cuties? Like I've never seen it. I don't know what it is. I vaguely I don't like beauty pageants. That's about it. And they'd be like, oh, so you support cuties? I'm like, no, I don't know what it is. So you're not condemning it? No. So you support it? No. And it was basically if you're arguing against someone who's so bad faith that they refuse to wrap their heads around the idea that there's a third option, then it's never good. Sometimes sometimes I ask yes or no questions too, but if someone says yes with a caveat, then I'll at least let them speak, noting that yes, that's what it said. But I've been up against people who are like yes or no, yes or no. It's like, cool, you're a rhetorician. I have no interest in your opinion.
Yeah. I
get the optics of it, but at some point that's going to grow really stale.
Yeah.
And it's going to come back around that the people who actually win debates are the ones who know what they're talking about. And yeah, maybe that requires a bit more, attention span. But at the same time, we'll actually get somewhere once we have debates. Which I think I've been doing a bit of, actually.
I miss your host. Thank you, bro.
A couple of there's this one person in Cat's or Food Shop's server, and I don't know her like that, and it's because someone else is calling her by her name that I'm doing that. And I suck at learning names, so Food Shops is more complicated. So by the way, if I ever have problems with names, it's not because I don't know them half the time, it's because I just can't learn them.
I'm the same way.
If at least a tested learning disability, like I have, it was tested at an early age. Because that's the thing, it's a lot of, I had special curriculum growing up with that. I didn't even realize it too at the time. Anyway, I was saying, okay, so there's a person who goes by the name Chill and Sell. I don't think they'll mind me mentioning this.
Okay.
And I can't say quantitatively how much I've changed their mind.
Everything
But I go hard on
is
Red.
designed
I
to
go hard
end.
on cells and black pillars.
Same.
Perpetually trapped
And
in a never
he seems to be a bit of a fan
life and
of me. And it's because I've seen him engage in good faith, and I think he's a good faith person. And that's my thing. Is there's some people who will try to be good faith themselves, but I've learned
Drop a follow,
that's
guys.
more passive than anything actually, because you're kind of leaving it up to the other person how they respond to that. The active thing is for them to for what you do to be a filter, and anyone who is not good faith shall not.
Autopilot systems green across the board. This is Operator 6.
Okay.
All units confirmed. We've passed the 50-kilometer threshold.
So the harder you go,
the target.
the less a bad faith person you can do. And then honestly, I have quite a few stock responses myself, ironically, because I use the dialogue tree as a stock response. But it's like a dialogue tree, so one of the things is I call people clueless a lot of the times, because I saw Dave Farina, who has the YouTube channel Professor Dave Explains, in a debate with a creationist who's was a lab synthetic chemist and lecture people on chemical creationism, quote unquote. In the debate, he kept the theme, right? Is that my opponent is clueless. And so his opponent was always scrambling to keep up. No, actually, he's the one who's clueless. No, actually, he's the one who's clueless. So he seemed desperate. And I was like, if there's anything I need to do in my next year or so of debating going forward, it's honing in that technique of painting the meta of my opponents. And that's what I find most people are afraid of, right? So in that discussion, you saw me kind of amplify, I forget her name now, but she's obviously a great streamer, amplify that one girl's rhetoric, woman's rhetoric with if you really want to protect families, this is what you got to do. And more importantly, you want to protect families with what you're doing. And that's like a big thing, is to point out their meta. So even if they act confident, right? Like, oh, I care about protecting families. That's why you got to be prepared with, like, none of your prescriptions actually help family.
Yeah.
And I've dealt with so many people who, like, just, like, reject this APA and, like, oh, well, you know, it's no big deal. It's like, I don't think the APA makes it this change. Like, if you've seen how slow psych science is to adapt to current research, this means that there's a large body of research supporting this, much larger than anything that supports, you know, outdated traditional science on quote masculinity. So just to reject that like we did just shows that, you know, he's more likely to believe in a conspiracy or something to support his beliefs, or that like they're gonna have these like entire guidelines based off of minimal evidence, because it's easier to have that perspective when you're naive about how these things work.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are just like, very. I feel like a lot of people with that style of info gathering, they're like they all kind of feel like they know what they're talking about because of the people they met. You know, they just like don't really. I don't know. They're like over social. You know what I mean by over social?
Not really.
It's like, it's a weird way to phrase it, but everything is framed through their social circles. Everything. Nothing is framed from outside. And they live most likely in like a shittier area, right? Like ghetto philosophers almost. That's like the best way to describe it.
Yeah, like a fixation where you know, it's all you can really view things through.
Yeah.
I try to avoid that as much as possible, but of course, as you're learning about things, that takes like a predominant view while you're like learning to see it in the world around you. So you can't just like be like, oh, it's also not everywhere either, right? You have to kind of be like, okay, well, this is here, but maybe it's not like the only explanation. But at the same time, like, if you do that, you have to be open to the idea that certain things are the explanation. And that's really like where I'm coming from. Like, I started actually kind of where the person we were talking to was like, well, I have an understanding of how statistics ought to work in some contexts. So I'm going to apply it here to debunk this notion. And so I was more like a doubter and skeptic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or some kind of punishment?
But then, like, I
often
had like a
think about the
mentor
God who blessed us
who
with this cryptic
was an
puzzle,
inspiration
and
for me
wonder
to
if we'll
actually like,
ever
take
have the
on
chance to
STEM
kill him.
learning at like as close to an academic level as I could. Under my, like, I decided to do it under my control just because school is not something we can really handle. Damn it. It's a
All
bad scene.
units have penetrated the stratosphere.
Sorry, can I just have
Autopilot systems green
2 minutes? I
across
gotta
the
go
board.
run something somewhere.
Oh yeah, you're good. I'm gonna run to take a leak real quick too. So
Past the 50
perfect
kilometer
timing.
threshold and are proceeding toward the target.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back. Nope, phone is still good on battery. Yeah, I don't know if you gleaned those papers from there. Um, but I posted in Food Shop's trade chat. But that's legitimately like the best way to actually come at somebody who doesn't understand this stuff. I think it's one of those slow burn things too, where it's like you're not going to receive it at first, but gender role strain is like kind of a pretty ubiquitous statement actually. And then like matching that with terms like unhealthy behaviors, they start to like paint a picture in their own mind as they experience these things, whether it's through like the media or whatever, because there are media depictions of this, of course.
have returned.
You needed a good jolt, so you startled me, and that was perfect.
Sorry.
I want to fall asleep at work.
You were close to falling asleep at work?
I'm just kidding, but
I've been there when I drive a forklift. I'm kidding.
I'm super caffeinated, so I'm just gonna make up for it tomorrow by sleeping in and sleeping and sleeping, and probably missing most of tomorrow.
That sounds like a good time.
Everything's nice and
Wow.
peaceful here right now, so I'm just trying to get the hard labor done.
What do you do for work?
Right now, I am making petri dishes and live culture mediums for growing gourmet mushrooms, like the ones you eat at restaurants.
Okay, not the fun ones.
Well, I mean, depends on how you look at it. I think some of the gourmet mushrooms are pretty fun, but it's only because, you know, they have their various properties that you can cook with and stuff. But I know what you mean, and no, we know somebody who works with that stuff, but we don't. But not works with it.
I also know someone who works with that stuff.
In the loosest possible.
Exactly. Yep. They get paid for it in a non-professional sense.
We've legally grown cultures for a lot of stuff, but
What was
I
that?
was just
That
like-
broke up. That one broke up a little. That was a little distant as well.
we've grown cultures for labs. My mentor had some connections from his university, but it was like a short time deal.
Oh.
But we got to work with some cool cultures. There's actually a variation. It's actually the sclerotia of I forget if it's psilocybin cubensis or cyanensis. Anyways, the sclerotia is like, think of it like a truffle, and it's called enigma because it's just has the weird. It looks like a weird brain coral, but like with really sharp edges.
Interesting.
It's also one of the stronger varieties. I have an interesting relationship with. Oh, go ahead.
With mushrooms?
With the psychedelic ones, I don't feel Amanita muscarius really.
I haven't tried Amanita muscarius yet.
It's a different psychoactive compound called muscimol,
Mm-hmm.
and there's also ibotin or whatever it's called. It's less strong.
Do you know how do you know how it's supposed to be the most strong?
Oh, it's one of the most commonly used psychoactive mushrooms in like ritualistic medicinal times.
Yeah, but do you know how they make it strong?
The muscimol, how it makes it strong?
Yeah, like how they process the mushroom to make it stronger than if you were to just eat it.
Oh well, a lot of times people just get it from the wild because it's already very strong. Just
They
as, like, its own.
have the shaman eat it, and then they drink the shaman's piss.
Oh right, okay. So that was
Yeah.
something they did a while back,
Yep.
and it makes sense because like you would pee up metabolites, and it's only like a couple of steps back.
Yeah.
Although, like with fungi, actually, the funny thing is because of their mycorrhizal structure, even in the fruiting bodies, it's a lot more likely. But if you try doing that with the bacteria, there's a chance it might not even let them metabolate through its cell walls. So the fact that that works with fungus probably has a lot to do with like the fact that like the string-like structure, the root-like structure that goes through it all at the end of the day, except for like some cells that differentiate in the fruiting body, they can uptake like a lot of different stuff. But at the end of the day, they're largely like when you eat a plant and it's mostly carbs, like not fruity carbs, but like the slow carbs because it's chitin. Kind of like eating a bug, if you're being honest, because like a lot of bugs have chitinous shells. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. But this one is not alive. Doesn't usually have gooey guts, and typically we have a lot better relationship with eating a lot of species. I'm more of like I'm studying to be what I call an ecosystem engineer.
An ecosystem engineer.
I don't know if I need to pioneer that field or if there's already something there. I'm just doing it because that's what I am inside. So the idea is like, well, you know what beavers do, right? How they kind of like change the ecosystem around them and improve it, especially in drier places.
Yeah.
So my hope is to learn as many relevant STEM fields as possible. Not to like, I could pass a university exam degree, but to the degree that like I know what information to recall from, like on Google, to solve the damn problem.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the things that I'm taking on is just any aspect of systems engineering, for example, which includes the math. And the math is just all the math. Actually, systems engineering, like you can model both physical systems and even like computational systems and chaotic systems with that entire field. So it is literally all the math when it comes to practical use of that math.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say I'm great at it. I've got to learn to integrate that with code so I can model things better. But once I've got that down, then honestly, I'll be good. Like, I'm planning to be a consultant on this and to like go wherever people need me to like re-habituate their ecosystem.
Okay. Huh. I was gonna ask, what did you go to how much? What the fuck am I saying? I'm fucking stumbling through my words. What did you go to college for?
Grade 10 because of the structure of. So I didn't pass most of my courses. I passed science, but I passed my test with flying colors. I mostly understood it and everything I needed to know for the test material. It was always the assignments, like the homework and stuff, that for some reason I was totally apathetic towards it, and I never could find a drive to do it. And nobody would listen to me. Nobody ever thought like, well, this kid's passing literally all their tests. They know the material. Why don't we like adapt this to them? And honestly, if they could be like in math, if they're like, if you can make like a model in code, that'd be fine. But that just wasn't like curriculum, right?
Yeah.
Even though like by the time I was 15, I was coding.
Okay. My my buddy's a coder.
One of my first big letdowns from being self-taught was trying to teach myself to become a web designer. And by the time I taught myself most of what I needed, I wasn't gonna know. I didn't know how to deal with servers at the time, but I would have learned. There was like all these template sites started coming out, like the first ones, like WordPress and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the demand for web designers changed overnight. So my inexperienced, 16-year-old ass was not looking very appealing on the market. Don't take that out of context.
I won't. You're good.
But no, like that was the big thing, right? Every time people would ask, "What's your experience?" And like, I don't have any. Like, I don't want to make a site for no reason, just to like showcase it, because like I'm not passionate about it. I'm passionate about making the site that you want. You're like, I have a friend who's actually made websites and it's been cool. Actually, that was a very common response. I just missed the golden era, right? Where like people who had no experiences could just say that, and like most people wouldn't know what to ask. But like in the mid 2000s when I started, everybody knew what they wanted, and it fucked me.
Coding fucking blew up like overnight, I feel like. My buddy's a coder. He just quit his job. He just got so sick of it. He was working for SUNY Albany. I believe he was like a was he like a project developer? Or like a I don't remember what the title was. Did you say you work with cell cultures?
Well, not directly. Like, I may at some point, especially because I want to make freshwater enclosed ecosystems for like, more for like to replace fish tanks and stuff, and like the maintenance with them because these would just need sunlight. But that's a bit of a challenge in its own because I'm going to tell you this much: organic systems and ecosystems are not meant to be enclosed. They're meant to be open systems, which means that they exchange, open systems. It means they exchange matter and energy with other systems around them freely. And when you box all that in, it's actually funny. It becomes like a tropical system because the heat dynamics are very much boxed in. And in a tropical system, you get that same sort of like uniformness where like the heat and humidity of one system is very much similar to the heat and humidity of the system next to it, and so on and so on. Aside from like ocean coastline. But I'm in the temperate zone, so when I try to do that with a lot of species from around here, they do not like it. They're like, this is a bit too tropical. But the matter. Oh, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
The matter would, ideally just recycle through the food web. The problem is like if I'm adding light, which the plants do ultimately need, they're not just going to get it from the energy that's already in the system 9 times out of 10. So when I'm adding light, I'm adding energy. And if it hasn't lost all that energy, like a tropical system doesn't do, then that's just going to be more energy. And there's no wind to carry away excess energy. Ideally, like there's ways to create it. I've been looking at methods. Some are more mechanical and electrical than others. Some are more relying on natural flows, but I'm not like necessarily great at can't even think of what it's called. Flow mechanics, something, whatever they call it. Fluid mechanics. There we go. It's just late. I do know what it's called. but that's just because like when I have yet to model my systems, and when I do, then I'll be like asking what the fluid mechanics are. But there's always a question of how do I generate flow in as small a space as possible, and it gets you thinking creatively. I'll say that much. One of them is to like harness the methane / sulfur / oxygen that's produced in the soil, concentrate those bubbles into like a riser, and when those bubbles go up the riser, it'll pull up water with it too, and that actually works like a pump. The plants will also do that, but like it depends heavily on the oxygen concentration of the water, so it's kind of variable actually what the output would be, not so much with the soil.
Okay. That's interesting. I that the way that people are able to set up like I'd say self-circulating things on such a small scale, mind-boggling to me. My
Well, have you oh, go ahead.
oh, sorry. My friend, she's like, she hasn't fully gotten her degree yet, but she got a job, I think working for NASA, where they pulled her out to California, and she is currently working on a project where she can't come back home until she grows a cell culture that is self-sustaining.
Oh, well, damn. Wish I would have talked to her before she started. There's a bacteria I'm super interested in implementing. I might even modify its DNA if I ever get that far and like training myself to use lab stuff. But I'm going to make my own lab at some point. But called Rhodosudomonas palustris. So you just type in r.palustris. And it is such an amazing bacteria. First of all, it has 4 modes of metabolism. So some of those include nitrogen fixing, autotrophy, so taking energy from light, chemotrophy, so its ability to do chemical, like get energy from chemical reactions, and lithotrophy, which is sort of like chemotrophy. In fact, there's subcategories that combine them, but their lithotrophy metabolic pathway actually is very interesting because what they do is they fix electrons to their outer shell to oxidize the environment around them. This is a very interesting property they have because they not only get rid of excess energy that way, it can be useful for generating electricity from a bioreactor.
Okay.
There's even a variant that's been found, and I don't know how well this has been proven, but it's hypothesized that as it like goes through the soil, it leaves these like copper nanowire trails that like helps it stay electrically conducted with all the other members that split off from that like initial, the first spore or whatever. So they build like these huge networks with copper ions.
Okay.
So that nitrogen fixing, do you know how important that is?
I have no idea. I'm
So-
learning.
In food web science, you have 2 categories for like. So first of all, you want to think about ratios, right? You have your carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, sulfur, and some more if you're being serious. But we'll stop at phosphorus, so just C and P.
Okay.
So we say that nitrogen is the second most important. Almost everything's made up of carbon. That's unavoidable. Nitrogen comes in various amounts depending on the tissue we're talking about, but it's very important for like the nucleotides in our DNA and stuff like that. So every living thing does need nitrogen, but not every living part of it is nitrogen. So the thing about that is that when nitrogen's low, it's a very limiting factor in virtually all forms of life. First, it starts at the plants because they can get carbon from the atmosphere, they can get energy from light, but they can't get nitrogen from the atmosphere. Some can, but it's more rare than not, and usually that's a symbiotic relationship with some other organism. But because they can't get nitrogen normally, it has to be either bioavailable in some other form, like ammonia, or it has to be fixed first by some organism, and that organism has to decompose. So this is where nitrogen fixers come in handy, because if you have bacteria, and this is where we find our palustris, not just in the soil, but in high concentrations in earthworm poop. If it's fixing nitrogen, then it's taking nitrogen from the atmosphere, the N2 that the plants can't directly use,
and then leaving it behind in the soil for them to use.
Okay.
Is that concise enough? Do you need me to explain anything else?
I think I get you. You said, there's the I'm gonna fucking butcher what you just said, but
No big deal.
you said about worms leaving enough nitrogen in their poop in soil to make up for a lack.
Well, okay, so they might not always make up for the lack of it, so there might not be enough, especially depending on your levels, of course. But definitely, like, they contribute to how much nitrogen is available to plants in the soil, unlike the inorganic nitrogen that's in the atmosphere.
Okay.
There's also, if you ever had a fish tank, you want to accumulate something called nitrifying bacteria, because they essentially do the same thing, and that actually, if some aquarium enthusiasts like adding plants to their tanks to absorb up the ammonia that results. And it's funny actually. So I mentioned that I kind of like oversimplified that. Our Palustris only breaks it down from nitrates to nitrites. And what's important about that is that nitrites still aren't bioavailable for plants, but they are generally available for more organisms than nitrates, which is like, once that breaks down, it's N2. So it's basically gone until an actual fixer comes along. So, but once you break down a nitrate, it becomes ammonia. So in aquarium filters, you typically have two bacteria between these three steps. But there are certain organisms that can do both steps. And they're the ones that are mycorrhizal at the roots of plants. Not all of them are fungi. Actually, that's a misconception about the term mycorrhizal. But they do have interactions with the roots. And that's what makes them mycorrhizal. And it's a symbiotic reaction. So the plants are giving it sugars, essentially, more or less. And the mycorrhizal fungi are giving it the nitrogen.
Okay.
So it's not like broken up into steps when we break down nitrogen like it is in the aquarium.
How do you spell the thing you were saying? Did you say R dot?
R dot Palustris. So that's Palustris.
Okay. I thought you said Palustris with an F. That's why it wasn't coming up. Okay.
Yeah, it's got like some variants too that they've grown in the lab that generate even more electrons to its outer shell. I might have even oversimplified some of what I said, or hopefully I didn't get anything wrong, but it's been a while actually since I looked directly at it, because until I can culture it directly and be confident that I'm doing it right, which I don't have the equipment for, I'm not gonna like really mess around with it. I may squirt worm poop into one of my systems once in a while just to wing it, but that's different. Obviously, I'm not going to squirt worm poop. I'm going to, sorry. This is the problem with working out or doing VCs at work, is you sometimes hear my work noises. I'm not going to like squirt the worm poop or like you take the worm and like sit out.
You just like a tube of toothpaste. Just
I enjoyed doing that a bit too much as a kid. I just want to apologize to all the worms out there. I hope you had a good life otherwise. I don't think I killed too many of them, so.
And you just turn them into flatworms.
We've got to set an age limit to when we tell kids about the multiple hearts thing, because there are too many worms getting slaughtered. Just that way, kids can do like very, very terrible dissections. I learned nothing from that other than I don't like looking at that as an adult anymore.
Yeah, why not?
It's just too colorful. And slimy. It's the color and the slime that like starts to set it off.
Yeah, that's fair. Slime is slimy.
But yeah, there's a lot of applications to this. I mentioned one, which was of course the energy production. How worried are you about my work noises? Because that was a good taste, but I might make a few more if I am not muted.
How worried am I about what again? Say that again.
My work noises, because
I didn't even hear it, honestly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
you're
if you
totally
start,
fine.
if you want me to stop, if you start hearing what I'm doing, just tell me to stop. But
Okay.
for anyone who's curious, I'm stacking up mason jars to fill. Oh, and I actually got to go look at something before I do that. Be sure I'm on top of it. Oh, great. Too soon to move this. So I hate my life. This job is, in some ways, 10 times harder than it needs to be, and I transitioned, so it's like 10 times harder than it needs to be on top. Everything requires heavy lifting. And I'm like, yeah, like, sure, I could heavy lift, but then my arms get muscular. And if you know how gender dysphoria works, that's not a good combination.
Yeah.
So I'm like always trying to minimize it, but then at the end of the day, like, I gotta do something.
Yeah.
It's hard to stay motivated. But no, I'm in it for the love, because mushrooms are a very diverse group with lots of diverse ways of metabolizing stuff and contributing to the food web. So I want to incorporate them with my ecosystems too. Even like the non-fruiting varieties of fungi can play a big role.
The
I wanna make-
non-fruiting variety?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of lower order fungi. Some of them are in the eukaryote class. They just don't make very big fruiting bodies. So you would see that and be like, there's no mushroom there. But it's
Okay,
like
I
the
see.
rust. Have you heard of like corn smut, for example?
What is it?
Corn smut?
I feel like I have.
Yeah, so that's relatively distant from the Basidiomycetes that we're all used to with the cap and stuff like that. But even the Basidiomycetes, like the caps that we see, they're part of a family. Most of them are part of a family, at least, called Agraricaceae. And it's funny, most of the mushrooms we grow here aren't even Agraricaceae. So, like the button mushrooms you get from the store, the white button mushrooms, those are Agraricaceae. They're actually the same as shiitake mushrooms, but you're more often likely to buy creminis, which are like a brown button mushroom, but they're actually just an underdeveloped shiitake mushroom. And the only difference between them is a single gene that makes one brown and one white.
You know what
Actually,
that single gene thing you just said reminds me of? I'm bringing it right back to psychedelics. The difference between DMT and psilocybin.
What is it?
A single molecule. Or actually, I think it's two molecules now. Now that I looked at it recently, it's like a hydrogen molecule that makes the psilocybin digestible. Not quickly digestible. That dimethyltryptamine doesn't have. Let me see.
Okay, so something to note is what you're referring to. Okay. So serotonin, and I know that's not psilocybin, but it does affect the serotonin receptors. And DMT and DMT are actually more analogous to psilocybin and DMT. But what that means is that we have to metabolize DMT for it to hit us. That's part of why it hits us so slowly, because the rate at which it's metabolized is usually much slower than the amount that we've consumed in order to get high. So, it's going through your digestive system, always partially being broken down until there's none of it left, or you poop out the rest. And so, because it needs to be metabolized, it's just not as readily psychoactive as DMT. And that's why DMT also hits you so fast.
I
So
should have said psilocin instead of psilocybin. I just posted it in the chat in here.
but even psilocin, but again, tryptamine.
Yeah.
Okay, so tryptamine is like not dimethyltryptamine, but just tryptamine is the precursor to serotonin, and it would also be this precursor to dimethyltryptamine, because all dimethyl means is that there's a dimethyl functional group attached, and a dimethyl functional group basically makes it more handleable for your body's machinery, is a good way to put it. But it may also interact with certain excitatory neurons, and that will like increase, like it'll give you like not a direct upper effect, but like it'll kind of like hit you harder. If that makes sense. And
Okay.
so if that difference is on the dimethyl, then I forget what the actual difference is, by the way. But if the difference is on the dimethyl, then the dimethyl would also participate in this like availability. But I'm not sure if it does, so I'm not going to speak on that.
I'm looking at these, and what in the fuck? I could be out of my mind, but maybe I am. I was gonna say this serotonin looks exactly like the psilocin, and then the DMT it just has like the oxygen hydrogen branch off
It's important
molecule.
to count the amount of carbons and double like note the double bonds in the ring if they're different, stuff like that. I think also like there is no chirality for which means like left-handedness or right-handedness for the molecule for psilocin, but there is for serotonin and tryptamine. DMT, I don't know if that's chiral or not. It might actually. That's something I don't know. Is like, let's say you have a receptor that does take a chiral molecule, so either just left or right. Could it take a non-chiral analog? Well, it's not like super analog if it's not chiral, but it will be in theory, I guess. Yeah, this is like. See, I have all these like gray zones in my knowledge that I'm willing to admit are there, but I'm going for sufficiency, not perfection. Like I don't need to impress anybody.
Fair.
I'll impress them with my work is how I actually think about it. I do
Yeah.
need to impress people, but with like something, not just my words. Because I've been debating for 3 years, and it's like it is what it is. At the end of the day, like either you monetize it and you go far, or you don't monetize it and you either enjoy it or you don't. And I enjoyed it. I might try to monetize it if people like end up liking my content. If when I go variety streamer, but like it's not worth trying to control people's reactions. I recently heard a great definition. Just like I forget what the context was at this point, but someone says like it's an ordered system with chaotic edges, and that's what we are. Like we all try to think about of ourselves as like some people will lean like, oh well, you know how mass media manipulates us. That means we're all manipulable. Therefore, I want to hijack that with my content. You know, well, sure, but the people who don't like like there's clearly a group of people, especially like after that gets old, who that's not going to appeal to. And so, you know, while broad consensus works, it's as soon as the competition saturates that market, you're either ahead or you're not. as far as I'm concerned. But when you're doing something different, then at least you have a higher chance of exploring like people with diverse views, in my opinion. So I try not to be conventional. I call it radical self-demotion.
Radical self-demotion?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I never like to tend to offend. Most of the people who I found said stuff like to intend to offend were just like free speech assholes
Yeah,
with poor senses of humor.
fair. A lot of them really have shit humor.
Like broken clock humor, you know. So you might laugh if you feel weird about it. Like,
What was that?
how come it's funny but none of these ones were?
That a lot of that broke up. It was like a little distant, little like robot-y.
It's sort of like broken clock humor, where whenever they are funny, you laugh at it, but then you feel weird about it. Like there's an incongruence.
Yeah. Yep. No, I get you. I get you. You called it broken clock humor?
Yeah.
I'd never heard that before. But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like when they're not trying to be funny, you laugh. When they are, it's like dead. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think like the other side of things is like, so like well before social media or streaming, we like the the identity of the self was very much marketed to us. It's commodified and marketed. I don't know if you've seen. Oh yeah, right. The documentary "The Century of the Self" by Adam Curtis.
I have not.
It's basically how we went from like a needs-based society to a want-based society by changing the propaganda of marketing from like this is why you need this to this is how you express yourself. But for example, say you feel like you're a strong woman, well, go smoke in public. That will show them how strong you are because cigarettes are phallic. Now, granted, a lot of this stuff has been debunked. Like this is more like phenomenology than Freud-sized Jungian bullshit. But the guy who started it, Edward Bernays, was at least onto something because it paid off.
Interesting.
So I find a lot of streamers are like they say that like they don't want the communities that they have, yet they know that like I can see them developing cults of personality around themselves.
Yeah. Big time. Mini Trumps. Kidding. Kind of.
And it's like for them it's like either the ace up their sleeve or it's just like personal bias. I can't tell. And if it's the ace up their sleeve, then they're being like more deviant about how they're like saying like, oh no, I don't actually want this. And here's me like telling them not to do this. But we all know that like, content creators have their favorite people to DM the real context to, and then that spreads like wildfire. And so it doesn't really matter what they say on the screen sometimes. Like, that's how targeted campaigns often start if it is from a creator. So, I'm not particularly, I don't buy it. I don't buy that a lot of these spaces that are around these creators are so hostile. And it's just like a product of nothingness. And I can't like get these people to change their method, but this comes back to the radical self-demotion where I see myself as being a filter where anyone who comes into my vicinity is liable to be critiqued. That's just how it is. I don't care if you're big or small, black or white, short or tall, male or female. Let's, extend that ad infinitum, I guess. The point being that, I don't need people to pass like a continuity or a consistency test or anything, but I do need them to at least show that they're willing to second guess themselves.
because I second guess myself all the time. It's just something I do naturally. Everyone's like, "Oh, you overthink things." It's like, yeah, I kind of, don't take anything I think for granted.
Ditto.
But like a lot of my debates and stuff like that, a lot has to do with like, or how it goes, how productive it seems. Has to do with whether or not it's on a panel or 1v1, of course. That's just, you can't avoid that. But also just like how open-minded they are. Because I've my ultimate political philosophy, if that's what you want to like do to homogenize those two things, is social ecology, which is kind of like a communitarian approach with seeing people as ecological units. That once you do, we start having community-based motivations, and anything political becomes community-driven. And there's a bit of self-interest involved here, much like the capitalists talk about. But I think it's like the same self-interest that we can observe in nature, right? It's the symbiotic attitude where, people naturally want to participate in the world around them. They don't want to just do nothing. Even gamers participate in the world around them. Sorry, I just had to grab something.
You're good.
And after it's anti-capitalist. I'm a very strong anti-capitalist, but only as a matter of like viewing it as a failed experiment. Like we need to be able to move on when something proves itself as a failed experiment. And so what I want to see is more chances at like experimental community that say this is how we're going to be self-sustainable. This is how we're going to meet people's needs, even the ones that we haven't accounted for yet. And this is how we're not going to waste the land that we use. And then I think once they can make those proclamations, they'd be valid in the eyes of a social ecological world. As an experiment, right? Until they'd have to like either succeed in their hypothesis over time, or if they start to fail, either readdress their hypothesis, go back to the drawing board, or just give up entirely and disperse.
Okay. I don't know if I agree with you on the capitalist thing, but that's fine. What do you think is a failed experiment? Like why do you think it's failed? I'm curious.
Well, for one thing, I would say like a lot of people, I'm not going to say you, but a lot of people would point to like capitalism and say, look at all these great things it's made. And sure, yeah, like it's hyper-focused and accelerated the growth of many technologies, some of which are not sustainable, but I'll leave that for a separate part. Regardless of that, though, the problem is it also stifles the development of a lot of other technology, particularly green technologies, if we're going to get into that. But also, like different computer technologies have been stifled just because they weren't profitable enough. There are so many ventures which would have been taken on if the profit motive wasn't what governed our decision making.
Okay. Would we have reached the point to where we would know if those things... Would we have reached the point to find those things that we now know are not profitable, that were stifled, if we didn't have capitalism?
Like scientifically, like would we have the understanding of the world that we have now, whether it's technologically or analytically, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, do you think without the incentive we would have reached it naturally?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like scientists existed before capitalism was necessarily. It was called alchemists, right? But like the pursuit of knowledge is just inherent in this. I can get into why. Like I'm not one of those people like who we talked to on the panel. I can't remember his name right now. Who says like men are just men because that's nature. But there is definitely like.
You still up right now?
Look who it is.
Who is it?
Angela Knight, back again.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Nine Tails. I thought you did a fantastic job displaying your points earlier. I just want to say that.
Likewise, thank you. Sorry that I tried to.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I mean, I think we all just get passionate when we talk about our, our opinions and stuff. And Dub, I usually, he's, I don't know. I sometimes we get along. I get along with a lot of crazy people. And
Dr. Dingleberg. That's
Did you
that
guys ever
boy.
get to the point, or no? Did we ever come to a conclusion with him, or no?
I don't think so. I think we more memed at the end, and then Food Shop jumped in to say I'm tired, and then so we just kind of like avoided the topic so she could get to bed.
Oh,
You can still drink on for half an hour.
Okay, that makes sense. I figured.
But like, you gotta play long games in these, right? Because sometimes when you change minds, like people have to like take these things and then kind of like hang on to it for a while before it becomes like their own perception.
Yeah, I've definitely recognized that with people. I guess with like someone like him, I could definitely sympathize on why that's his view. Like, I don't even think he's trying to be like an ass about it. He just genuinely cannot process. And I think with people who don't have healthy relationships, they just can't fathom the talking points that I'm trying to convey, and they just tend to argue with me. And I'm like, okay, like get into a relationship, and then you understand. Because the whole time he kept saying, "This is why men are, killing themselves." I'm like, listen, like that's not the reason why. It was already planted in the back of their minds when the relationship was already failing, and we could prevent these issues by just not making it seem like it's a naturalism that men just want to just, I don't know, kill themselves. I don't know. It was fucking bananas. Anyways, didn't mean to ramble off and run away. I had like 2 other people that I said I was going to talk to, and I forgot to do it. So I'm just here to check on your kick or keep questions and make sure you got them.
I do not.
How many are you missing?
I mean, I just need to write like a handful. I've written like 3 or 4. I need to write a few more. I've got a couple from food shops that she put in the server. Let's see, where's the other one? I think they're decent. I think they might need to be reworded a little bit, but they're pretty good.
Okay. I wish I could contribute more. My
Give me a topic. Throw me a bone.
Topic, but it's like Hollywood drama. So, but it's also Me Too.
It's a Me Too question?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Hear about God, I just can't remember this guy's name ever since I started trying to bring it up around other people. That 70s show guy.
Danny Masterson?
Danny Masterson.
I wrote a question about him, ironically, but I want to hear this one.
But did you hear that Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher wrote a character statement to the judge?
Yep, that is what I wrote the question about.
Okay. Well, you got the popular topic in, so that's about all I can offer. Even though I feel dirty, like writing it myself, just because it's so desperate and so slimy.
Yeah. Okay, so the question I wrote is, Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis released an apology video for writing letters to the judge that was handling the rape case of their former co-star, Danny Masterson, to plead for leniency in his sentencing. Should their letters have played any effect on the sentencing for what he was convicted of?
Oh, you should also ask Ann Willett, because there's very discussion on whether or not it will, compared to like the victim statements.
You said, and will it?
Yeah. And that's subjective, right? So people can bite into that and get some like all sorts of fleshy bits out if they really try.
Okay. I am hoping these people are smart enough for this in general. I know some of them are not idiots, but
You don't know when it's gonna be you, because like, yeah.
you know, Sam Pepper is going to be on.
Okay.
What was that?
Hmm.
That broke up like crazy.
What broke up?
The sound.
My sound?
Yeah. I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Oh no, I was saying I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Sam Pepper apparently accused of pedophilia like years ago, and now he's like big again.
What about domestic violence, referring to like that lady who got smashed in the face with a brick?
Ooh, yes, I like that.
Didn't she lie or some shit?
I don't care about any of that. I know exactly what I'm gonna write the question about because it's what you were talking to Lo about the other night. It's, do the people around her have a responsibility to act when they see a woman in danger?
Ooh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. There we go. Sweet. I'm gonna refresh my YouTube page to see what else is new.
My general thing is, it doesn't matter who it is. If they're screaming help, 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 I'm going to go help them.
Aw, you're so cute. I love this.
Well, it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to judge for a woman that she needs to be helped. There's a lot of this shit in my building that I live in now. And when I first moved in there, like, I don't know. I just wanted to be there in case someone did need help. But then I just slowly got more removed from even just like responding to it, because 9 times out of 10 these people are in the situation because they don't want help. But like there's clearly a line, and all I can say is I actually don't think society is good at dealing with domestic violence right now, because people are like so easily secluded into like a home where their only relationship is with their partner.
True.
Let's see. So far, I've got, there was a viral video making the rounds recently of a woman ridiculing the men around her outside of a bar for not getting involved when another man, or when somebody, I guess, when somebody threw a brick at her face. That's such a fucking crazy statement. Somebody threw a brick at her face. Sounds like a literal kindergarten threat. I'm gonna throw a brick at your face. You know?
Maybe it is just like if we think about this socially, and I'm not like trying to answer the question necessarily, but like maybe it's good for the left just to say yes. Because at the end of the day, that's going to make people more afraid of actually doing something. Like, oh shit, there could be someone who would actually, do something about this. And like, I live in a place where a guy is currently undergoing a trial for running over a Muslim family, like just in cold blood.
The fuck?
And yeah, I would like people like that to think like, someone's gonna fuck your shit up, and you're not just gonna be like nicely handled by the cops or anything like that. Like you're gonna wish you were handled by the cops, because then yeah, I think people are more likely to second guess it. Because guess what? Usually when you do shit like that, you're surrounded by other people,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't. It's so hard to hit them all at once. Like even shooters try, and guess what? They can't hit everybody all at once.
Not that it doesn't, not that any like the instances of gun owners who take out mass shooters are very rare compared to the amount of mass shooters now.
I completely forgot what I was about to say.
Are you still writing the question? Did I interrupt you from that?
Oh, no, you're
Sorry.
good. No. That's not what I was. I was gonna say something, but I just like blanked.
So is this for KOKOK or just KOK?
Just KOK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
So I
there's
need-
two of them? Wait, I'm confused now. What?
There's
One's
there's King of Kicker Keep, and then there's Kicker Keep.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. So the winners of Kicker Keep goes on to the king?
Nope, other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fun.
So
there's cock and there's cock.
Yeah. Or King of Cock.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the name of the show. King of Cock. I got so
Yeah,
funny.
wait. So if you win King of Cock, then how are you not the king going on to
Yeah, I
the
know.
Yeah, that's what I thought it would be like that.
Yeah. No, it definitely sounds like it. That would be the logical path, but
question. Make this.
If I'm being honest, sometimes Q is not it's not the most logical person. I mean, he is religious. But I like the
He is?
guy. Yeah. What? Are you joking?
I don't really keep up with his character, so I don't really know. I just think he's like too much of a troll with the way his personality is, so I don't really know exactly.
Dude is a hard body Muslim.
I thought he's like trolling majority of the time. That's why I don't.
He is, but not about that.
Oh, wow. I don't trust anyone on the internet anymore. That's why I'm like
Based.
sussed out. I don't trust everybody's
After
so paranoid.
after watching the tomfoolery panel that Fruit Shops was on, where like it was about religion and how fucking meta that got, I've decided I'm not debating religion. There's too much bullshit that you have to navigate. And it's like it's great if that's what you want to specialize in, but that's about it.
I love debating religion. I intuition pump the fuck out of some of the biblical stories to just make them feel like a piece of shit about their own religion.
I think like your best chance is to take like the will of God and like whether or not they believe in the logos or whatever, and then like bring up like questions of omnipotence or omniscience and stuff like that, and be like, well, if God is really omnipotent, then how is he also the logos? Shouldn't he be able to overcome the logic that defines him and shit like that? But to get that far in a conversation, you have to like lobotomize yourself. I swear to God.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the time when I argue about the state of God, I'll say stuff like the Bible will contradict itself and it'll say God is a jealous God, and then directly in another verse say God is not a jealous God. And then the argument on the other side will be, oh, well, God, his logic isn't defined by us. He just, he works in a way that, we can't comprehend. It's like, okay, then how the fuck do you know he exists? Yeah.
And see, here's the thing, like I've been high enough on mushrooms where like I've had a lot of these like super cosmic, like I'm one with the universe, I'm one with the Godhead, I can see it all and blah blah blah, like my will is the wind. And guess what? Like all that really taught me is that the human brain has a huge capacity for bullshit that isn't there.
Yep.
And like that's cool and all. Like that is quite the like to have transcendent experiences is really great. But if you really think about it, right? Like if there is like sure we have alpha brainwaves and stuff like that, but they're not going to like super impact your thought patterns like the way we think it does. And so there's no telepathic wavelength. There's no energy coming in and out of our brain that we haven't detected yet. It's just heat coming off, sound waves coming in, light coming into our eyes, that kind of stuff. So, there's nothing that your brain is actually doing when it has this transcendent experiences other than making connections it doesn't normally make because it's grounded in fucking reality. That's it. And like there's a human behavioral biologist who goes by the name Dr. Robert Sapolsky. I think I might have mentioned him in Food Shop stream, but he talks about how schizophrenia and shamanism seem to be very linked throughout history.
Really?
And how particularly people with schizotypal disorder.
Okay.
They seem to be able to have transcendent experiences, not necessarily on cue, but like they're like on the verge of one at all times. Some of them will even think that they're shamans. And so it seems like, it's considered a mental disorder because we ultimately don't know how to treat it. I'm someone with schizotypal. I feel like I treat myself for the most part, aside from some anxiety stuff. I just can't get the treatment I need for in my transition, which is in hiatus at the moment. Not like full hiatus, but I can't get everything I need. So with like, but yeah, just with like thinking, like just because our brains have the capacity to think that like into the Godhead doesn't mean that the Godhead's there. It just means that cognitively speaking, there is no like bounds to what we can imagine.
Oh shit. Yo, I'm zoning out right now, not because of you, just because it's mad early late right now.
Early late.
It's 6:30 a.m. I didn't sleep. I actually pulled a full official all-nighter, so I probably should take 2 hours to close my eyes for a bit before I actually have to wake up.
Yeah, typically if you're seeing early late, you're pretty tired.
I mean, but it's late, but it's 6:30 now, so technically it's early, but it's late as far as sleeping. Whatever.
Oh yeah. Names. I'm so bad with names. Sorry. Angela, if you do want to pull me into like any chats where you're like debunking red pillars or like message me because you're in Food Shop's chat, just add me as a friend. And because I just don't see message requests in my notifications. So
I don't know how to do that. Hold on, I'm doing something right now. I don't know how to do this.
yeah, no rush. I can also just add you as a friend, and then if you figure out how to accept that,
Yeah, I'm fucking amateur online. Yeah, I don't see where the add button is at for this, so we're gonna.
wait. So not even me. Are you a pro streamer? Because the setup looks pro. I can tell that Canklemore is pro.
I'm amateur, but I'm tiptoeing into it, so yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep you on. I almost think monetization has like scammed the left out of having our true voice.
Yo,
And it makes me sad.
I think it takes out like the the authenticity and everything. Like what makes like whatever it is you do from passion is what makes you money, and then once you do it for money, it takes away from why people supported you in the first place without realizing it. It's almost like the issue solves itself. So it's just fucking weird. But I don't know if I have the capacity to sit online for 8 hours like what fucking Food Shops just did. 8 hours, yo, that's a
Oh no,
lot.
you can just pop it in, of course. Like basically, if she's not interviewing somebody or debating or hosting a debate or debating them directly, then you can do that. She sometimes sits in that room that's for like everybody to hop in and doesn't change the title of her stream while she's debating somebody, so you kind of have to check out the stream and catch the vibe, and at best like message her, be like, do you want me to walk in? But like if there's like 4 people on there, just walk right in.
Yeah, we do a lot of that on my set also, which tomorrow or today, I guess, Cankle, when you finish everything, I'm gonna hit you up to set up the OBS thing because I've been slacking on that bitch.
I
Maybe
got
or
you.
maybe.
Yeah.
Did I hear about a Wednesday Thursday panel?
That's usually me, but it's not like organized or anything. I haven't officially like figured out how I'm going to be setting up the shows and stuff. It's usually me chatting for like the first hour, and then I'll bring up with like 4 people that I'm familiar with. Because it gets too many people, it becomes like today when we're all talking over each other, and then like you have like a character that sometimes they're necessary for the schizo conversation, but sometimes it kind of ruins the back and forth as like Princess. Like, you know, she's adorable, she's cute, but like I wouldn't
Yeah.
have her on like certain topics just because it throws off like the whole dynamic. So
And then, you know, I
Well-
pop in at the end for the insightful last one or two little statements as I listen for an hour and a half.
Yo, do you have like a permanent schedule that you work on those days? Is that
Oh,
why
shit.
you're always Oh shit. Oops. But yeah, do you permanently work on those days or does your week like change throughout?
Yeah, I work
It
3 to
changes?
11. I work 3 to 11 weekdays.
Oh, weekdays, 3 to 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a feeling that her phone just died. But I told them that you do panels. Yeah, but I also told them to go through me if they want to like or not. Yeah, I told them to go through me, and I told them that if there's ever a panel that I think they would be good on, I would give them a shout and let you know.
Dope. Yeah, I'll just start streaming it like what you said on like my stuff on like Twitch and or Kick or whatever on my days off and stuff.
Yeah.
Just because like YouTube is a little bit more like where everyone goes and looks for. I'm not sure if I want to like have all this messy shit on my page at the moment.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, we're still filling all this stuff out.
Yeah, this is just like fun stuff. This is fun stuff that you'd have on Kick and or Twitch. You could probably like co-stream. It's a lot of fun. You make a few extra bucks this way. You get subs and stuff. I think you probably do really well on Kick and Twitch, probably to the point where you could quit your job eventually and just start doing this full time if you wanted to.
What? Are you for real?
I'm for real.
I never know how much people make on these things. That's why I never really like invest myself into it heavily. I don't like put my eggs in these types of. Also, because I don't feel like I'm naked enough online, like the way people are from what I've seen so far. And I'm like, that's a competitive market. If I want to attempt this shit, I'd have to like sell a piece of myself, and I don't want to do all that.
Do you do you have $11 a month to blow?
What do you mean?
Are you willing to spend
Yeah.
$11 a month on something?
Oh yeah, I do all the time. A bunch of nonsense.
Get a
Why?
Restream account.
Restream.
Yep.
Look at that right now.
Restream.io is the name of the website. It is a splitter website. So it's just like a stream redirector. It's very easy. It also combines your chats. The $11 a month one lets you stream to 5 places at once. So right now, I'm on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Twitter.
Oh, I like
Yeah.
this already. Cool. Thank you.
So you do that. You pay the few dollars for the not free one. You get the 5 locations. You get the combined chats. Except you can't add Rumble chat, which is a pain in the ass. But you can add Rumble chat as a widget on your OBS, so you can have it there.
Oh, this is so cool.
You on the website right now?
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was gonna go to bed, but like now I'm fired back up again. I'm like a big fuck.
But yeah, you just stream to that website, and then you have all the other ones connected to that. That way you don't have to use like a ton of your bandwidth, which is really nice. I used to just have the OBS widget where you would just like put in all of your stream locations, and you'd have to send them
Yeah.
out all through your Wi-Fi, which is a real pain in the ass. It takes a lot out of it.
Yeah, that's why I didn't do it because it was telling me that I had to like upgrade my internet or something, and I was
Yeah.
like, I don't feel like doing all this. It's too much work.
You should upgrade your internet anyway, because I upgraded mine, and you know how much more a month it was for like 3 times faster internet?
No, I don't know.
$10.
Oh, okay, you're giving me all the sauce. All right, good
Yep.
shit.
What do you have Spectrum or Comcast?
I think Spectrum. I just have to ask my husband. I don't like to like. Yeah, I feel like I'm always bothering him with some shit. Like I did something today where so like for the year that I was living in Miami, I didn't like ever announce this, but like he was stuck here in Tampa and he was back and forth from Boston and stuff. So we did like long distance, which was like the best worst thing ever.
Yeah.
But like I would come back to Tampa like every week and a half or two or whatever. And every time I come back, there'd be like fresh flowers at the house. But like since I moved back, which I haven't, well, I mean, I don't really think anyone's gonna find out. But even if they do, I don't really give a fuck. Anyways, I don't announce it. But anyways, I'm back here now, and like I'd mentioned today, I was like, hey, I was like, are you not buying flowers anymore because you're mad at me or because you don't think I like them anymore? And he started laughing hysterically. He was like, I was waiting for you to say something. He was like, I really thought you didn't give a shit about the flowers. I was like, because you're buying them every single week. I was like, I wanted them to die before you bought new flowers. And he was just like, okay, well, glad to know that you still like flowers and I will be back on my shit. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, thank you. So it's like I started realizing like I was asking for a lot of random things and then I stopped asking because I felt like I was being a menace because of the long distance. And then I got back here and like I was readjusting to my life a little bit. And then like I was like, damn, I need like to upgrade my internet. But I was like, maybe I'm being a little fucking brat right now. And I don't know the fucking login. I've been trying to hack that shit for like 2 weeks now. I'm like, what the fuck is this goddamn password? So now I have to figure out how to get it from his laptop. So I'll probably do that later. Total tangent story there, but there's that.
Oh, it's all good. You live in Tampa?
Yeah.
I went down to Tampa in April.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was down there for Creator Clash too.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I'm between Tampa and Miami, and then back and forth because we still have our place there. So it's just I just fucking hate being there because the traffic's such a bitch. So
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Could you go to, and this is just like it's only something I care about, but hopefully you can appreciate it. Go to Fort Myers, then keep going onto Sanibel Island, and just like do whatever sounds fun out there because there's a lot to do. Even if it's just going on the beach, because the beach is just like pure seashells with no rocks. And I went there on spring break once as a kid with my grandparents, and yeah, best childhood memory.
Aw, so cute. Say less, we'll do.
Nice.
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 And I wish you luck at finding a Junonia, which is kind of rare there. I found one, but I forgot to tell anyone about it. So.
What is it?
A Junonia.
Junonia.
It's like it's a shell.
Oh.
I also made the mistake of giving it to a girl I had a crush on who moved to Edmonton.
You motherfucker. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Did your phone die?
Yes, it did. Oh yeah, so what I was gonna say to you is I am a dependable, strong lefty voice who will prep on topics and can self-moderate, but will usually reflect the tone of the panel.
Oh, I love this. This is so perfect. Oh.
Yeah, I've been at it for like 3 years, so it's not like, I'm not like one of those noobs who has all of these ideas coming in. I can be chill about it. But if you want like advice, I've seen a lot of methods tried. I've seen how they worked. I've seen how communities in these spaces work, so I have some thoughts, some advice, but I'll keep it to myself.
Yeah, you sound more like a pro than I am, to be honest. So I'm going to wiggle my way there and
I haven't
slowly-
monetized anything, but I've certainly had I've networked a lot and had a lot of great experiences with people who are much more professional than I am. So that's it's I'd say I've had a successful foray into debates.
Sweet. Love it. Beautiful. Say less.
I think I have more hate fans than I have real fans, so.
Oh Lord. Okay. Okay, gotcha.
You would
wait,
be
I'm not because I'm terrible, but just because my approach isn't necessarily coddle as many liberals as possible, even though I'm far left. It's how many people can I get to second guess themselves? So, something that I make a lot of people uncomfortable.
You sound like Jack. Oh my god.
No.
Wow.
No. No.
That's Jack's agenda.
Make people
But here's the
uncomfortable.
thing, right? Like, my reason is that, like, I want people to second guess the status quo, particularly like the social norms we have and stuff like that. Not like I don't know why you're like dismissing the comparison, but I can only imagine that there's some political difference. And like, if I were wrong, like if anyone came to me and is like, "Here's why you're wrong," I'd be willing to address that because I don't want to mislead people. I just want, like, a lot of people enter into ideologies before they enter into life experiences. I don't think I did, at least not directly. But a lot of my experiences shaped my understandings of things, and then I was like, okay, well now I need to actually understand how people work. So after attempting to do that for many years, I think it's not like we're misguided. It's just this one thing that worked for a while is overworking itself now.
I mean, 1,000% agree with you. Yeah, no. I mean, you're saying it 1,000 times better than me. I've been stumbling to say that shit since playing with fire. So,
The hard part is, like, if people identify with it, how do you not make them feel threatened by questioning that?
the thing with me is like maybe my approach is different. So I try not to take the threatened approach. I think most people refuse to believe that an issue that they've created in their head is that simple when you just like nearly debunk something as simple as a sentence. It's almost like, like turning on the lights and figuring out how to plug the fucking phone charger in and the hole was right in front of you. Like, you don't want to admit that it was that easy, so you're probably gonna like throw more of a fit and derail and just deflect. I find that happens a lot. So yeah, I don't know. It's just really maybe my approach is just different with people. So I don't know. I don't fucking know how to say it, but maybe I just kind of like drag everyone into the Discord and then I become friends with them and then we have like these discussions and then some people are too like hot-headed and then like I pretty much I don't invite them on as much and then eventually they feel left out and then they have to change their tonality, aka Jack.
Yep. The crazy
Jack is
conservatard.
Dude, he's slowly changing. Like, believe it or not, slowly at a pill.
He's
Because I was like,
growing.
because it's like I'm doing all these other things, and he was like, "Yo, tag me in, coach." I was like, "No, the fuck I tag you in? You're gonna fucking be disrespectful to everyone that I like." I was like, "No." I was like, "Jack, you're respectful to me mostly because I tolerate you." I was like, "But it doesn't actually mean that you have what it takes to sit in certain spaces because it's." It's like you're trying to do something that everyone's doing, but you're not the anomaly of it. Like, you think that you're special when you're not special when every Gen Z is doing exactly what you're doing. I was like, you're like the American Got Talent kid who comes on with a singing voice that sounds just like the person you're mimicking, but you're not special about that. And like, we don't need another Justin Bieber. I was like, no. So I was like, you need to figure out how to deliver your message and learn how the art of seduction with good intentions. I was like, because your intentions are good, but your seduction skill sucks. And I was like, and this is us being blunt, so if you take it personal, then this is where we part. And he was like, no, bro, needed to hear that, so. Did someone say something?
Oh, what's going on with your microphone's messing up?
My mic?
No, not you. Ninetales.
I was carrying something heavy.
1D down. Assuming captain's duties.
I've been sent to a new server. Who is this?
It wasn't me.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense about my approach to people, but it's more of like the long race with people. $19? The fuck?
What's $19?
Like, do you apply that just for people that you disagree with, or is it like
people I'd mostly
broad
disagree
spectrum?
with?
Okay, because like for me, it's gonna like I'd probably be the same.
Mostly because I'm like identifying strengths in people if I'm gonna host a panel, and I want to have like a mix of strengths. And I probably kind of want to like fine tune the outcome with the people I choose. And this isn't to say I know what the outcome will be, but rather like if I want less of something, then identify the person or people who aren't as strong in that area. Just as like a way to like break up like when there's like one person on each side who's very knowledgeable and they're trying to talk to each other, and then the 4 other people on like a 3v3 who just want to meme and are constantly talking over them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I generally don't have a lot of problems on panels with people until like I have to speak with them for stupid reasons. For stupid reasons, not for like panel reasons.
Yeah, I've since I left the red pill shit, I don't really actually have beef with anybody anymore. I don't think so. So it's like I maybe the privileged position that I'm sitting in is that everybody kind of comes to me slightly ass kissing or nice already, just because they have this like painted idea of who they think I am, which I don't really think anything more than what they probably have already curated in their head. So I have the advantage, I like to say, to kind of set my demands, and I'd like to say my demands are pretty fair. And I think most people are used to being on like probably, I don't know, defense mode with their beliefs. So I mean, they come to me kind of already throwing the first punch, and I've already accepted that I'll take the first punch for the investment of like, I don't know, the improvement of whoever I decide to invest my time with, because I see like, I don't know, the benefits in it. And plus I think it's fun for the YouTube and stuff. Like, I know you think like, for example, Canklemore, like Jack is unhinged, but I like the fact that he's a little
Oh
unhinged,
yeah, of
'cause I know,
course.
right? Because I
Yeah.
know that if he teamed it, then he would be an absolute killer for his age, for his views, or whatever the fuck it could be. Could be presented it better. Someone like Rue, I don't know if you're familiar with Rue.
I don't
like,
think I've
he's
met her
just,
yet. Or him.
yeah, that's the issue. He just sits there, and I'm just like, he's so supportive of everything. He comes up sometimes, but like, I stopped letting him go up, and since I stopped letting him come up, he's been more like, hey, like, what can I do to like contribute to the Discord and XYZ, da da da. So it's like little worker bees, and it's like good for the mental health and the mental space for them, because it's like now they're getting creative with their thoughts and shit, and it's like, I think everybody that sits in the same spot should contribute somehow. Maybe not the same rate, but like in some form or way, because if not, you're just sucking up space.
See, I'm looking for someone who can like be like the good cop to my bad cop. So like, I come on there and I'm like, you're clueless. You're working back from your conclusions. If you want people to take anything you say seriously, you're gonna have to like, check these things and then try again, right? And then like that makes them feel like, oh shit, this person really doesn't like respect me. But then you come in there, it's like, I'm really willing to engage with you.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty much, yeah, that's usually my position. I'm usually the fucking weirdo that engages with most people that everyone says, why do you do this? So, yeah.
But the hard thing is like, usually people in your position, they'll like try to talk over me or stop me, right? Like they'll be like, no, it's too far. Not understanding that like, when I put people on guard on the level I do, it means that when you interact with them, they have to lower their guard. Whereas like when they've attacked you first, their guard's already up. So like, in my opinion, you have a lot better chance of getting through to them after they dealt with me.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually the case from what I deal with people, where like they're pretty callous by the time I get to them because of probably someone like you.
No, I'd say the opposite. Like, a lot of people haven't dealt with someone like me, and so they don't put any effort at the end. And when they get cornered, like, they have all these, like, coping skills to tell themselves they won. But, like, that's, like, I've probably spent, like, the past year and a half coming up with ways on Twitter
to tell people like, no, you actually haven't won, without just saying the same thing everyone else is saying. And I noticed that those people who say that tend to avoid me like I'm fucking cancer, because they can't maintain that around me. So when you don't like immediately put that in that position like I do, it really takes them off guard. But at the same time, like, I'll still be there. Like, if they screw up, I'm ready to jump in and be like, what the fuck did you just say? Because I'm, like, there's not a lot of stuff that gets past me unless it's, like, very esoteric, obscure knowledge. But, like, I sniff out right-wingers and, like, you know, closet conservatoids all the time who think that they're liberals.
Not quite. Oh, wait, is that me? Where do I stand on your radar?
I don't know you well enough. Like, after, like, Destiny partially got me into debating, but by the time, like, I had really started, like, figuring out my leftist views, I realized that he was, like, not nearly as leftist as I was. In fact, I could see him sliding backwards, so I started calling him regressing, and that was, like, over 2 years ago. And now most people on my side of the political spectrum would agree he's not left at all, and that was just a branding stint of his.
Yeah, I actually just found that out like yesterday, that he's not as left as what I said he was, and someone was like, "Yeah, dude, he's not actually left." I was like, "Wait, what?"
I mean, he's like center left.
And like,
yeah,
part of it's like he was just more loose with his definition. He wasn't necessarily lying, but then like he would go on panels and stuff, and he'd be like left versus right, and then if he'd be on the left, it's like, okay.
oh yeah, because he doesn't usually like tries to like, I don't know.
He takes on like right wing chuds, and so that like naturally makes him seem like the left winger in this scenario.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have like the brain capacity to sit there to try to prove like his position, or he doesn't really give a fuck enough because they're probably already making up their mind when it comes to him. So I mean, at least that's what I believe. That's what he does, because he does it a lot with like literally everything, where they would call him a cuck or whatever, and he just pretty much just owns it, even though he's not. And it just kind of, someone who doesn't know him would be like, yo, this guy's just like beta as fake, but it turns out he just feel like, yeah.
He doesn't care, and that's
Yeah.
that's something. Like that's the thing is like, I can always tell when someone's new, because it's either the jokes and memes they find funny, or as like an argument, or the tactics they use that tell me that they're new. Because they're only things that you would think is like even a performative win if you're new here. So like one of them is just like a straight up peacocking, right? So like maybe they'll ask you a yes or no question that isn't like is like a false dichotomy, so you can't answer it. But because you can't even explain that to them, and they're just going, "Oh, you can't answer the question. I won." You know, like to them, like that's all they need. But
Yeah.
for us seasoned debaters, like if you can't move on from there, you kind of suck. Like really, like your entire argument falls on whether or not your opponent says yes or no.
True.
So, you know, a lot of these things that annoy like more seasoned debaters come from like the new people. And the problem is like, right now the scene is very much entertainment based and not at all debate based. So when these new people come in, if they like, they're even starting to reject like just debating in general, because for them it's like, I don't even do that shit. Like I just do that to get attention, and then the rest of my content is gaming. And it's like, wait, so how much? No, I'm not even gonna ask how much time you put into prep, because it's clearly none. Like holy shit. Whereas like for me, debating is the game that I'm gaming. Like I'm not gaming the system, because it's not much to really game here actually, unless like you do get like a cash daddy, I assume. But like that is my game. So like I prep before my debates, because you know you really only get one real shot at like your first impression. So
Yeah, I like you. That's really cool to know this. Yeah, I can really respect the effort and the time you put into debates, and the,
a lot of people feel, a lot of leftists feel disenfranchised, and I do too, but more in like the cultural aspect. I still think that it can be like saved. if we like actually like make panels that are meant to be productive.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm leaning towards. So that's good to know. I like that. And you have a plan of action and a game plan. It's really cool. Rare.
Oh, and even just like, I hope anybody just tries anything differently than what the current model is. Like, just having panels isn't enough. I want to see like teams kind of start popping up. So on like topics, right? So like a pro gun team, and you'll have a team leader, ideally the person who's most knowledgeable on the subject, and then they'll have like the team that they're constantly like keeping ready to debate, keeping organized, making sure everybody's as prepped as possible, but also like maybe dividing up the who does what on the panel a bit, who handles what subtopic. So like for me, I want an anti-gun team. I want to be the leader of that because first of all, the science just agrees with me. Second of all, that requires a lot of prep actually. More prep than a lot of, and I don't want to just like debate with people who aren't prepped on it. Or even just like the people who like have like a narrow-minded prep thing where they have like their talking points and they have data on that but nothing else. Whereas my talking points came from the data.
Make sure he's actually dead next time. That was dangerous, man.
But yeah, with like the teams thing, the idea would be
My name's
like,
9S.
maybe like a
I'm here to
3-hour
provide
panel
support.
with 6 people or 8.
So, was that big old
And then the
buzzsaw
team
Goliath
members
you came here to take out?
like debate the stuff throughout the panel, more like a 1v1 round
I've got a
robin
flight unit,
style
so I'll
type
take a look
thing.
around the perimeter.
All right.
Or not at
Work our
all.
way
Who
inside
cares?
from the ground.
But then like the finale is when the 2 team leaders like go over everything that was talked about, like the notes that they took during that time. Not that they don't participate before, but they like kind of take like a backseat role. And then like in that last hour they like try to go through it and really like hammer it out.
Okay.
And that's the time that's like allocated for heated debate.
Sweet. Love it. You're on my radar. I will definitely be phoning you. Is that the motherfucking sun? Oh, God.
Well, just start pushing this idea. Like honestly, even if it's as if your own, and if you can make it work, I'll just love you.
So funny story that you're talking about this. So me and Angry Ginger have already created this, and it's supposed to be a secret server that we both. And I'm saying this, I don't know why, but we haven't officially done something with it. Well, actually, okay, it's in the air, and there's whatever. I don't want to say too much, but anyways, it's already in the process. It's funny that you're talking about it because that was already like something that we're working on at the moment.
Debates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With like, it's a whole fucking thing. So I mean, he's working on one side of it, I'm working on the other side, and I think by Saturday it should be up. We've already named it. It's so funny when we named it.
My advice is keep it simple.
Yes.
Because debate can also be overstructured. I've joined a lot of debate servers where it's almost like their nose is too high up in the air for them to ever talk to you directly. Like literally, like sometimes you will say like something that on any other panel would just be like something that your opponent would address on its face, but they'll literally just like stop you and be like, well, actually, that's not fully grammatically correct, and you haven't made a complete statement yet. And it's like,
Yeah, no, you're good.
are
You're
you
good.
fucking kidding me?
You're good.
Like, how do you talk to anybody?
Yeah, trust me. We're too much of an amateur to go that, I don't know, that extreme with our takes. I mean,
Formal
I think
debates are just.
But sometimes amateurs can be the most obnoxious, right? With like talking about ad homs and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, I gotta be like that's a bad. Meaning like we're just, I don't know how to explain. Canklemore, you know me enough to know like my
No, it'll
comedy
be
style.
alright. Yeah.
No, I'm not that concerned. I'm thinking about the irony of how like nothing's ever set in stone with this. Like it's really just like a melting pot of human behavior, and I don't know. I just think we need more like meta structure with chaos around the edges for these things. And there's not enough people like asking like what is the meta structure and what is the current meta of debate. And I have a conspiracy. And it's not too scandalous to be real.
I gotta hear this. I
have a theory, especially after researching Gamergate to prep for a debate I did that I think I nailed. Not that if I ever say I want to debate, it's ironic unless like I actually convince the person. And I think that the current debate culture is a result of Gamergate dispersing into other online realms.
What is Gamergate exactly?
Gamergate was a response to both feminists and feminist talking points surrounding gaming. Mostly just like hate campaigns, but their whole shtick was that it's about ethics and journalism, which it probably wasn't, if we're being honest.
Okay.
Let's just say if it was about ethics and journalism, it resulted in a lot more victims than bad ethics and journalism could have ever caused. So, not particularly charitable to that line.
Fair. I've always heard people talk about Gamergate, but I'd never fucking looked it up. But yeah, that makes sense. What were the feminist talking points exactly about gamers?
Wait, before you go into that, I'm going to say the goodbye again before I do this again. Alright, I did the, I just want to let you know, I did the restream thingy already, Cankle.
Okay.
I got all my stuff logged in. And I guess I have to connect OBS to it, which I did that already with the stream keys and stuff.
Okay.
I think I did most of the footwork. I just pretty much have to play with my themes, I guess.
Yeah.
And then we're like, you just literally made it so much easier. Because this is so cool. I
Yeah.
like how organized this thing is. I would have paid $50 a month for this shit. That was easy. Anyways, we'll talk in a couple hours when I take a nap and wake up and get some shit done.
Okay.
I'll bother you. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, Ninetales, nice meeting you. We'll talk soon.
You too. Have a good night.
Good night, good night.
Sweet dreams.
I'm trying as soon as I figure out how to get out of here. Okay, bye guys.
Alright, bye-bye. Alright.
Yeah, I
she's
just
great.
want to improve it. Oh, I can tell.
Yeah.
I don't need people to be lefty. I just need them to be like moderates if they're going to be like right leaning. Not like if you challenge their position effectively enough, they might actually change their mind on something.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to be more like right leaning during COVID, ironically. But I was still very much with like the pro vaccine, pro masks. I thought all those talking points were fucking retarded from conservatives. It just, oh my god, ugh, it's so dumb.
I mean, they're departing from science more and more. They become more ideological.
Yeah. Yeah. And
So it's like the more we reveal with science, the more like leftist theories become realized, in my opinion.
yeah. I mean, they have that one thing. Well, if conservatives are detached from science, then so are left-leaning people because of their trans ideologies. Which is, I mean, to be fair, there are a couple things that I've heard some people on the left say about stuff like that that is just absurd. But those are like fringe people, you know, like it's not the mainstream like it is for conservatives.
What are the chances that they just didn't, like, it was just somebody who was bad at using rhetoric or something?
No, I'm talking about like the people that we're talking about, like, menstruation.
You know, ma'am, I'm glad you're here.
Why?
Okay, but like, do you want to dive into that?
Sure. I mean, I think I know what you're gonna say. It's because of the cramps that are involved with the medication, right?
Sorry, ma'am.
And another thing.
Yeah.
Like, especially, like, for example, I had a nurse practitioner guiding me through my transition for the most part. And, she was telling me, like, for sure it's not period cramps, of course.
Yeah.
But she couldn't tell me what it was. And I was like, okay, hear me out. There are these people who are intersex. You haven't done any tests to check that I'm not. So, I'm just a little concerned. And that was basically what I was thinking. Like, what if I've always been part women? And I have other reasons for thinking this too. I have strange genetics, to say the least. But aside from that, it wasn't really something that, like, it hinged on. In fact, it was a relief when it was like, oh, actually, I just have celiacs. So to put down the bread.
Mm-hmm.
You know, gluten intolerance.
What was that? That was really muffled.
Do you know gluten intolerance?
Yes. Yeah, my aunt's got that, I guess.
So yeah, that was what caused most of my cramps. And not bad enough that, like, there's a point where, like, you don't have any other symptoms, and if your cramps get bad enough, you're like, what else is it, right? Like,
yeah,
this is the worst pain I've had in my life, and this is how women describe their cramps. At least until they give birth.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're just going off the information you have, and, like, for some women, it's just more affirming. And if you think about it, like, why wouldn't it be?
That's fair. That's very fair. I will give you that. But
and yeah, sure, we need to talk to them. We need to talk to them and be like, look, hopefully your entire transition will centered around that. It probably doesn't if they really think about it, but when you also, the hard thing is like, and this is what right-wingers debate on the most, is when you first start your transition, your brain is literally going through changes.
Yeah.
So you can be a little unstable, especially emotionally. And even better yet, there's a lot of new things to you that you might not know exactly how to describe. So you might first jump to conclusions that aren't quite there. I don't think that makes someone inherently crazy or inherently unstable. And my problem with, like, the way a lot of that is framed is like, oh, here's one instance of this person doing that. Without really knowing, like, okay, well, what if that was just one instance of them being unstable and they're otherwise stable? Then it wouldn't really make sense to attribute any of that to transness, because you sure as hell seen women, like white cis women, act unstable in public, so.
Ironically, I think the people that I've seen saying that.
It's just accessing
Sorry, what?
I said ironically, I think the people that I've seen saying that, like, I think 2 of them were trans people that were actually going through the process, like, freshly. The rest were just like the stereotype blue hair raging leftist type, you know what I mean? Like the ones that ruin it for all the leftists.
I'm not sure, like, you mean the right-wing trope?
Yeah, yep, yes, exactly. There's like the couple
like,
fringe kooks. And like there are in every group, obviously.
There is no, like, ideal leftist behavior.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So, like, it's just hard for me to, like, pin down what exactly, like, leftists have our own more of, like, groups that we'd rather not associate with, like pinkies and stuff like that.
Yup. Yeah.
But, like, I mean, get all sorts, right? Like at the end of the day, the right wingers have just as many of them. They just don't call them SJWs. So
Yeah. They call them Nazis.
I don't like feel the need to either defend or condone them. But honestly, when people are mad, there's a diverse way that people express that, and like trying to judge them for that, but not like acknowledging their anger just shows that you really don't understand what they're going through.
That's fair.
Like if you can acknowledge their anger and acknowledge how angry people are, then I guess like your criticism can hold some water. But I don't know. I think it can end there and be pretty sufficient. Like they're angry. They're not acting like not angry people do. What do you expect? Or I don't know about the period thing, right? Like if those blue hair people, like, when you say they're not on treatment, do you mean like they're saying that they're trans and they're not on treatment? Or
No, like they're not even trans. They just like champion the rhetoric.
oh. Yeah, they probably just don't they're probably defending it reflexively instead of giving it thought.
Yeah.
And they're like distancing themselves from it because they don't understand it or asking trans people about it. And not every trans person is going to have the answer. But as somebody who was around while that was the discourse, I had to address that several times. Pretty comfortable talking about this.
Yeah.
The Jessica Unique thing was, of course, difficult to sit around through, to say the least.
What was
But
difficult to sit around through?
Jessica Unique, where she was yelling at the nail salon because they wouldn't give her service. Remember that?
Say her name again. Spell it for me.
Jessica Yaniv.
Okay.
Yaniv is
Jessica.
Yaniv is YANIV. And like clearly the focus that they gave on her wasn't just her behavior, but the fact that she's clearly like earlier in her transition.
Yeah.
And so that's the part that's hardest to argue. Like how do you bring that up to the person who wants to talk about it, like that they want to talk about it for all the wrong reasons? Even though that's very much on the table when you've had these conversations 100 times before.
Let's see.
And that's the thing, right? Like without there being like a noticeably trans person there, as a, meaning they're not passing, it wouldn't have been as sensational for the right because they wouldn't have had their like moment of going to the zoo as a family to like laugh at the trans women. So when people see like this kind of stuff, even like I didn't even like Karen videos from the left because I found Karen to be a potentially ableist but definitely misogynist thing. And there's like some debate about how like black communities use it. I'm not going to police black communities on it, but the way we handle that has a high potential of us outing people in mental distress, which is going to be ableist. Like, like there wasn't a lot of fact checking going on. It's like, why did this person actually have this freak out? What is going on in their lives? It was very much just like, oh, here's a person who has having a freak out. That's content, right? Take your content and swallow it. It's like, if you feel like a shred of compassion for these people, their narrative seems like insidious. Like, we really hate anybody who doesn't act like they're not angry all the time.
Yeah.
Sure, like all of those people were good, but come on, like we're talking clips of so little context on these people that like you can't know who's good and who's bad in those scenarios. Nobody can. At best, you've called out somebody who's done something wrong in a way that's subjective.
The transgender woman
At worst, you've called out somebody who's suffering from mental illness.
Okay, this woman is the activist that
She became an
complained
activist after that, I think.
because they refused to wax her balls, is what I'm reading all over the place.
That's the well, here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing is like a lot of salons like that will like wax the balls with men, and that's like the part that's missing from the context. So what she was asking was not out of the realm of plausibility. Like, it would make sense to be expected that.
They'll do what normally?
They'll wax human balls. Like it's been going on for a long time. Kind of that, like
Did you say gay men?
yeah.
Oh,
men, like,
okay, yeah. I have a feeling I know what it's really based off of. I think it's based off of size and hygiene, if I'm being frank. If I had to guess.
So I can't personally discount her claims that it was just because she's trans.
No, me neither. I'm just guessing.
You also can't clean hygiene at all.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. I'm looking at this picture and I just see a lot of sweat stains. That's why I added that. And because of the stereotype of like gay men being very like hygienic and fucking well kempt and all that.
I guarantee you trans women are very hygienic too. It's
Yeah.
just we don't have the luxury of that growth. And there's also, I've definitely met gay men who aren't hygienic.
Oh yeah,
That's
me
just,
too.
you know.
No. I'm sorry. I'm working purely off stereotypes. Like,
yeah, no.
I'm like trying to work through their logic, not necessarily like the facts of like people.
already complained to BC's
Yeah, like
Rights Tribunal about 15 other salons, complaints that were dismissed, and in 3 of those.
If you really go down this road though, then you can also like use this against this thing, right? Like as soon as they're too tall or muscular or sweaty, then they can't use those same services.
Yeah, it's stupid.
So no matter what way they try to use it, it's insidious.
Yeah.
I can find what I was looking for. Nope. Oh, sort of. I love how disorganized everything is.
Feel that
Big
one.
ups, I can smoke weed while I'm here. But the downside is it's kind of not like an efficient work environment.
It's not an what?
An efficient work environment. So it actually takes more work to get it done, and it's done. But I'm pressing on because I am appreciative for the work.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's taking me forever, and my body is resisting me every step of the way, and I'm gonna regret trying it. So hard to keep myself motivated. Honestly, I think I was always destined to fail.
Why do you say
like,
that?
Unironically. 2 main things. I just have like a natural instinct of opposing authority, but I don't have a desire to be in a place of dominance myself. And I lose motivation from like any negative feedback, unless it's like purely constructive criticism. And I have to like glean it as constructive criticism. So if I perceive it wrong, then they're fucked.
So I not like work outside of a space where either of those things apply.
Because that's easier said than done. In a
You're
lot of
damn right.
cases, and it's up to the odds of finding the right boss. And I just
You don't find a boss.
well, no, okay, yeah.
Work for
So
yourself.
startup has just never been a very available thing to someone like me.
Stream.
Oh God, no.
Why not?
Because I know how to be likable. I know how to read the room and everything. The problem is that I'm at my best, like, most performative self when I'm being unlikable. Because that's my cat, by the way. Because as much as I love to like compete with people on their level, I compete better when I'm doing something entirely different than everyone else. A bit of an innovator that way, but
You're kind of selling me on it even more right now.
I don't know.
Like the unlikable thing is kind of a bit.
Oh yeah, no, it always has been for me because like at early on, even with advertising, I realized how much of media is about manipulating us, like giving us thoughts and feelings that we wouldn't normally have in regards to situations we'll probably never be in. And so, you know, when I noticed that as a kid, especially, I started hating companies for like the shit they would do to like grab your attention and just steal it, for example, or and stuff like that. And so when I came onto the panel scene, it started feeling like that, not with like the self promotion, but just more about like how everyone had like these theories of how to like make content, entertainment, and they still do to this day. And it's all very much like, you know, this is what people react to, so this is what we're going to do. And a lot of these people, first of all, don't stop and think like, what if they just change the algorithms on us tomorrow? You know?
Yeah.
How much of that would still apply? And my theory is very little. My hypothesis, I should say. But like, what's funny is, as much as everyone thinks that they're doing something like their own way and they have their own theories, or like they're doing their take on something that's already been done, it's really a lot of the same shit at the end of the day, because a large amount of the audience that's here is like post Destiny Discord server type audiences, and they don't want to feel threatened by leftist feminists. So, you know, you might have like combative debate spaces around here, but it's not like conducive for leftists, not because we're not combative, but just because there's a whole different meta that's played against us. Like liberals and far righties can like basically circle jerk each other and then be like, well, I guess we agree to disagree. Whereas like we actually get in there and we threaten them. Like not literally, but with our rhetoric, we challenge theirs and we supplement people with something better, which liberals can't do. They just fall short on that. So right now, the current meta for the panel scene is quietly get rid of lefties, because they're with them around, then right wingers don't want to come around, and without right wingers, that's the majority of our actual true fan base gone. Even though I'm a centrist panel host, by the way.
I'm like a center left sock dem kind of area. I don't know if I could do the challenging them as much on their opinions as I do challenging them on their conspiracy theorists garbage.
Oh yeah. And like there's like degrees of things that even conservatives would challenge far right people on, right? Like
Yeah.
conspiracies, for example, or there's obviously conservatives who think the world isn't flat. So, but not that those people are even far right, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And so, the real challenge, though, like, okay, let me ask you this way: you don't want Nazis marching down your street, right?
Definitely not.
Now, I'm not going to ask you if you are going to punch them, but let's say someone did. You wouldn't like necessarily be like, "Oh no, someone punched a Nazi, and now they won't march down my streets anymore," right?
Yeah, probably not.
So, the way I see it is, I've effectively found a way to punch Nazis on panels, and I don't even have to like do anything. People will scream bloody murder at me, but they can't necessarily say I'm being violent, especially because I craft my rhetoric that way it's not directly violent. And my response from the hosts of a lot of these panels is, whenever you come on, I get tons of messages of people begging me never to let you on again. And I don't always know who it is, because those are the people on the panels who, no matter how factual or, well researched what I say is, they always say, that doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, what doesn't make any sense about it? Nothing. You're just an art student. It's like, oh, so you don't have a response, and it just doesn't make any sense. Okay. And I can get meta with it or not. Some depends on what my options are, but it's mostly because I get them cornered. They run out of things to say very quickly with me. Unlike with liberals who like try to get all philosophical and stuff about it. And it's like you're just giving them more ways to bullshit people. Like all they have to do is just keep the discussion going and without pushback. What do they have to be worried about?
That's fair.
So like if you do end up going in a lot of other spaces, my recommendation is to look for this. Look for cryptos. The people who say, I'm not a Nazi, but I make lots of Nazi jokes. And I think that there's a lot of funny things about Nazis. And either they don't take positions because everything's a meme, even though they'll just say all right-wing memes.
Like Sam Hyde.
Sure, I'm not familiar with them, but
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't doubt it. It's prolific on here.
Yeah.
Or like they'll just absolutely like be like, no, I'm not a Nazi. That is absolutely rat extreme. Don't you know that Nazis did A, B, and C? Are you saying I gassed the Jews? It's like, come on. So, or like my favorite one is from like liberals who are like, when you just come in and start screaming the word Nazi all the time, everybody shuts their ears off and nobody listens. It's like, well, first of all, why do they shut their ears off if it doesn't pertain to them? That's a pretty good starter question. Although I don't usually bring that one out first because they clearly aren't there yet. But the second thing is like, there's a strategy to this actually, and that like this is again one of just like the random induced effects I decided to start utilizing, which is that when you go in there and you start calling everyone a Nazi, they all want to get really good at telling you why you're wrong at calling them a Nazi. So they start getting like versed in it. That not everyone there is actually crypto. So the other people who are like in on the game, and I guess the crypto people don't see this far ahead. The other people who are in on the game will start like being like, well, actually, okay, here's what the Nazis did, here's what the Nazis did, and there's this other definition, neo-Nazi, which applies to American Nazis, right? Like the ones we see today. So then I go back in, they're like, well, don't you actually mean neo-Nazis? Like, oh yeah, sure, I mean neo-Nazis, thank you. So do you all admit you're neo-Nazis now? So yeah, so something like that, where like you induce them to like talk about the thing that they're too afraid to talk about, and to like become, armchair experts on it.
I have one tiny bit of pushback on the Nazi word thing. just a little bit. I think a lot of the time there are a lot of people that like online leftists that just overuse the word Nazi for like anyone they disagree with, and I think that people have just gotten numb to it. I think that's why Nazi is like turned into a term that people don't think is serious anymore half the time, unless people are genuinely describing someone. But I feel like there are too many people that just go around calling everyone a Nazi, like Hassan, or worse than Hassan.
So what definition would you prefer people use?
I don't know. I agree with the word Nazi. Like I think it's the right term. I just think that people overuse it for things that are not Nazi-ist.
Do you think though it's like? Do you really think though that it's like easier for Nazis to just like exist, and then for people to like go like, here are all the objective signs that there are Nazis, right? Like, you can say that like it means nothing now, but it clearly means something, to the point where there are no open Nazis really in America. Most neo-Nazis are crypto at this point, and the few who are probably going to go to jail for January 6th anyways.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think it's diseffective. I don't think there's anything wrong with us using it still like in this way. Because like I said, when it comes to like the liberals who want to both sides the issue and stuff like that, or centrists, even better, they're the ones who like rush to their dictionaries and their history books and then videos to try to figure out like, okay, how are they not Nazis? And that's when they incur the word neo-Nazi, and they're like, oh shit, this is kind of harder not to say. And then like they effectively like concede it like as a meta, as the server decides like, no, we're right, because Ninetales actually means neo-Nazi, and now we're going to tell her how right she is, that we're actually neo-Nazi. doesn't usually work that well,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean, right? Like,
Yeah.
a good example is actually toxic masculinity. Mixed results on this one, because it really depends on how much of a boys' club it is.
Yeah.
But see, like, even to get them to start memeing about toxic masculinity is a big deal, right? Because then, like, sometimes they'll start debating each other, like, no, this isn't toxic masculinity. It's like, and then, like, the person who originally made the meme was like, well, I was only memeing, but technically it is. Right? And they're like, then they start talking about it, and then, like, I've had people ask, like, who originally disagreed with me and, like, shouted me down for bringing up that word, message me and be like, what was your definition again? I'm, like, talking to this person about it, and I can't remember everything about it. And it's like, here you go. It was in my bookmarks, so I didn't even have to break a sweat. And like that's like the ways that we think that we manipulate people through the screen, stuff like that, are so old school and conventional. That shit is what people are numb to. What I'm doing, like the way I'm getting different results, is because when I do unconventional things, people no longer see what my meta is. Because like, think about all the times that you've seen like someone go on a panel and everyone's just like, oh, you're just clout sharking, right? Like, you're only saying ridiculous things because you're just clout sharking. That's part of why I don't monetize, because nobody can use that against me. Like, nobody can say that I was ever clout sharking or anything, because A, I don't have a lot of followers, I never plan to. B, I don't want a lot of followers because I can't control my fan base at that point. And C, I don't make any money from this. I do it strictly for I do it strictly for the enjoyment of debating and the fact that it's like a video game for me. So, you know, I can't be discredited like that. But everyone else has clearly numbed people to the fact that that's what happens. Just like we're numb to the idea that, you know, sometimes people just do things because they're on a screen, and it's fun to troll when you have attention. So, you know, the things that have actually gotten old define what we need to stop doing and expecting different results. You could say that, like, maybe in real life, calling someone a Nazi would be like less meaningful if we did that repeatedly. But on the internet, like right now, the R slur is literally in vogue. Okay, and if like it doesn't get much more ableist than that, and yet, you know, like, is that gonna, like, that's only like numbing away the ableism. So, if anything, so we don't really have good control on rhetoric anyway. Like, for me, I think that if you're a leftist, optics are always a losing game. Don't try to play the optics game, or if you do, accept the minor wins, and that's about it. Because it's stacked against us, especially if we're against the status quo.
Okay. Makes sense.
Like, maybe like a SOCDEM, actually, you have a better chance at optics than like someone like me, like a social ecologist has. If I did like, if I was purely social ecology and wasn't like, you know, jack of all trades debater, I would say, okay, you know, let's focus on that. Let's only talk about that, and then maybe I have optics on my side again, because I really think Bookchin's rhetoric is even more sustainable today than it was when he wrote it. But I don't know. You have to be on like debates on capitalism and very niche topics that aren't hosted on panels much anymore today, anyways, because it does mostly revolve around identity politics, which is a little annoying since there's more to it. Most, you know, left wingers believe that it's both identity politics and the economic failures of capitalism. So, like, in order to be like this all-around person, I've kind of had to develop an all-around persona. And one of the things I kind of wanted to tell a person with name that I think starts with A, but I can't remember anymore.
Angela.
Angela, yes. I was gonna say Ashley, but I knew that wasn't right. So I knew what wasn't right, just not what was right. But anyways, I was gonna tell him how, like, I'm ultimately formless, and like the panel that I'm on is the, like, maybe I did say this, is the panel, or is like my attitude.
Yes, you
So
did
if you
say
put
that.
me on a so if you put me on a panel with fiery people and there's no reason for me to hold back, I'll just become fiery. If you put me on a panel of chill people, I'll chill out. Like, I don't have a fixed persona. My fixed persona is that I'm good at debate. That's about it. But, like, let me tell you, I have no chains, and I still have yet to know what my highest power level is, because I've gone up against super high people. The highest that you could say, I like, depending on what metrics you use, not that he's a necessarily terrible debater, was Destiny. But I did put the chains on for that by not prepping, and we stalemated. So that was, you know, an indication that not prepping wasn't an option. Probably won't be, just because, you know, I'm not one of those people. Like, if I was an expert on anything for reals, then maybe I could go into a debate with like zero prep. But I'm not. Like, I'm a gleaner who, like, kind of like maps out the information.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of do the same thing. And I feel like when I know a lot about something, I will overthink the conversation to the point where I've got it all down, but then the conversation will never go the way I want it to, but I feel like I always adapt because I know this stuff so well because I've been thinking about it so much. But I cut this conversation short. I have got to go to bed. I got like 4 hours of sleep I can get in before I go to work in the
Well, thanks
afternoon.
for keeping me company. I can't sleep because of work.
I
But
appreciate you coming in here and chatting. It was fun.
I have prep. By the way, here's proof that if I do self promo, it's like a no MBD thing for me because I do have a debate coming up this Wednesday that I'm particularly excited for.
Mhm.
Is capitalism racist? There's going to, it's a tag team. So my tag team partner for the yes side, of course, will be Aston Mack. I don't know if you heard of them. They're pretty powerful black feminists on the leftist scene, and I'm kind of introducing them to this side of things. If you're looking for people to interview, by the way, very knowledgeable on mutual aid and how that should work and how that will solve a lot of our problems. So I can link you up to them if you want, or if you think Angela would want to interview them.
Okay.
That will be against Wick TV and some other person who is sort of decided, but I'm not like super familiar with them anyways, so I'm just gonna say I don't know.
Okay. That should be cool. I'll watch. When is it?
Wednesday at 6 on Wick TV. I'm having the same trouble with streaming as Angela is, so.
Are you trying to go live that day?
No.
No?
I'm putting all that on pause until I update some other credentials, and then it'll be easier to fix that issue.
Okay. Well, I will